morning, everyone. Yes, I know. I'm like, it's still raining down here. This rain is like throwing me off. Oh my gosh, this SD. Wait a minute. I done got rain every morning that you've been on time. Okay, I accept the rain long as you're gonna be on time. So I'm just gonna have to deal with the rain. Hey Jason, good morning. Merelda, good morning. Good morning. Tilly, I see you in there. Oh, Merelda got rainbows dropping off up in the chat. Hey Donna, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, wow. I tell you, hey Tanya, good morning. So I truly apologize. Yeah, I was like, this rain makes me don't want to get out of my bed. Like I want to roll around in the bed when it's raining. I'm sorry. Oh gosh, when the sun is out, it be like, get up. Wakey. When it's raining outside, it's so gloomy outside. It's like, ew, I just want to roll over 2 times. 2 times. Yeah. Don't pay me no attention. Yeah, so we are on day 3 of our trial in Georgia. Yeah, I got like extra coffee. Like I'm 3-fisted today. Shit. I don't even know what double-fisted is because I got 3. Can we call it 3-fist? Can we call it 3-fistum? 3-fisted? I'm 3-fisted today. I can't even hold all 3 of the coffees in my hand, but I'm 3-fisted. I went over to McDonald's, was like, give it all to me. Give it to me, baby. They probably be like, this girl is so cuckoo. Cuckoo lady. And it's so crazy because they know me when I come over there. So today, you know, I usually order 2. I order 2 coffees. I was doing Dunkin' Donuts for a while, but Dunkin' Donuts is a little further and it costs a little bit more money. Hey, I can't ever get to the 3. I can't get the threesome up at Dunkin' Donuts, but I can do a threesome at McDonald's, and I tricked them today because I came out my bag because I typically only do 2 coffees, and today I was like, I need a threesome. Give it to me, baby. And she was like, you want 3? I said, yeah. Give me 3. All the same way? Yep, they all for me. Give it to me, baby. Like between that and me going through Popeye's drive-thru, yeah, I got a threesome today. That's right, Jason. I have a threesome. You take it how you want it. We like threesomes sometimes. Like we can't have threesomes all the time because people be want threesomes all the time. You can't have threesomes all the time or a triple, right? That's right, SD. Whichever way but you can't have them all the time. That's the problem with people because they get too dang on greedy. A threesome is just every once in a while. So, you know, like I told the girl at McDonald's, you know, give it to me, baby. And it'll just be every once in a while. Just every once in a while. So we got our guy here. I don't think we have, I don't know what more they can provide in regards to this case, you know, going down. I am going to put out a survey, guys, just so y'all be aware. Well, y'all know what the survey is once it comes out there, and that is just for us to I want to get an idea of your thoughts in regards to this chlorine case. I did try to explain to the best that I could explain regarding their very unconventional schedule. Although I don't mind covering it, I just want to know, like, it just feels like a really crappy case to cover. Like I really wanted to watch it, especially with it being here in Arizona. Like I want to go down there and look at the jury makeup. Like I want to go down there for the verdict, and which I can still do. I don't know if I can be into a case that they have court once a week. Yes, I seen that, SD. You know, I seen that. I definitely saw that. Um, you emailed me. I emailed you back. I think that whole case is so bizarre. Like, so bizarre. It's so bizarre that, like, when they get so bizarre, like, I'm just so over, like, yeah. It's so bizarre. Tilly, that would be a good one too, if you interested. Yeah, Tilly did some amazing research in regards to our Meg Thee Stallion case that she sent me yesterday. You said it took them 6 months to charge him. You talk about David. I don't even think he's been charged. It's a difference. I don't think he's been charged. I think that he's just a suspect. He's been named as a suspect, whatever that means. Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Jason, like, it's like, I don't know if we wait till they like get close to the end and maybe do a marathon. Because I'm like, I do not want to be trying to figure out what days they have in court, how many hours they have in court, this day of court, that day of court. So I was thinking maybe we just plan that as maybe a marathon case. Like, we'll be able to know when they're close to, closing statements and things like that. I can keep an eye on it, and then we can do like a marathon and just kind of watch through the trial. And that way because I wouldn't remember anything from the trial. And we'll just do a marathon with that one. There's no reason for us to be trying to cover that on any given Sunday. Like, I'm cool on that. Okay, great, Tilly. Yeah, I seen all your great notes from yesterday. I think I hit everything, but I will go look. Yeah, it's really like, right, Baka. Good morning. Yes, terrible, terrible, terrible action. Terrible action. Like, no way, no how. I can't believe they even allowed to do this. Like, if you don't want to do it during the holiday, I'm good with that. But hey, how about if we're not going to do it during the holiday? How about we just wait to afterwards and do it, and then that way I can be focused and have attention. Like, how are you gonna tell me that I can't say nothing? Don't say nothing, don't do nothing, don't look at nothing, don't read, don't look at social media, don't look at the news, don't go outside, don't talk to your family, don't do nothing for 6 to 7 months because you want to drag out the case. Why can't we just start it? Y'all done waited 11 years to do this. That does not make sense to me. Like, and I think that's why law and crime and other people have, dropped out of that, because like, nobody's about to be doing that. And here over taking the trial, like, I mean, we thirsty out here, but we ain't that dang on thirsty. We thirsty, but we ain't that thirsty. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when therapist sent me the schedule. She was like, because I couldn't understand, because she kept saying 7 months. And I'm like, I don't know, unless they about to make some whole new DNA to prove to the jury. I don't understand why a trial got to take 7 months. And she was like, this is why it takes 7 months. She sent me the schedule. And I was like, what is this? To be or not to be in court? What? No, nope. No can do. No can do. So I think I'll watch out for it. When it get closer to like maybe closing arguments, or where I can see like it's the last couple of days of trial, I'll even think about going in there, seeing what the jury makeup is. And yeah, I'll just record it and I'll do a marathon. I kid you not, like the days that they spend in their court on these days that they do have scheduled are not full days. It's like 3 or 4 days at a time. Yeah, right, OnlyFans. Good morning. Yes, it's absolutely insanity. Like, you can't go on no vacation. You can't do nothing. So we have our gorgeous judge. She's on the bench this morning. We have gained us a little TiVo time just in case we run into some things that are not what we want to see. Yeah, I said even when we looking at yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we want to plan it out. By the way, if there's anybody, I know SD did put us a wonderful, wonderful list of cases to look at for our holiday schedule. I'll take the top 3. We'll do some surveys to kind of get our holiday case rewatch together. If you have any cases that you would like to rewatch and you want to watch as a crew, email me the cases, and as I see the, because people are interested in the same cases for the most part, we'll tally those up, and the first 3, I think SD sent me maybe about 10 of them. I know we won't get through 10 trials, but I'll take the top 3 from any of the ones that I see. Don't forget, we do have our drawing for our bingo, so make sure that you're doing your bingos during our trial. I think we do have bingos out here for this one, from my understanding, and I think it was Tanya. You got a bingo yesterday, right? Oh, okay. When that? Oh, that's a you talking about for a rewatch? OnlyFans. Yeah, so we know. Yeah, you and Morel to have bingo off this one. So if anybody's playing the bingo, let me get y'all bingo cards. Okay. You don't have to send it to me because I probably won't remember it in here. Bingo. Bingo. B-I-N-G-O. 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 And bingo was his name. Oh. And yeah, and I think you can even pull up your card. So whoever got the bingo, so even if you want to play blackout bingo and still want to play on your card and enjoy your card after getting the bingo, you're more than welcome to, continue to pay on your card and see what stuff actually comes out in the trial that was on your bingo card. Okay. I know y'all probably ready to get into court. I'm over here having a triple or a threesome. So if y'all ever see me getting up, that just means I'm reheating another one of my coffees. I'm on number 2. I'm be all the way up. Woo! Yes. So if y'all put those ones in those SweetP games in the chat, I'll get us into that courtroom. We'll see what day 3 has to bring for us. I think today will be, I think this is going to be it. Like, this is it. Michael Jackson. This is it. Like, this, we done with this. We done with the tour. The tour in Georgia. Georgia. Although I like to be in Georgia. Just so I can sing the song. That's all. All right. Here we go, guys.
Good morning, everyone. I am Judge Sonia Brown. I am the presiding judge for this criminal bench trial for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-9-00922. We are present here in the open courtroom, present of the court, the clerk, the court reporter, Mr. Lanz, is represented by Attorney Jimmy Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is well this morning. Before we proceed with the state's next witnesses, is there anything that we need to put on the record procedurally or concerning any issues that you all would like to make a part of the record?
Procedurally, I have an idea that probably we'll finish the state's side of the case today.
Okay.
If we do that, I would like to be able to have overnight to discuss with my client whether he's going to testify.
Okay, that's fine.
So if we, whenever they finish, stop for the day and give
That's fine. That's state.
That's no problem, Your Honor. I actually think we'll probably be close to 5 o'clock anyway,
Okay.
so it shouldn't be an issue at all.
Okay, that's fine. And as we can discuss scheduling throughout the day and see where we are with everything that we need to do. All right. Is there anything else that we need to put on the record or you all would like to discuss with the court?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. State, you may call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Charles Needham.
You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you please have a seat for me? And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, my first name is Charles, Charles. Last name is Needham, Needham.
All right. Thank you. Attorney Horowitz, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you employed?
I currently work for the City of Lawrenceville Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm the sergeant over the training unit.
And how long have you been with the Lawrenceville Police Department?
I started in March 17th, 2023.
Now, prior to Lawrenceville, did you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I started in Sandy Springs Police in 2016.
Now, as you worked through Sandy Springs, in what capacity did you work with Sandy Springs?
I started as an officer on patrol, went to our traffic unit, and then was a detective prior to leaving Sandy Springs Police.
Now, have you been post-certified, I guess, since 2016?
Yes.
All right. Now, I wanted to direct your attention to November the 19th, 2021. Were you on duty with the Sandy Springs Police Department that morning?
I was.
And were you in the capacity of a detective at that time?
I was.
Now, were you dispatched to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
Yes,
Is that in Sandy Springs?
it is.
Now, why were you dispatched there?
So a call had come out of a burglary in progress. I had just arrived in the office that morning, and I was listening to our radio traffic and notified our supervision that I was going to go ahead and go down there as one of the only detectives in the office. And that was when I self-dispatched to that location.
Now, around what time did that call come out?
About 8:50 in the morning.
And around what time did you arrive to that scene?
I arrived at 9:10, and while I was walking out of the office is when the shots fired call came out. Prior to that,
Now, did you actually make it to that scene?
I did.
Now, when you arrived, what did you observe?
So when I got on scene, there were several officers attempting to control the defendant in the front yard. He had at least 2 gunshot wounds that I could see, one like a grazed wound to the neck or back of the head and one to the upper torso. And when I arrived, when I went into the house, that was where I discovered the crime scene and where Sergeant Roush had been stabbed and was being treated.
Now, in the front yard, was the defendant getting medical treatment?
So the officers were attempting to get him under control at that time, but he did get medical treatment from them and from the ambulance that arrived shortly after.
Now, was he loaded into that ambulance?
He was.
And where was he transported to?
To North Fulton Hospital, I believe.
Now, was the defendant discharged from the hospital shortly thereafter?
He was.
Now, after being discharged from the hospital, where was he transported?
He was transported back to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Do you know how he was transported back?
Yes, it was one of our crime suppression officers, had transported him back. I can't remember the exact one.
So it was just a patrol car?
Yes,
And was he in handcuffs at that time when he was being transported back?
he was.
Now, where is the Sandy Springs headquarters located?
7840 Roswell Road in Sandy Springs, Georgia.
For what?
County.
I apologize. For what purpose was he brought back to headquarters?
So that we could attempt to do an interview with him.
Now, approximately what time was he brought back to the headquarters from the hospital?
About 5 p.m. that same day.
And when he was brought back into the headquarters, was he still in handcuffs?
He was.
Now, when he arrived to headquarters, was he allowed to use the restroom?
He was.
And did he?
He did.
Was he offered food and water?
Yes.
And was he provided with food or water?
Yes.
Now, were you able to have an interview with him?
I was.
Around what time did you start your interview?
About 5:25 that evening.
Now, what was your purpose in interviewing the defendant?
So I interviewed him alongside Sergeant Johnson, who was over the detectives division at the time, and it was to gain some kind of an understanding of what led to the stabbing and officer-involved shooting, trying to figure out why he was in the house he was in, and to get his side of things so we could help figure out what led us to where we landed.
Now, that being your purpose, at that time, did you have any information as to an incident in Cobb County?
I did not.
Now, were you able to conduct an interview with the defendant?
I was.
Now, prior to that interview, was he advised of his Miranda rights?
He was.
And were they read to him?
They were.
Were they read in full to him?
They were.
And did he understand English?
Yes.
Did you have any problems in your communicating with him?
Not at all.
Was he asked whether he was under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
He was.
And did he indicate a way?
He indicated that he was not under the influence of anything.
And were you able to gather his highest level of education?
Yes.
And what was that?
That he was currently studying at UGA, something to do with artificial intelligence, I believe.
Now, kind of describe the nature of the interview.
It was a conversational interview. There was no shouting back and forth, persuasion, threats, anything like that. The entire conversation was just a simple back and forth question and answer.
Now, once you read his rights, did he wish to speak with you and Sergeant Johnson?
Yes.
Now, at any time during this interview, did you threaten the defendant?
No.
At any time, did you pull your gun out?
No.
At any point, did he unequivocally invoke any of his rights?
No.
About how long was your interview with the defendant?
It's probably, I think the first go round was at least an hour because we had stepped out for a while to recollect our thoughts after we had learned of the Cobb County incident.
Now, prior to that interview, were photographs taken of the defendant?
They were.
And for what purpose?
For subject identification and to show his injuries at the time of the interview and his physical condition overall.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 676 through 684. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
So these photographs were taken in our interview room at Sandy Springs. This was the room where he was interviewed by me and Sergeant Johnson.
And are these fair and accurate photographs of the defendant prior to your interview?
Yes, they are.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit, and I forgot the number, 676 through 684.
No, I have an opportunity to view those whenever we
states Exhibit 676 through 684 are admitted.
May I publish that?
Yes.
Now, in State's Exhibit 676, who do we see in this photograph?
That's the defendant, Mr. Lanz.
Now, do you see Mr. Lanz in this courtroom today?
I do.
If you'll please point to that individual and describe an article of clothing.
Yes, it's Mr. Lanz over here in the bright green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, part of your headquarters, is it customary for interviews to be recorded?
Yes,
Now, are there cameras within this room?
there are.
Where are they?
So there's one on the wall facing toward the table that would be behind the photographer in this picture. And there's one on the ceiling tucked into one of the corners.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
And is that recording a fair and accurate recording of the interview that you had with the defendant that day?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state removed entry was marked as State's Exhibit 470 into evidence.
Judge, before we do that, I'd like to ask you a few questions on Jackson, be sure that,
Yes.
I understood.
You can listen.
Thank you.
And that's 470, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Charlie.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. I think this interview took place after Mr. Lanz had been taken to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what procedure they did at the hospital on him?
I do not know, other than just generally speaking, treating the gunshot wounds. I'm not a medical professional, so I can't speak to what they did.
Do you know what medications they gave him for pain?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you ever ask him?
I did not. When Sergeant Johnson advised him of his Miranda rights, that's when he asked him if he was under the influence of any drugs, and he said no.
Did you ever go to the hospital?
I did not, no.
Do you know which officers did?
I know that Detective Tom Cox was one of them, and at the times, I believe he was a Sergeant Milholland was one of them. I'm not sure of who the others were. I was tied up with everything else at headquarters.
And did you speak with any of them to find out what medications he may have been given at the hospital?
No, I did not.
Did you talk with any of the officers that had gotten information from him at the scene of this home invasion?
No, all those officers were sequestered shortly after that incident per our department policy and the GBI's request due to the officer-involved shooting.
And did Mr. Lanz appear to know where he was and why he was there?
Yes, he appeared completely coherent during our conversations. There was no signs to me of any kind of impairment or anything like that.
Did anyone tell you that he had said that God had told him to go to that house?
During the interview, he told that to me. I don't recall if anybody had said that beforehand or not.
But you did not see anything yourself that would cause you to pause and questioning him?
No.
Nothing further.
Attorney Berry, is there any objection as to Exhibit 470 as to Mr. Lanz's statement of whether or not it was voluntarily, freely, voluntarily, and knowingly?
After watching the interview, the primary thing I wanted to find out was what medications this officer may have known he was under. I do not see anything in the video that would cause me to believe that he didn't do it freely and voluntarily.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Because
Exhibit 470 is admitted.
Now, just to kind of follow up on a couple of those questions. Now, coming from the hospital, probably on some medication, correct?
Yes.
Now, even though on medication, did you have any difficulties communicating with him?
No, I did not.
And did he seem under the influence when you were speaking with him?
No, he did not.
Now, during this interview, did you ever give him a hope of them speaking with you?
No.
Now, I want to ask about the interview itself and kind of the recording. Are your interviews in one streamed video?
So the video file is broken down into different segments. That segment is based on file size and interview length. So that's why it gets parsed out into different files.
And so when it gets parsed out, is it a continuous video just in segments?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Judge, if I may publish State Exhibit 4.
Yes. Yes, and do you all need lights off or?
No.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Judge. All right, for the record, I am starting State Exhibit 470 at 17:24 and 32 seconds.
Okay, you'll see. I'm Sir Justin, today. We're talking with you today. Thank you, today.
Matthew, Chiefs, Scott, COTT, LNC,
Shaver.
2022.
Where do you live?
I live in Athens right now.
You live in Athens? How's your address?
435 North Church Street. Yeah. I go there every month.
Yeah, is this what we were talking about as the video kind of broken up in segments?
Yes.
Running about an hour apiece.
Correct.
So I'm going to move to the second video of State Exhibit 470. And I will restart. So this is the second video on 470, starting at 17:25 and 50 seconds.
Where are you majoring in?
College.
Yeah. You okay? You want to sit? Officer Johnson, this is Detective. We're talking with you today. What's your name?
Matthew, 2 G's. Scott, COTT, LANZ,
What's your neighbor?
1019 Lee's. 22.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in Athens right now.
Do you live in Athens? What's your address?
435 North Church Street. Yeah. I go there every month.
Yeah, is this what we were talking about as the video is kind of broken up in segments? Yes. Running about an hour piece. Correct. So I'm going to move to the second video of Stacy doing 470. And I will restart. So this is the second video on 470, starting at 17:25 and 50 seconds.
Where are you majoring in?
Cognitive science, so it's like AI and automated systems. Trying to improve the culture of that industry, making it more efficient, more effective, safer technology, because, it can be, it's very good at collecting data. That's kind of an issue these days, securing data in the communities. It was always something that we found interesting.
Congratulations. How long have you lived there?
I moved in at the beginning of August. Would have been around August 7th. I was. And then I also live at my house with my parents too.
Where's that?
It's in Acworth.
What's that interesting?
It's 600 Delphinium, DELPH. Boulevard. That is 3012.
You live in your parents?
Yeah, I have mom, dad, 2 sisters, a deceased brother, and we have a little cousin who lives with us too. He's
Oh, my sisters.
my oldest is 30, so she has 2 kids now. And my oldest is 20, 23.
Yeah, they're.
The oldest sister saw her earlier. She was there.
What's your phone?
678 619 7808.
That's your phone? All right, what is, you obviously reading right English language? Under the influence of any alcohol or drugs today?
No.
And, your education level is obviously college, so you're out. I want to talk to you about what occurred in there today, but I'm going to read your rights first. All right, so, before I ask you any questions, you must understand your rights, okay? So you have the right to consent, anything you say, use, and include as evidence against you. You have the right to talk to the lawyer before advice before we ask you any questions about him or whether you're questioning. If you do not inform the lawyer, we'll be appointed for you without cost, and he or she will be present at all times during your questioning. If you desire to answer questions now that I'm lawyer present, we will celebrate a silent answer any time to talk to the lawyer. Do you understand this? Can we proceed forward to talking about what happened earlier?
Is there a way that I could just, I guess, if I get uncomfortable with the answer, you know, so that we could proceed.
Okay. So you, all right, I appreciate that. Let's talk through your morning. Where did you start your morning at?
It started in my room.
In your apartment, and what time was that?
Well, I think I had woken up around 2 o'clock to my mom not going.
And asked?
And I was like, well, what is she doing? That just didn't make sense.
Okay. So what happened after that? What was your?
She had come to tell me that 2 people had been murdered in the house that is behind ours. And she was, coming to ask me, like, were you involved? Just, I guess if I get uncomfortable with the answer, so that we could proceed.
Okay. So you, all right, I appreciate that. Let's talk through your morning. Where did you start your morning at?
It started in my room.
In your apartment, and what time was that?
Well, I think I had woken up around 2 o'clock to my mom not going.
And asked?
And I was like, well, what is she doing? That just didn't make sense.
Okay. So what happened after that? What was your?
She had come to tell me that 2 people had been murdered in the house that is behind ours. And she was, coming to ask me, like, were you involved? And I said, no, I was on the way home anyway. And then when all of that happened, I didn't hear any of it. They didn't hear any of it. And I had, I guess, left before it had happened. Because I had to go home. And then I went back to Athens because I was just too tired to go home and needed to come back for classes. So that's what I was doing that night before.
So where were you there?
In Athens and then my home and I went back.
What time was that?
The drive down and the drive back.
Yeah.
So I guess I left Athens around 9 and probably got there 10:15. And then I was at my house for probably 50 or 40 minutes and then I left.
Okay.
30 or 40 minutes after 10:15, so it would have been around 11, I guess, that I had left.
What did you?
It's hard to recollect, but it was later than, I guess, 11:30, 40. So maybe it was 12-ish. Yeah, an hour and a half.
What did you have?
My car.
Which car is it?
It's a black Tesla.
Okay. So your mom comes up there. And she was involved in this. I haven't heard about anything over top. So I guess that's.
Apparently it was super crazy scene.
Oh yeah, like what?
I don't
There's less evidence that we don't know.
Right, so she said, she was like, the apparently someone just like broke into their house and just murdered them. They're leaving or something. What she said. Are there shit on police there? Like, is there anything like to? No, she's like, no, I just happened. I want to make sure you weren't there. And I'm like, okay. I wasn't, I told her that I hadn't come home. That, when I got there, I smoked a cigarette in the backyard. I did look at the people's house. It's light. There's a big fence in our backyard. I didn't see the light. Yeah, and she was asking, like, did you look over at their house or did you hear anything? And I was like, well, yeah, I looked over there and saw a light on or two when I was smoking a cigarette, and then I tried going back door to park. And then, it was locked. I just went, to go around the front door and get outside and sleep. It was already pretty late. I was just saying, look at your homework. And then I was just saying, oh, I got my car inside.
You left. And then at 2 o'clock, your mom shows up.
That's the.
Okay, let's do that.
She just talking to me about, how she just wants me to focus on school and trying to be a hard worker for her and, trying to stay focused and stay out of trouble, which is what I try to do.
I'm sure that's important to your mom.
And my dad, they're very respectful people. They want us, they want their kids to be good people and successful. So they have to instill good values, which I think they have.
Seems like it. You got a good program like that at UGA.
Right. I mean, I was always a smart kid when I went to I was in enhanced high school, magnet school. So school was kind of always a pretty easy thing for me to get along with. And kind of a more introverted person, at least I was in school very fun. Learning this stuff. Usually it's good for me to help me socialize more. Be more open.
That's really
Learning is enjoyable.
Some people just don't like learning, I guess.
well, it's a passion, passion. So, how did you, if you were in Athens, how did you end up back in here?
Or here, I was actually going home again in my car.
Do you remember where that was?
Yeah, it was over near. Oh, it was down 75 near. Kind of near us. It was way past 75, like closer to Athens. I'm not sure the actual road name. But
Did you just run the environment? There was restaurants or gas stations.
it was, I mean, it's on 75 drive back from Athens to Kinston.
Wait, do you take?
I want to say, you guys are Sandy Springs, right?
Yeah,
I want to say 100
I got you.
All right, so car breaks down, yes, and what happens?
Then I just got, started walking.
Where are you going
No, it's just, I'm just kind of staying alone. What else am I doing on the car? I guess.
to? So what happens?
100% honestly, I just walked through that neighborhood.
Okay.
And then I just got so much that that house was something I needed to go to. And then, when I was in there, the dogs were acting very friendly. And then, the lady started saying, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" And I was saying, "It's me, Matthew." "Oh, I don't know who you are, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Well, maybe I'm just not in the right house." And then she called her son upstairs, Matthew. And she started calling the police after he came down. I'm just sitting there for a while. I was thinking about this. There's really no way to describe that kind of interaction. When she called the police and you guys showed up, I went upstairs because that's where I thought I had to go check out. I didn't find anything that really important. I wasn't really sure. Just some place that felt I needed to. That's really so.
What happened once the police got there?
Then I was upstairs. And then, they were kind of in the bottom of the stairs. And I just went down because I was just up there.
Were they talking to you?
Yes, they were communicating. I was communicating back to them.
And you were?
Yes.
What were they saying to you?
Just something, come downstairs. This isn't your house. It's the next one over. And I was like, that's not right. It was supposed to be here. But I guess it felt more uncertain. And then I started going down the stairs. I saw the load of police. I don't know how many there were. There was probably 7 or 8 of them. I don't know, I guess it kind of freaks me out.
They're scared.
Not necessarily. I mean, I thought they might have shot me on sight.
So what happens next?
I don't know. Based on what happened, I think I could just call a lawyer for other info credits.
You know, over anytime. I just wanted to, for the truth, like you've been pretty truthful with me so far. Just kind of your side and your version of this, because I only have one side.
Just the way I've described it is, I just kind of punched this dude with that knife. And then,
You know why?
considering I don't think they were going to let me be after some event like that. I just thought I was going to jail or prison instantly. And then once obviously the knife punch was thrown, all the officers started action. That one officer got killed, and then I just got lit very quickly. Because miracle, I suppose.
This is what?
A miracle, I suppose. that was a very close shot to my brain. But it wasn't hate or anything. There was love in my body, in my heart. I think I was just looking for something that wasn't there. I don't know.
What made you feel like you needed to be in the house?
I would say a message from God.
Can you tell me about your night? Did you bring it with you? Did you drive it to the house?
It was in my car. Because it's been under my ownership. And it's a fixed lane.
Okay.
I believe it's a Kogan. We'll see. Next time.
Where do you carry it in?
I usually don't get it.
Where do you carry it at?
All I did
Can you show me that?
was that sheet.
Okay.
I mentioned
Well, bigger than
the hill's pretty long, but the blade is like overall. Yes. There's some shaders.
anything else you want to tell me about the incident that you had to do so far?
Yeah. I just don't think what I did was worth it. I think I could have just left that house in peace and been on my way to getting my car back up and running and being at school or with my family like I was going to. So I'm sure I'll be okay.
Anything else you want to talk about? You know, for the sake of honesty and us getting help and making sure. it's-
Right, so I've been talking to mental health specialists that, can affirm that. If my, I guess, detained is lifted, maybe there's more checkups to do than just talk through.
Well, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna make sure they have, you see our doctor.
We both feel like you need help. I'm gonna go get you there.
Yeah, I mean,
Anybody that needs help and wants help
I do,
deserves to go get it.
though I do feel like I don't need that anything.
Well, just, anything else you want to talk about that you think would be good for us to know, or to get off your conscience, or, maybe, that's happened in the last couple days, that led up to this incident, or after this incident, that you think would be helpful for people.
I think having faith in God is very important.
So you're a believer, a Christian?
Yes.
And
I think God is very real if you left.
I agree. Do you go to church?
It's kind of more like seasonal, occasional, going to church or something like that.
It doesn't, yeah, that doesn't have to affect what you're, on your level of belief, but, the biggest things is, to be forgiven for your sins, you should, as a Christian, you have to be honest and repent about what you did.
And I have made a secure God. I feel like he loves me so because I do.
You think there's anything that he needs to tell you that you need to talk with us about and tell us about so that it can clear your conscience?
Killing is always, killing, I think killing should be like a self-defense, and then, military elimination defense person. So I believe in the concept of self-defense, and the home, the castle domain in Georgia, that kind of stuff. So, have a responsible gun owner.
You know, gun?
Yes, but I don't have it in my possession.
Where is it?
Respect to the client's.
Yeah, I mean, this is your, it's not on you, right?
No.
Is it in a safe place that no one can't do it?
It's safe, it's secure.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, have you ever been in that situation you had to finish?
No. I mean, I thought when my mom showed up, she had like busted the chain off the lock. And I was like, grab my pistol off the ground. But that was it, the song, sir.
What kind of pistol do you have?
It's a Glock.
Wow.
7.
What caliber? 9? Wow, 17.
I love the 17s.
Because you very well.
That was why I was searching over the locks and
Literally
my
Glock.
whole life until I was 17.
How long have you got?
The pistol. It's maybe a month or 2.
Where did you have? Oh, I've been there. It's a good place. Do you, are you a specific ammo kind of guy or?
I shoot like FMJs. And then like, no, they make federal is good at all points.
Yeah. What kind do you keep in your gun?
The brass with copper.
Copper jacket.
Yes. The hollow points. They have like different kinds of them. I just know that federal shipping guns. I know federal makes good hollow points.
I'm just curious because we don't have anything to do with the gun, so why would you want to tell me where your gun is?
I don't know, I think it's just like relevant for the aspect of evidence. I just think it's just in a safe, locked in the house.
Okay, but it's locked up.
Yeah. The parents have,
Okay, because the big thing we just worry about, things like this go down, people in other people's houses so many times that people, there are a lot of different folks in you, and they got guns and they end up just out in the woods somewhere. We just don't want a kid to get it or something like that. That's why we're not thinking about guns. It's nothing about you, I just don't want little Johnny to go run through the woods and pick it up. That'd be a little tragedy.
And that'd be pretty heavy everywhere else.
I think
Being a Christian, it would.
killing kids, I mean, come on. Anyway, that's all it is.
Okay. I'm gonna step out. Are you sure there's nothing you wanna? You need a trash can?
Let's see.
Sure there's nothing else you wanna talk about this incident? That would help you ease yourself?
So. Need more water.
I got you.
All right, we'll just hang out for a minute.
For the record, I'm stopping this video at 17:53 and 3 seconds. Now, at this point in your interview, do you start looking into a potential other incident?
Yes.
And were you able to identify a potential situation that needs to be looked into?
Yes. So when we stepped out, when Sergeant Johnson and I stepped out, we spoke to other detectives and our intel analysts who had been watching that interview and were trying to dig up other information. And that's when it became increasingly apparent that there was another incident involved, and the Cobb County incident got brought to light, the recent homicide.
Now, once you kind of identified that potential incident, did you or someone from your agency reach out to Cobb County?
Yes, I believe it was one of our intelligence analysts had reached out to Cobb County to get them in the loop.
And at some point, did they come to the headquarters and interview them?
They did.
Now, just to kind of ask some additional questions as to that interview. Now, was that interview conducted in the same room?
Yes.
And at some point, did detectives from Cobb County come and interview the defendant as he is seated there, as we saw?
Yes.
Now, at some point after kind of going over all of that, did you and Sergeant Johnson come back in and continue your interview?
We did.
So now I'm going to skip to that portion when you come back into the interview, and that's on this one video 3 of Safety Exhibit 470.
Judge, I may have some questions. It's a new interview.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you a question about that.
Concerning the first one, yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. When you restarted this interview, and how long were you out before you came back in?
I'm not exactly sure how long it was that we were out of the room.
15, 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, it wasn't a very long time period. So yeah, within a half an hour.
Okay, within a half hour. Did you reread his Miranda warnings?
No, we did not.
Okay. Even though you had a new situation that you wanted to ask questions about?
That's correct. He had already been advised of those and was still in our custody, so.
And you saw that he was beginning to get maybe sick there at the end.
Yes.
And did you ask him anything about that, whether he felt like he could continue or anything of that nature?
Other than asking if he needed the trash can kind of right before we left, that was all I recall. And I don't remember if when we restarted, if I brought that up again or not.
All right. And the Cobb County officers, when did they arrive?
I don't know the exact time they arrived. Sometime I'm guessing around 6 p.m. So.
And you were still interviewing?
Yes.
All right. And did they come into the interview room?
They did after we went out and convened with them, and then they came in.
Okay. And was there Miranda warnings read at that point?
I don't recall if they read him an independent Miranda warning or not.
Okay. All right, thank you. Judge, we would object to any continuing playing of the video because we think it's a violation. The fact that they waited 30 minutes before they came back in. This is a new interview, and we feel like they did not read it around the morning. Consequently, anything from here on would not be admissible.
You're talking about the interview that continues with Sandy Springs Police Department, or the interview that he's referring to with Cobb County?
The continuation, when they were gone for 30 minutes and then came back in didn't remind him of his constitutional rights or didn't read the Miranda warning again, then we think that's a violation.
Okay, I'll hear from the state.
So that's just not required. This is a continuation of the interview that they have already been conducting. So, I mean, it's not a violation. I had already asked the officer at any point he unequivocally wanted to withdraw and stop speaking. So there's just not a violation. It's just a continuation of the same interview, which is done in almost every case where interviews are conducted. They step out and they come right back in. It is not required for Miranda to be reread to him in 30-minute gap.
Yeah, I would agree if they'd gone out for 5 minutes to take a break or something like that. This is an interview where they are gathering other information about another case. And they waited maybe 30 minutes before they came back in, knowing that they were going to be interviewing about another case, and they did not read Miranda. I think that puts it in a different category.
Objections noted, but I'm gonna overrule the objection. The objections noted for the record. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. And so just to go back to State's Exhibit 470, which has already been admitted to evidence, this is disc 2, video 1, starting at 18:04 and 16 seconds.
Good meeting. Good on water. Oh, yeah. I guess I wanted to just back on the night part thing, you know, kind of this thing you did. You talked about that research back on, was it 9 years?
Yeah.
You know, there might be some good information for us because there's a witness now, I wouldn't solve matters. And you said you're talking to cigarettes.
All I saw was that they have like a Bible in my necessary bathroom. And then it's really awesome when you see somebody says like with pencil. That's awesome.
Did you go look for anything?
No, I had to like look at it there, you know, when I was like thinking about it.
Did you see anything suspicious with it?
No, I can't think of anything suspicious.
Hear anything?
No, that's weird.
Like, oh,
I don't know, I'm also like shooting here. It's just such
who would that be?
when I was a kid, one of our parents' friends, I remember kind of good friends with their kids. So they were just friends. But then they
Do you know who was there at?
no. I think she said it was just like, it's a random couple. So,
You know, kids living there?
I'm not sure. I think the people that lived there before they were a kid.
How old was the kid?
The old people they said, I don't know, it was young, I think.
What about the people that live there?
I guess they're dead.
Yeah, it's,
That neighborhood wasn't that bad, actually, so it's something like that.
yeah, you have any Hickses?
I don't know. Some of them pretty something like this. I'm not sure they have to do. No.
Do that, trouble breaking down. And we sit here and we're passionate kids.
So I do hear somebody typing in the background. It's totally up to y'all. I think I can get past this part. I mean, because we can't hear nothing anyways, right? Oh gosh, look how long they're in there. Do y'all want me to move past this part and go and take us up? Yeah, okay. I'll move us past this part. And yeah, because we can't hear nothing anyways.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Detective Peter Dwyer.
You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated, and once you are seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Detective Peter Dwyer, Peter Dwyer.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Dwyer, how are you employed?
I currently work for the Sandy Springs Police Department.
How many years have you been with Sandy Springs Police?
I started in 2016, so just under 10.
And what is your role with Sandy Springs Police?
I currently am assigned to Criminal Investigation Division.
As a detective?
Correct.
How many years total have you been in law enforcement?
It's going to be just under 13 years. I started with Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Wonderful. And you're post certified?
I am.
Excellent. I want to draw your attention to November 19th of 2021. Were you with Sandy Springs Police Department at that time?
I was.
And did you have an occasion to get called out to 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Atlanta?
It's the Sandy Springs address,
yes.
but yes, I was made aware of this, that occurred there.
Okay, and at that time, when you were made aware of that incident, were you in some sort of training?
I was in a training class at Roswell.
Okay, did they ask you to respond to the scene?
That's correct. My supervisor requested me and the detective leave training and respond to the scene due to the nature of the incident.
Once you responded to the scene, where was your attention drawn, or what did you start to do?
I was first responded to headquarters where we received the assignment to go see if we could locate the suspect's vehicle. We were made aware one of our officers had been injured in an incident, and the suspect's vehicle would be parked nearby.
Were you given information as to the make and model of that vehicle?
Yes.
And do you recall what type of vehicle it
I
was?
don't recall off the top of my head.
That's okay. Where did you start your search for the vehicle?
I believe I started somewhere in the neighborhood where the incident occurred, and I kind of worked my way out.
And why is it that, I guess, explain for the court what type of investigation you held in trying to determine where this car was located?
Sure. At that time, I was assigned to the street crimes unit where we track pattern criminal activity. And we had a rash of burglaries at that time that were also working. And so I believe more than likely those burglars were used parking in streets nearby and crossing through woods to get to homes.
So did you think that the incident you were responding to was potentially related to this other string of burglaries that you were working?
Initially, yes.
Obviously, in the end, did it have any relationship whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Nonetheless, because you were working this other string of burglaries, where did you conduct your search?
So I ended up conducting my search along the north side drive, just off Interstate 285. The woods in that neighborhood backed up to that area, and they were pretty decent sized woods, but I believe it was possible that the suspect had gone to the woods to get to those homes.
Thank you.
Is that kind of what you had seen with this other string of burglaries, is walking through woods to a different location to where they would park their vehicles?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state 675 and previously shown to defense counsel. Have you seen this map previously?
I have.
And did you recognize the map?
I do.
How is it that you recognize the map?
This is the western edge of the city of Sandy Springs.
And does it include both the location in which you found the vehicle as well as the incident location?
It includes them.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that area and those two addresses?
It is.
This time, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 675 into evidence.
Any objection?
Oh,
State 675 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
And that little screen in front of you should be showing the same image here. So what is this highway that we see kind of in the center of the picture?
It's labeled the perimeter, but that's Interstate 285.
And then you mentioned New Northside Drive. What was the exact address of where you ended up locating the suspect vehicle?
It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There's a small cul-de-sac that I don't know if you can see. It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There's a small cul-de-sac in that area that where the woods, where it starts where the woods begin, and the vehicle is located along that area.
And how close is this 5665 New Northside Drive to the 285?
It's right off the interstate, like, I mean, less than a quarter mile.
Now, if you were to be on foot, are you able to walk more directly from 5665 New Northside Drive to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
Yes, if you cross through the woods.
Now, we also see that there's this little body of water here. Is that something that you can just kind of hop over?
I believe it's a creek. I don't remember the size of the creek though.
Now, when you found this vehicle, and let me back up. Did the vehicle that you found, did it match the vehicle that you were looking for?
Yes.
Was it the same make, model, and license plate number?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to determine whether you, whether the vehicle was able to be operated?
No, looked like it appeared to have been abandoned or left there at that point.
And so what did you do?
I requested our tow truck company, which is A-Town, and I just kept watching the vehicle until the tow truck company responded.
Did you enter the vehicle in any way before it was towed?
No.
Once the tow truck arrived on scene, were they able to attach the vehicle to the tow truck?
I believe so, yes.
And where was the car towed?
It was towed to police headquarters.
Did you follow the tow truck?
I did.
And once the vehicle was then at police headquarters, was it kind of turned over to a different detective for getting a search warrant and searching the vehicle?
That is correct.
From there, after you followed the tow truck to police headquarters, where did you go?
I responded back to police headquarters, obviously with the vehicle, and I was requested in North Fulton to sit with the accused.
And when you say North Fulton, is that a hospital facility?
Yeah, North Fulton is a hospital up in the city of Rossville.
So at that point in time, was Mr. Lanz already at the North Fulton Hospital?
That is correct.
Now, when you're at a hospital, are you even able to get any information as to what drugs someone may be prescribed or given during that day?
No, they don't typically give that information out.
Nonetheless, did you stay at the hospital until he was released?
I did.
Was he released that same day?
He was.
From there, were you part of the transport team that was responsible for Mr. Lanz?
I was.
From the hospital, where did you transport him?
He was transported to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Was that for purposes of an interview?
For an interview, and then so we could pick up paperwork to transport to jail.
And then once you were at headquarters, did you stand by at headquarters?
I did.
Were you intimately aware of or watching all of his interviews?
Not that I recall.
Nonetheless, were you asked to just stay there until all of the police interviews were done so that your team could have him transported to the jail?
Yes, we stood by until we were requested to finish the transport to Fulton County.
And who else were you with that day?
Detective Donaldson,
And is that Donelson?
Donelson, that's right.
So after he was through at headquarters, were you and Donaldson responsible for getting him safely from headquarters to the jail?
That is correct.
And that jail was at Fulton County?
That is Fulton County Jail, correct?
Did you put him into the patrol car?
Yes,
Whose patrol car was he inside of?
he was transported in Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle.
He was transported.
In Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle?
And was that patrol car equipped with audio and video?
It was.
Alright, is that the patrol car video that you've seen previously?
It is.
And prior to testifying, did you review the entirety of that patrol car video?
I did.
Alright, and are you actually at least heard getting him into that vehicle?
Correct.
Alright, and are you also then at the Fulton jail and assisted getting him out of the vehicle?
Correct.
And the timestamps of that transport, was that all accurate to encompass the entirety of the transport from when you put him into the vehicle until he was taken out of Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
And is that all fair and accurate recording of his time inside Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
At this time, statement tender states 469 into evidence, which is the in-car video from Detective Donaldson's vehicle depicting Mr. Lanz.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States 469 is admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, and we will jump forward to 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Where is it? And before we get started, any responding voice that we hear, is that Detective Donaldson's voice?
That is correct.
So for the record, we are starting this 5 minutes and 48 seconds into this vehicle. The timestamp on the video is November 20th, 2021, I apologize, at 1:29 a.m.
Family doesn't even know I've been, threatened and, almost beat to death or whatever on the curb of intimidation. They don't know that I'm okay, I don't think. But I don't know, I'll let them know on the phone, I guess.
I can't hear you. You gotta speak up.
Never mind. Did you see how close that neck shot was to brainstorming me? Bro, that shit probably should have just happened on God. I'm just saying, bro, like, even though I know in my heart it was that justified observation, I still feel pain for knowing that there was a child or whatever in that lady's belly.
You still feel what?
Huh?
What did you say?
I still feel terrible about knowing that there was a baby in that woman's body.
Which woman?
Bro, is that true? Was she pregnant
What
with
are
twins?
you talking about?
I'm just saying, dude, like, was the lady pregnant? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe.
For the record, we're stopping that at 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the recording, the timestamp on the video being 1:32 and 44 seconds. Now, Detective Dwyer, do you recall whether you or Donaldson had any knowledge or intimate details of the County murders at that point in time?
At that point in time, I do not believe we did. I mean, we may have been aware Cobb County was out of the police department, but I don't think we had any information on why or what it was related to at that point.
All right, now, I want to go back momentarily. During any point in time from the time that you spent with Mr. Lanz at the hospital, the time you spent with him transporting him to headquarters, getting him into Donaldson's vehicle at headquarters, getting him out of the vehicle at the Fulton County Jail, during any of that time period, did you have concerns that he was under the influence, drunk or high, any indicators such as that?
I didn't have any concerns he was under the influence at that point. I mean, I assumed at the hospital he gave him some type of pain medication, but he didn't seem under the influence to me.
Did you notice any sort of inability to walk or stand or falling asleep unexpectedly or anything along those lines?
No, I mean, he had followed instructions. He stood up. I mean, he walked into the jail on his own power. I mean, he didn't stumble. I saw no issue there.
Very good. And do you see Mr. Matthew Lanz in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out for the court?
He's sitting at the defendant's table wearing a neon, I think, green jumpsuit with longer hair.
Let the record reflect that he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great. Attorney Barry, you may proceed with cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you, sir?
And approximately how far was it from where you found the automobile to the incident location? The home invasion?
Are you talking driving or as the crow flies?
Probably one who was walking. How far would that be?
I couldn't guess how far it was. I'm not very good at math. I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, under a couple miles, though. Under.
And you indicated that there was some damage to the vehicle.
Well, I don't recall if I indicated that or not. But in my report, did I?
You know, what was wrong with the vehicle that was abandoned?
It just appeared abandoned on the side of the road.
Okay. No damage to it. Didn't know whether it ran out of gas. It was just abandoned.
Not that I recall. I don't recall.
Now, the video that we just saw started at 5:48. Was there any conversation before 5:48?
I was not present in that vehicle. I was following directly behind.
Okay. But you listened to the video, you didn't?
I did.
Was there any conversation that you heard or you gleaned from
I don't
that
recall any
video?
conversation prior to that.
Okay. What about after 8:42? Did you glean any conversations after 8:42?
I believe he questioned once we entered the jail complex, he questioned whether it was jail or prison. And I think that was the extent of the conversations.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions during any of the time he was there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And did Officer Donaldson, did he ask him any questions either?
I didn't hear him, Detective Donaldson ask any questions.
All right, thank you.
Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Your Honor,
All
thank
right,
you.
may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection?
Yeah.
Okay, Detective Dwyer, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Stay safe. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective LeVan Mason.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Have a seat for me. And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
First name is Levan, L-E-V as in Victor, A-N. Last name is Mason, M-A-S-O-N.
Thank you. You may proceed. ADA Green.
Detective, how are you employed?
I'm currently with the Cobb County Police Department with the technology-based crimes unit
How many years have you been with the technology-based crimes unit?
since 2014.
And how many years total have you been law enforcement?
22 and change, I guess.
22 years?
Yes.
Wonderful. And you're post-certified?
Yes.
What are the primary job responsibilities as a detective with the technology-based crimes unit?
Just handling most of what the devices that come to us and just getting digital evidence from, be it phones, computers, video surveillance, just where digital evidence is needed for cases.
Wonderful. What is, since we'll be talking about phone extractions, that's where I want to focus. What is a phone extraction?
It's, well, if we have a cell phone that's brought to us, we use proprietary software and hardware to interface with the phone and make copies basically of the information that's on the phone as it's brought to us.
And is some of that proprietary software Celebrite?
It is.
All right, and is Celebrite approved by industry standards?
Yes.
And what specifically does Celebrite do?
It goes, well, it interfaces with the phone and basically makes a copy of the file system on the phone and packages it in such a way that we can move it from point A to point B, and then we drag it into Celebrite software that decodes, parses everything out, and basically puts it in a format where you can see the categories of everything that's on the phone.
Very good. Have you received any specialized training, specifically or certification with Celebrite to be able to use Celebrite for purposes of phone extractions?
Yes, I've been certified with Celebrite since, I want to say 2015, just after joining you.
Wonderful. And how many extractions on average do you perform each month?
A month, probably in the teens.
Okay. And then over the course of your career, just a rough estimate of how many phone extractions you performed?
I would say hundreds, possibly into the thousands, but hundreds definitely.
You kind of alluded to this a little bit, but how many steps are there? If we really just boil it down to layman's terms, how many steps are there in the phone extraction process?
You plug the phone into basically a data port. The software interacts with the phone, runs background algorithms that are proprietary to Celebrite to actually communicate with the phone and copy that data from it. And then after that, the data that's extracted goes into a proprietary file that only Celebrite's software can read. That file goes into their software and then it parses everything out. So maybe 2 or 3 steps total.
And when that data is parsed out and put into a readable format through Celebrite, are you able to manipulate any of the data within?
No.
Okay, and is it an exact copy of the data that exists on the phone?
Correct.
All right, now, are there times that you're not able to get certain categories of data or what's called a full extraction?
Depending on what type of extraction you get, what type of phone it is, what type of, I guess, background programming that the Celebrite software actually interacts with the phone and what it's able to glean from that phone. That is correct, yes.
Certainly, when you have a brand new iPhone, is it harder to get full extractions from it?
Yes.
Now, is there anyone with your same background and certification through Celebrite able to repeat the steps that you conduct and achieve the same results or the same extraction?
Yes.
Now, once you put this into readable format through Celebrite, what do you typically do with the phone extraction?
The phone extraction is usually, well, there's a report generated from it, which is the reader report that you mentioned, that usually goes to the investigator or whoever's actually looking into the case so that they can look at the contents of the phone and see what's pertinent to their case. But we store the extraction itself and then generate a report that goes to the investigator so they can use that for the investigation.
Okay, very good. Did you perform 2 phone extractions in this case?
I did.
And the phones that you extracted, did you use Celebrite specifically to perform those extractions?
Yes, for both of them. Yes.
All right, and were those the devices that belong to Justin and Amber Hicks?
Yes.
All right, first I'm going to show you state 605 here, which has already been tendered and admitted. Was this Amber Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
All right, and then state 606 again, which has already been tendered. Was this Justin Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
And where did you actually get these devices from?
I responded to the initial scene after the incident was being investigated, and crime scene techs were working the scene, and they actually collected those phones from the scene and turned them directly over to me and transported them back to the office for analysis.
Okay. Was that for purpose of expediting this investigation?
Yes.
All right, did you conduct this same process of plugging it into Celebrite, allowing it to extract the data and then put it into readable format that you previously described for the court?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you go back and look at your phone extractions for both of these devices?
Yes.
All right, and are those phone extractions the phone extractions that you performed on State's Exhibit 605 and 606?
Yes.
All right, and has anything been manipulated or changed?
Couldn't be, no.
And I was gonna get to that. Can you even manipulate it and change it?
No.
All right, very good. So at this time, State moves to tender State's Exhibit 472 into evidence, which is on the master drive. That is Amber Hicks's phone extraction, as well as State's Exhibit 473, which is on the master drive and is Justin Hicks's phone extraction.
Any objection is to 472?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection is to Exhibit 473?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Exhibit 472 and 473 are admitted.
Now, in this particular case, did you personally go through the contents of those devices and analyze the data found within?
No.
Was that
analysis, other than confirming that the phone was the phone that belonged to the person that we believed it belonged to.
Absolutely. Did you find evidence to confirm that it was in fact Amber Hicks's phone and Justin Hicks's phone?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Beyond that, did you provide the phone extractions to Detective Stannard to look at in detail and analyze?
Yes.
Right. Did that pretty much conclude your direct involvement in this case?
Yes.
I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for Detective Mason?
Just one question. Did you do anything else at the scene there on November the 18th?
I did assist with some of the video canvassing with working different houses in the area as far as seeing if anybody had any video that was active and pertinent to the case.
And did you do any of the work on that after they were obtained from the various homes?
The video evidence that we did have was turned over to one of our other detectives that was basically analyzing the video data kind of en masse.
Was that Detective Smith?
Yes.
But your job at that point was collecting them and then giving them.
Identifying who had video and actually getting it to a place where you could actually look at it.
Did you do anything else in relation to that?
There was a couple of other devices that were in the house it was kind of a search of the house to see if there was anything else pertinent to video that was in the house, but there was nothing else that was found that actually was capturing the video other than just gathering the phones.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection? Thank you. Detective Mason, excused. Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe. Right. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Jason Harder.
You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat for me, and once seated, if you'd please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Jason Harder, JASONHARDER.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant, how are you employed?
Cobb County Police Department
And how many years have you been with Cobb County Police Department?
since 2007.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a sergeant with the technology-based crimes unit.
How many years have you been a sergeant over technology-based crimes?
August 2022.
And did you have previous experience with technology-based crimes?
Yes.
And how many years prior were you a detective with technology-based crimes unit?
July of 2017 till I believe it was March of 2022.
Very good. So a number of years, was that 8 years or so, working specifically with technology-based crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as a sergeant with technology-based crimes, do you still have the skill set, and are you still responsible for performing things like phone extractions or forensic video acquisition and analysis when needed?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. I want to jump right in. We've heard a little bit about Celebrate, but I want to talk to you about Gray Key. What is Gray Key?
Gray Key is an advanced tool that came on the market about 2019 roughly, and it has the capability of performing advanced actions with various devices.
Is it similar in nature to Celebrate in terms of being able to extract data off of a phone?
Yes.
And are there times that you actually use both Gray Key and Celebrate?
Yes.
Can you explain what the purpose would be in using both softwares?
With Gray Key is very specific on what it can acquire at that time, which was a file system. If you wanted to do anything with a SIM card, perform an advanced logical or anything like that, you had to move over to Celebrate to perform those extractions.
I'll jump right into this particular case where you asked to perform a cell phone extraction in this case.
Yes.
Okay, and how many cell phones were you asked to extract?
One.
Okay, and do you remember what type of device it was?
Apple iPhone.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 665. Do you recognize State 665?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize State 665?
That is the item number as well as the physical device. Had a cracked screen and same as the photos I took.
I'm sorry.
Same as the photos that I had taken from our report.
And so is 665 the actual physical device that you extracted in this case?
Yes.
All right, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 665 into evidence.
Any objection? State 665 is admitted.
And while, just to be clear, did you originally collect this evidence from where it was located?
No.
Okay, was it provided to you for purposes of the phone extraction?
Yes.
And what was your understanding as to the owner of this particular device?
I believe it was the suspect in the case.
Is that Matthew Lanz?
Yes, sir.
Now, for this particular device, did you have to use both Gray Key and Celebrate?
We used Gray Key for the file system as well as Celebrate, I believe, for the SIM extractions.
And in using both of the software programs, were you able to obtain a relatively complete phone extraction from the device?
Yes, on what we could acquire.
And when you say
On what we could acquire. Sorry.
And when you say on what we could acquire, can you explain that a little bit further for the court?
When we talk about data collection, it's what's available at the time we're able to collect it. There used to be different extraction types where you can get the entire end-to-end data from a device, but that changed around iPhone 4, where it went to you can only get certain data sets from phones due to the developer securities and things that limited the tools that we had. So at that time, we're only able to do a file system.
Now, did you successfully extract the file system?
Yes.
In the file system that you did successfully extract, is all of that content true and accurate copies of what would be on the physical device itself?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you have an opportunity to look at the copy of your phone extraction that you performed?
Yes.
Right, and were you able to confirm that that is a true and accurate copy of the extraction that you personally handled?
Yes, it was.
Okay, at this time, state moves to tender states exhibit 471 into evidence, which is defendant Matthew Lanz's phone extraction, which is contained on the state's master drive.
Is there any objection to states 471?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Thank you. Exhibit 471 is admitted.
Now, do you always personally go through phone extractions, or is it kind of a case-by-case basis?
Case by case.
In this particular case, what did you do after you extracted the data from Matthew Lanz's device?
Brought it in a physical analyzer, generated a reader report, and provided that to the requesting detective.
Okay, was that detective standard in this case?
Yes, it was.
Very good. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, no way.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective Hardy may step down, sir. Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe.
So we're going to get.
Yes, of course. All right, this looks like an appropriate time for us to take our lunch break. So we'll go to lunch now and be back at 1 p.m. Okay, so not 1:30, but 1 p.m. we'll be back today. All right, everyone enjoy lunch and I'll see you all at 1 p.m. Court is in recess.
You say you couldn't understand a word that she just said. You say you missed the whole first day? Okay, so they are on break to 1 o'clock. So that is 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. What, about an hour and a half? So it look like we got about an hour and a half. Let's do this. I thought I did it. Okay. So is there any testimony that y'all want me to replay? I know we probably don't want to listen to any of these videos. We can. Yes, that does help macro. It does. It does. You want us to have an intermission? We can. Or I can put some video up here for us to play. Yeah, because it looks like we're going to be gone for about an hour and a half. I don't have any TiVo time. And I don't think there's anything else out here in these YouTube streets for us to cover right now. What do y'all think? Yeah, I'll leave that up to y'all. I mean, I can leave a room open and I can put some video on here, or we can break for right now and I'll start it back up. I can send out another alert when it's time. Yeah, because I wouldn't mind playing the opening statements and, the first day. Oh, really? That's interesting. Let me see what we have up here. I'm just looking to see if there's anything. Like Corey Richardson's was denied bond, her request for bail. I don't know what that's about. We already know Karen Reed didn't file suit against everybody. I can't even keep up with that. Yeah. God, a homeowner is charged in unaliving shooting of a house cleaner at the wrong door. Good grief. Yeah, well, we can play that because I would like to see what is the defense. I can't remember what the defense is telling us. And those that want to watch it, and if you don't, if you just want to listen, I don't know. Y'all could tell me, and y'all could Yeah, because I don't want to listen to any of that bad recording. So we'll listen to the first day. I would like to see the opening statements again, and of course, we had Dad's and then we'll kind of go from there. Let me see.
Good morning, everyone. I am Judge Sonia Brown. I'm the presiding judge for this jury trial calendar for Monday, November 17th at 9 a.m. Position 1, Matthew Scott Lanz. Good morning. Okay, I just need to call. I have a couple things on the calendar, so just want to make sure you all are ready.
We're ready.
Okay, thank you. Position 2, Jamarcus Blackman. Okay, is Mr. Blackman or Mr. Willingham present? He's here. Can you stand for me, please, Mr. Blackman? Is Mr. Willingham still representing you? You talk just I'll let you use your outside voice. Just talk a little louder for me so I can hear you. No, I just need to know if Mr. Willingham's your attorney or not. Who's your attorney now? Mr. Patterson, is he on his way? Okay, have a seat for me, okay? Thank you, sir. And position 3, Christopher Gayton was completed by plea. Yes. All right, so we'll just wait and see until Mr. Patterson gets here. But I do believe that state and defense are ready to proceed with Mr. Lanz. So you all, let's check in at a break. And if you talk to Mr. Patterson when he gets here, and we'll see where we are. Thank you. All right. We are ready to proceed forward on the state of Georgia versus Matthews. Communicated to Mr. Lanz for consideration.
Your Honor, given the posture of the case, we never got into any substantive plea discussions. Of course, if that was something he was interested in, we would have those conversations, but he would be required to plead to the entirety of his case.
Okay, thank you. And periodically, we will have sidebars and bench conferences that we need to have conversations outside of the presence of those in the courtroom. Attorney Berry, do you waive Mr. Lanz's presence at those sidebars and bench conferences, and then with stipulation that you will communicate to Mr. Lanz what is discussed during those bench conferences? Okay. All right, for those who are present in the courtroom, I do want to remind you, one, that there should be no audio and video recordings or pictures taken during the course of these proceedings, unless, of course, you have received consideration and permission from the court, such as the media, to use audio or video recordings or pictures. For those who are on Zoom, I do want to remind you that this still is a court proceeding, and the rules of the court also must be followed for those who are on Zoom. Zoom is a courtesy to those who are viewing. And so you are to also be reminded there should be no audio or video recordings, nor should any pictures be taken during the course of these proceedings. Also want to remind those, unless you are an officer of the court, a staff member of the court, law enforcement, or again, media who has permission, all phones should be turned off, not on vibrate, off. And the reason I ask that is we want to ensure that there are no interruptions during the course of these proceedings, and the court, as well as the attorneys, are able to hear everything that is being communicated. If you need to take a phone call, if you need to text, I do understand that life does not stop because we are in this courtroom. I do ask that you please step out, take whatever phone calls or text messages that you need to do, and then you can come back in. Also want to remind everybody that while I recognize that this is in a very emotional time and this proceedings can cause some emotions to be felt, I do ask that you try to contain them as best as you can while in court. If you get over emotional, that is okay, but I do ask that you please step outside until you're able to compose yourselves and be mindful that there is court going on in other courtrooms on this floor. And so once that is done, you can always, of course, come back in. We're more than happy to have you come back in and rejoin us in the courtroom. All right. Yeah, no, we're ready to proceed. There are a few things that you all said that you need to enter on the record, but we do need to have the indictment and have Mr. Lanz enter his plea before we begin and join issue.
That's correct, and we do have some stipulations. Okay. Read those in the record.
We will. I just want to make sure everything is signed and issue is joined, and we'll proceed with the stipulations in just a moment. We are here today to try the case entitled The State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, the defendant having freely, voluntarily, and intelligently waived his right to a jury trial and having been advised by his attorney of the rights that he is giving up and the possible consequences, has requested a bench trial in which the court will decide the case and determine the verdict of guilty or not guilty. The defendant, Matthew Scott Lanz, has been indicted by the grand jury of Cobb County in an indictment that is composed of the following counts. Count 1, malice murder. Count 2, malice murder. Count 3, felony murder. Count 4, felony murder. Count 5, felony murder. Count 6, felony murder. Count 7, home invasion. Count 8, aggravated assault. Count 9, aggravated assault. Count 10, possession of firearm during commission of a felony. Count 11, possession of firearm during commission of a felony. Count 12, cruelty to children in the second degree. Count 13, tampering with evidence. To this indictment and the counts that I've just read, the defendant has pled not guilty and denies each and every allegation therein. This is what forms the issue that is to be tried. And again, there are stipulations that you all would like to put on the record and any other procedural concerns or issues that the court needs to be made aware of.
Sure, if we can approach on one matter.
Yes.
That'd be great.
are present in the courtroom, because I will be invoking the rule of sequestration. And so all witnesses should remain outside of the courtroom, except when you are personally called to testify. And additionally, all witnesses should not discuss the case with any other witnesses or parties until the evidence is concluded, or the witnesses individually have, all of them have been excused from further appearance. You are permitted, however, to discuss your testimony with the attorney in this case. And counsel, I will remind both the state and the defense that you are to instruct your witnesses of the requirements of the rule of sequestration in this case.
Your Honor, we are asking for an exception for the lead detective in this case, Detective Zachary Stan, who's seated at council table.
Great. Any objection? Okay. Detective Stanner, you are able to remain in the courtroom. Right. In stipulations?
So, Your Honor, we do have written stipulations here. They are labeled stipulations 1 through 9. Both myself and Mr. Berry have signed the stipulation.
Okay.
There are some state's exhibit numbers that are blank right now because we have not pre-numbered all of the evidence in this case. So we can go ahead and provide this to Your Honor. We don't need to read any of them into the record at this time. And we will update those missing numbers as we progress.
Okay. Thank you. Attorney Berry, you have an opportunity. This is the okay. Okay.
What we'll do is once we've got the exhibit on
Okay. Thank you. Great. State ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed? Okay. State, we're now ready for the opening statements. You may proceed.
September 5th, 2021. A momentous day in this young couple's life. They did something on this day that most young relationships can't do these days. Justin and Amber Hicks bought their dream home. And on this day, they moved into that home at 5059 Robina Drive here in Cobb County. They bought this home just days after their son Jacob's birthday. But 73 days later, 73 short days in their achievement of this home, on November the 18th, 2021, a family's worst nightmare came true.
I want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times if we're going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. According to my mother, they've been off social media for about 12 hours now.
The morning of November 18th shattered this family. November 18th, not only was this family shattered, but so was the back window of that house. And that is what they found. But we got to go back just a couple hours. November the 17th, 2021. On this day, it was a day just like every single other day for Justin, Amber, and Jacob. They had come home that night like any other day. Justin and Amber got Jacob ready for bed, got him fed, cleaned up the house, and put him down for the night. In this home that they are finally moved into and enjoying, Jacob and Amber are cuddling up on the couch. Jacob is upstairs sleeping in his bed. Amber watching the baby monitor to her side. They sat on this couch to watch TV, enjoy the night. But what the Hicks didn't know is that on this night, there was someone lurking on the outside of their home. They had just recently put up this Christmas tree. This Christmas tree was right next to the living room, connected. What they didn't know was that there was someone outside looking at this Christmas tree. And around 10 p.m. that night, this family's worst nightmare came true. Around 10 p.m., the back window of their home was broken into. The Hicks were unaware. They were defenseless. They were executed. All while Jacob was asleep upstairs. This is the state of Georgia versus Matthew Lanz. Now, you've read out the charges right before I started opening, but I do find that it's important to go through those charges as we put up evidence through this case during this week so that you know what to look for. Now, count one in the indictment is malice murder. This is did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, by shooting Timothy Hicks with a firearm. Now, just for the court, Timothy Hicks is the legal name of Justin Hicks. It's Timothy Justin Hicks. He just went by Justin, but that is his legal name. Count two, malice murder, did unlawfully with malice aforethought cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, by shooting Amber Hicks with a firearm. Count three, felony murder, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, home invasion, as set forth in count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Count 4, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, home invasion, as set forth in the count 7 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Now, this is count 7, which those two prior counts are predicated upon, which is this home invasion, did unlawfully without authority and with the intent to commit forcible felonies therein, to wit, murder and aggravated assault while in possession of a firearm, to wit, a handgun, a deadly weapon, enter the dwelling house of another, to wit, the Hicks residence located at 5059 Verbena Drive, Northwest, Acworth, Georgia, while it was occupied by Timothy Hicks, Amber Hicks, and Jacob Hicks, persons with authority to be present therein. Now, jumping back to count 5, this is another felony murder count. While in the commission of a felony, to wit, aggravated assault, as set forth in count 8 of this indictment, did cause the death of Timothy Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Then count 8, in which that is predicated upon, aggravated assault, did make an assault upon the person of Timothy Hicks with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit, a handgun. Count 6, felony murder, while in the commission of a felony, to wit, aggravated assault, as set forth in count 9 of this indictment, did cause the death of Amber Hicks, a human being, irrespective of malice. Then the predicated count of count 9, aggravated assault, did make an assault upon the person of Amber Hicks with a firearm, a deadly weapon, to wit, a handgun. Count 10, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm, to wit, a handgun, during the commission of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Timothy Hicks. Count 11, possession of firearm during the commission of a felony, did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm, to wit, a handgun, during the commission of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault, felony crimes involving the person of Amber Hicks. Count 12, cruelty to children in the 2nd degree, did with criminal negligence cause Jacob Hicks, a child under the age of 18 years old, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by leaving Jacob Hicks's parents deceased in the home with said child, resulting in the 2-year-old child being alone and unsupervised for approximately 12 hours, during which Jacob Hicks was unable to feed himself, change his diaper, or get the attention of his parents, causing him excessive physical and mental pain. Count 13, tampering with evidence. Did knowingly conceal physical evidence, to wit shell casings, said evidence involving the prosecution of the offenses of murder, home invasion, and aggravated assault with the intent to prevent the apprehension of and obstruct the prosecution of said accused. To wit, said accused did remove shell casings from the murder scene so as to avoid apprehension and otherwise obstruct the prosecution of himself. Now that's the counts in this indictment that we are moving forward through this trial, and those are the elements that the court has defined. But I do find that it would be helpful that we kind of put in front of the court a roadmap of who we're going to hear from, what we're going to hear about, and so forth. So I'd like to introduce you to the parties. This is the Hicks. This is Justin, Amber, and Jacob. To the left, we have Justin Hicks. As I previously stated, Justin's full legal name is Timothy Justin Hicks, but he went by Justin. Throughout this trial, we'll be referring to him as Justin. He was 31 years old at the time of his death. He was married to Amber Hicks. He had one son, Jacob Hicks, and he was a Cherokee County firefighter. Then here on the right, we have Amber Hicks. She was 31 years old at the time of her death. She was married to Justin Hicks. She had one son, Jacob, and she was an audiology assistant. And then we have Jacob Hicks. He was 2 years old at the time of his murder. He's 6 now. He was home at the time of the murder. He was alone. Within several hours of their deceased bodies were within that home. And you're going to hear evidence that Jacob tried to cuddle with his parents as they lay deceased on that couch. You will hear and see evidence that Jacob tried to play with his parents with toys, as you will see toys on Jacob or Justin. During that time, you will hear that Jacob had no ability to get the attention of anyone. He had no ability to get food or water or change his diaper. As I previously stated, the Hicks moved into 5059 Rabina Drive on September 5th, 2021. For the court, I have a visual of a map, which the location of these homes is very important. Now, the Hicks residence is located here on Menandra Way and Verbena Drive, the corner there circled in yellow. Now the defendant, Matthew Lanz, he was 22 years old at the time of this murder. He's now 26. Throughout this trial, you will hear about his family, and you will hear interviews of several of his family members. His father is Scott Lanz. His mother is Teresa Lanz. You will hear about his older brother, Austin, and you will also hear that he is deceased. You will also hear that he has 2 additional sisters. The defendant grew up at this home at 600 Delphinium Boulevard, where he lived with his parents and all of his siblings. Now, back to the map where we've already indicated where the Hicks residence is. Here on this map, you can see the defendant's residence is right behind the Hicks residence. It's important for the court to know that the backs of these houses are actually facing each other. So if you would walk out the back door of the Hicks residence, you would be looking at the back door of the defendant's residence. You're also going to hear that the defendant was a University of Georgia student. He had an apartment up there. It was located at 435 North Church Street, apartment 4, Athens, Georgia. You are also going to hear that the defendant drives a 2008 black Lexus GS 350. Now, having that little understanding as to these parties, I'm going to go through the timeline as to the events that you're going to hear about. So we're going to go to November 17th, 2021. You're going to see numerous surveillance videos throughout this trial of surrounding residents. Here at 7:09, you will see surveillance video of the last known footage of Justin, Amber, and Jacob. This is the last known footage of Amber and Justin being alive, and that's at 7:09 p.m. You're going to hear that the defendant gave an interview in this case, and you will hear that the defendant admits to driving from his Athens apartment to his 600 Delphinium home, the Lanz family home, that night. And just for a quick reminder, that is right behind the Hickses residence. Now, you're going to see some additional surveillance video footage of surrounding residents of the Lanz and Hicks residence. You are going to see that at 9:20 p.m. on November 17th, 2021, the defendant drives his black Lexus towards the direction of his home. And that is towards his home. And you are going to hear during the defendant's interview that he admits to parking at his house at the 600 Delphinium residence, where he parks in the driveway, and then he admits to going into the backyard, kind of walking around and smoking a cigarette. You will hear that the defendant admits that he never enters inside his home. He only stays outside of the 600 Delphinium house. Now, to just preface some of these surveillance videos, they are incredibly difficult to see because of how dark they are. However, you will hear from Detective Smith in this case, who is going to walk through these videos and show you where to look as to where you can see the defendant walking from to and from his residence to the Hicks residence. So between 9:31 and 9:32, it can be seen the defendant walking around the rear and side of the Hicks residence. Now at 9:32, you will see the defendant walk back towards his residence. And like I said, as displayed, it is difficult to see, but as the evidence is presented to the court, we will point you to where to look. Now, between the times of 9:43 p.m. and 9:44 p.m., you will actually see the defendant again walking the property line. Now at 9:55, you will actually see in this video, as soon as I press play, you will see that a light turns on. At 9:55, you will see the exterior mounted motion sensor light connected to the Hicks residence at 9:55 p.m. Now this light is located right where that window is that I previously told the court about. Now, about 15 minutes later, you will see surveillance footage of the defendant actually leaving the residence away from the Hicks residence. You will hear that the defendant then drove from his 600 Delphinium house back to his apartment in Athens. It's about an hour 45 to 2 hour drive. You will hear that the defendant admits to driving back from his family home to his apartment in Athens. You're going to hear that the defendant's phone was seized when he was taken into custody. A Celebrite extraction was done of his phone, and it will show that between the times of 10:16 p.m. on November the 17th to 12:43 a.m. of November the 18th, so leading into the next morning, his phone was placed into airplane mode. So while the evidence is going to show on his way back to Athens, his phone was in airplane mode. Which leads us to November the 18th, 2021. On that morning, 9:34 a.m., that is when police received a 911 call for a welfare check, trying to get in contact with Justin and Amber. You will hear on that 911 call of a broken window on the back side of the house. And it's there that's when this investigation began. You're going to see body camera and photos of this home. And when officers arrive, this is what they find. They find this broken glass of the back window of the home. Inside, you can hear a dog and you can hear Jacob kind of making some noise on the inside. Now, there is no response with Justin and Amber. You will watch the body camera footage as Officer Brown makes his way, as he's the first officer inside the home, he makes his way into the home where that Christmas tree is. As he looks inside, he sees little Jacob peering around the corner, hiding. Officer Brown will testify that his priority was him, Jacob. He picks up Jacob and gets him out of there. You will hear that Jacob was covered in blood, he was wet, and he had a dirty diaper. It's here in the living room, officers find both Justin and Amber deceased here in the living room. You can see that Christmas tree just right behind them. Crime scene was able to find and locate 3 9mm casings and 2 projectiles. You will hear about more projectiles, and as you hear from the medical examiner, but on scene, that is what's found. You're going to hear that there was 5 gunshot wounds to Justin and Amber, where those gunshot wounds were the cause and manner of death for both Justin and Amber. Shortly thereafter, the 911 call and the investigation began. As investigations take hold, officers and cars are all around this location of the Verbena house, the Hicks household. Around 12 p.m., Teresa Lanz, the defendant's mother, finds out about this murder. Teresa Lanz then goes from the 600 Delphinium house up to the defendant's apartment up in Acworth. You will hear that Teresa Lanz arrives to the defendant's apartment around 2:30 p.m. on November the 18th, 2021. You will hear that she found the defendant sleeping at 2:30 in the afternoon and would pound on the door and try to get his attention. When the defendant would then come to his mother at the front door, he was in possession of a firearm. You're going to hear from Scott Lanz in an interview that shortly after Teresa Lanz got to the apartment up in Athens, he would then arrive. He also found the defendant having a firearm. You're going to hear that Teresa and Scott took that firearm from the defendant and a .40 caliber magazine. They would then leave the defendant at his apartment and drive back to the 600 Delphinium house. You are going to hear that the defendant admits that his parents came to his apartment in Athens and that they took his gun from him. Shortly after that, on November the 18th, later that night, officers are actually executing a search warrant of the Lanz household. That is where Teresa and Scott are at the house, and you will hear that Scott tells police, I took the gun from the defendant and I placed it inside of the house. It's located in a sports coat pocket upstairs in a closet. Officers would then search the house where they would find a Zev OZ 9mm pistol in the upstairs closet in a sport coat jacket. You are going to hear about a DNA examination of that Zev OZ 9mm pistol. You're going to hear from forensic biologist Ted Bill with the ATF that he conducted a DNA comparison of swabs of the pistol to that of the defendant. You are going to hear that the DNA profile of the swabs of the pistol are consistent to that of the defendant. You are also going to hear that there was a firearm examination done of this firearm. And you are going to hear from firearm tool mark examiner Vanna Kelly with the ATF, where she was sent the 3 casings that were found on scene and then conducted test fires of the Zev OZ 9mm that was sent to her and compared those 3 casings to the test fires that came from that Zev OZ 9mm. You are going to hear that the casings that are found on the scene were fired by this Zev OZ 9mm pistol. Now, jumping back to the timeline, November 19th, 2021. You are going to hear around 9 a.m., 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Sandy Springs, Georgia. You are going to hear about a 911 call of a burglary in progress. You are going to hear that Sandy Springs police officers arrive to that residence and they find the defendant inside the home, upstairs in this home. You're going to hear that the officers enter that home and command the defendant to come down from the upstairs. You are going to watch the body camera footage of this interaction with the defendant. After several minutes of commanding him to come down, the defendant would make his way down this staircase, dressed fully in camouflage, several layers with mask and a fishing hat. You will then watch as the defendant, as soon as he hits that bottom step, attacks one of the officers there. You will see and watch that the defendant then stabs the Sandy Springs sergeant in the back of the neck multiple times. It is at this point that officers then shoot the defendant twice. They shoot him in the neck and the right upper chest. You will watch the defendant be taken out of that home and into the front yard where he was subdued. He was tended to, taken to the hospital, and then into custody. Now, I want to talk about the 3 main pieces of evidence that you're going to hear about, and really they're just categories of evidence. Those 3 pieces of evidence are digital evidence, statements, and forensic evidence. What I mean by digital evidence, it's really the evidence that puts the timeline together. The surrounding surveillance videos of homes surrounding the Hicks and the Lanz residence that show the defendant's arrival, the departure, and then in addition to the defendant's phone extraction being placed in the airplane mode. You're also going to hear about Justin and Amber's phone extraction, which showed their last known activity. Now, statements, the defendant's statements to law enforcement, Scott Lanz's statements to law enforcement, and Teresa Lanz's statements to law enforcement. And last, the forensic evidence. This is the defendant's gun. You're going to hear that he is the rightful owner of that gun. He had bought that gun. You're going to hear that the defendant's DNA is on that gun. And the casings that are recovered on scene were fired from that gun. Now, some expectations as we move through this week. There's no video of the murder itself. There was no video on the living room of where this murder occurred. But with the surveillance videos and the circumstantial evidence, we were able to provide that timeline to the court. There are 2 missing casings from the crime scene, because you will hear from Dr. Ashrath that they were shot. There were 5 shots, but there are 2 missing casings. As I previously stated, the surveillance video in the front of the Hicks household is incredibly difficult to see because of the dark nature. However, Detective Smith will show and point where to look at the appropriate time. There is no perfect timeline. There never is. But we will present a timeline for the court to make the findings that we need to make. The defendant's statements during these interviews are odd at times, and you will not hear a specific motive in this case. Now, as the court knows, my duty is that the burden is on us. It's always on us. The burden of proof is always on the state to prove every criminal case as to each essential element of the crime charge beyond reasonable doubt, and that never shifts. Now, your duty this week is to listen to the evidence and ascertain the truth. What I mean by that is that I ask the court to look at the 5 C's. That's the corroboration of the evidence, consistencies and inconsistencies in the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses as they take the witness stand, and the conduct of the parties. And last, just common sense. At the end of the evidence, we will ask that you return a verdict that speaks the truth. There is only one truth in this case, and that truth is that the defendant is guilty to all counts of this indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aiden Horowitz. Attorney Barrett, would you like to make your opening statement at this point?
Very short.
Okay, you may proceed.
The object of all legal investigation obviously is to seek the truth. This is a very emotional case, very difficult case, as the court pointed out earlier. As the court already knows from your experience, the state has the duty and responsibility of proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And of course, what they say in opening is just what they allege the evidence to be. We'll have an opportunity to test that evidence and talk about it. Matthew believes that he has been set up by either FBI, CIA, or some government agency. I think you'll hear some information about that through the statements. Or have the ability to listen to those and evaluate those. We believe that, and certainly are confident that the court, after you hear all the evidence in the case, will be able to make an enlightened and fair judgment as to the guilt of Matthew. We'll have an opportunity to come back before the court and talk about what the state's case has proven and not proven. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Barry. State, you may call your first witness.
State calls Timothy Hicks.
Right here, sir. Just remain standing.
You'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Have a seat for me, please. And once you're seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Timothy Johnson Hicks, and Timothy Johsson, Hicks, Hicks, and I go by Tim.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed, ADA.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, we have shown all exhibits to defense counsel. Tim, before you took the stand, did I show you this photograph, State's Exhibit 1?
You did.
All right, and who's in that photograph?
That's Justin, Amber, and Jake.
Is that fair and accurate in-life photograph of Justin and Amber Hicks?
It is.
At this time, I move to tender State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection? State 1 is admitted.
May I publish this?
Yes.
All right, Tim, looking here at State's Exhibit 1, you said that it was Justin and Amber. Who is Justin Hicks?
Justin Hicks is my son.
What was his legal name?
Timothy Justin Hicks.
So not exactly a junior, but close.
Close.
And did Timothy Justin Hicks go by Justin?
He did.
How old was he at the time of his death?
At the time of his death, he was 31.
What did he do for a living?
He was a firefighter for Cherokee County, firefighter paramedic.
How long was he with Cherokee County Fire Department?
Before his death, about 6 years.
Did he wear any glasses or corrective lenses or anything?
He did. He wore glasses.
Did he wear them regularly or just at night?
Somewhat regular, but I think mostly for driving and reading and watching TV, things like that.
Who is Amber Hicks?
Amber's my daughter-in-law. She would be Justin's wife.
Did she go by Amber?
She did.
How old was she?
Amber was also 31.
What did she do for a living?
She was an audiology assistant at the time of her death.
Wonderful. How long were they married? Do you remember when they got married?
I believe the year they got married was 2017.
Do you remember the date?
April, maybe April 12th.
So April 22nd sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, April 22nd of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm doing math correctly, were they married for about 4 years at the time of their deaths?
They were.
And then here in the photo, we also have this little boy. What is his name?
The little boy's Jacob Raymond Hicks.
When is his birthday?
September 4th, 2019.
Also, prior to taking the stand, did I show you State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recognize that photo?
I did.
And who's that a photo of today?
Can I see it again? I know that I
That's
saw
okay.
it. And
That's okay. State's 3.
that's Jacob.
Is this a more recent photograph?
It's not that old.
And is that a fair and accurate photo of Jacob today, one of the surviving victims in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
State is to tender State's Exhibit 3 in evidence.
Any objection? State 3 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So how old is Jacob today?
Today, Jacob's 6.
Where does he primarily live?
He lives with my wife and I, Charlene.
And your wife, is that Justin's dad?
No, Justin's mom.
I mean, mom, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
okay.
Yes, okay. I want to talk to you about 5059 Verbena Drive. Do you recognize that address?
I do.
And prior to testifying, did you see a photo of that residence?
I have.
Okay. Was that State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you recognize that photograph? Had you seen it before?
Yes, ma'am.
How had you seen it before?
I saw it by Justin and Amber, and I believe it one time or another it was probably a Facebook post. And my wife and I both, I think, were text a copy of it.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of their residence at 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
State news to tender State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Any objection? States 2 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Is this the photo we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall?
Oh, yeah, that's correct.
And do you recall the significance of this photo or when it was taken?
If I remember correctly, the photo was taken shortly after they moved in.
Is this kind of that obligatory first new home photograph?
Yeah.
Now that address, 5059 Verbena Drive, what is the city that it's located in?
Acworth.
Is that in Cobb County?
Yes, ma'am.
Who kind of initiated the purchase of this home?
Well, Justin and Amber both saw the home and were looking together. And when they saw this particular home, I believe Amber kind of fell in love with it, and that's kind of the house that she wanted. So that's the one they aggressively pursued.
Were they excited when they were able to purchase this home?
A whole lot.
This is a big deal for them.
Yeah.
Now, once they moved into this residence in September of 2021, did they decorate and furnish the house?
Yeah, they decorated and furnished it.
Did they keep it pretty clean?
Clean's not the word for it. I mean, Justin's a neat freak.
Okay. Immaculate, maybe.
Oh yeah, he didn't have a speck of dust or crumb or he's pretty. I'm not saying Amber wasn't, but I know Justin was.
Did they typically, clean up and tidy up before they went to bed at night or relax?
Yeah, typically that dishes were done, things were put away. In fact, they even, best I can remember, they prepared for the next day. They had, like, Justin would have his uniforms pressed or whatever and ready to go.
Diaper bag packed,
Diaper bag packed, and
What about safety measures? Did they have their house baby proofs for Jacob?
They did. Jacob's room, actually, Justin had turned the bedroom door into a two-way door, maybe like a barn door, where you could open the top or the bottom, and they'd open the top so they could see in, but Jacob couldn't get out without them knowing it. And they had a baby monitor. They had gates on the upper and lower end of the staircase. And if I remember right, they had a gate or two actually on the main level blocking something. And those gates were locking gates. I forget the kind of lock, but it was more or less a child-proof lock.
Do you know whether those child-proof locks were engaged when, typically when Justin and Amber were still awake at night, but Jacob had already gone to sleep?
If Jacob had gone to sleep and they were sitting up for a little while, the gates were most likely unlocked.
But they would secure them before
They
bed?
would secure them when they went to bed.
What about locks on, baby locks on like doors to the exterior?
They had some of those. They also had some of those little hinge things you put on cabinet doors and things like that. plugs in the sockets and outlets and,
Really made a lot of efforts to keep that house babysitting.
you know,
Did they have a security system?
they did, I believe it was, one called Ring. Was it Ring? That's what sounds, what I remember. I think it was Ring. One of them at the door, cameras, and you can see it on your cell phone, kind of thing.
And do you know whether they had subscriptions where data stored for things like the footage?
I think they did. I think they had, I don't know who the alarm company was, but I believe they did have some sort of, they had some sort of system where it was recorded.
Want to direct your attention to November 17th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Unfortunately, I do.
Do you remember what Justin was doing on November 17th of 2021?
On that particular day, he was off of work. My wife and I were babysitters for Jacob while they worked. And anytime Justin was off, he kept Jacob himself. So I knew that he was off because Jacob was with him. And not sure what all they did that day. Hang on, let me gather my thoughts back.
Well, let me ask you this. So Justin and Jacob were home that day.
On the 17th, yeah, I'm trying to get the date between
That's
17 and 18,
I
right?
know, it's okay. What kind of car did Justin drive?
Justin drove a black F-150 pickup truck.
And did Amber have her own car as well?
She did. She had a Chevrolet Equinox.
And do you know on November 17th of 2021, were both of their vehicles home?
No, that particular day would have only been Justin's truck because they had gone the night before. Or that, yeah. They dropped it off at a mechanic and need some sort of repairs. And so they had dropped it off and met up at some point and would have all been in Justin's truck.
Did anything for the time that you had contact with them on November 17th of 2021, did anything seem off to you?
Everything seemed fairly normal.
And now I want to talk to you about November 18th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yeah, that's where my memories mostly, where I'm drawn to trying to answer questions about the 17th.
Why is it that your memory is drawn there? What happened on November 18th of 2021?
My wife and I were in bed asleep. It's early in the morning. And my phone rang and it was Amber's work, her boss from work. And she had asked if we knew where Amber was. And I told her, no, we don't know what was going on. She said she hasn't reported for work. And I'm like, okay. And it's kind of like spiritual radar went off inside me and I knew something was wrong. I'm personally a pattern person. And I just keep up with patterns. And I knew that she should be at work. Justin would be off with Jacob. And so I immediately woke my wife up and I told her, if you're going with me, get in the van, let's go. And we drove to their house on Verbena. And we parked in the driveway and I noticed first the garage, because that's where when you pull in, the garage was, which we're facing. Off to the left was the sidewalk that led to the front door. I ended up going to the front door and I was banging on it very hard. And I gradually got harder and harder because I wasn't getting any response. And finally I was banging on it so hard it was actually bowing a little bit. And I didn't hear the dog bark. I didn't hear Jacob. I didn't hear anybody. So I have prior law enforcement experience, so I did go over there armed, and I kind of jumped into law enforcement mode, and I started searching the perimeter of the house. I left the front door and went around to the left side of the house and was walking edging the wall all the way around, quick peeks and looking. In the backyard, they have this little breezeway kind of thing, like a patio. And when I got to the corner of the house there, where that separates, I did a quick peek, and I saw that the blinds and curtains were flapping in the wind, and there's glass everywhere on the patio. I knew then there'd been some sort of forced entry. I approached the window. My intent was to go in. I approached the window, pushed the blinds back. And I looked in. The first thing I saw was a bunch of glass inside that room. That room that door and window enters would have been Jacob's playroom. And as I looked in there, I noticed there's lots of glass all on the floor. I peeked a little further and looked to the left. The left would have been their living room or den, or however you want to call it, their TV room, the couch and all over there. And as I peeked in, I saw them. I saw that they weren't okay. And then when I saw that, I'd already kind of got into cop mode, and I backed out because I was the only one there, other than my wife and daughter, and they wasn't going to help me clear the house. That wasn't even going to happen. So I backed out the window, and I took a low ready position. And my daughter called 911 and had my wife take the van out of the driveway, parking on the street, and I had both of them get on the opposite side of the van for cover. I didn't know if anyone was still in the house or not.
I want to stop you right there, so I want to slow down just a little.
Okay.
Had you ever gotten a call from Amber's work before?
Never have. I have, but not on things like that. It was generally, I own a woodworking business, and they called a couple of times, want to help with some projects they're working on, but nothing out of the ordinary, like nothing that's a life-changing pattern, it's all other things.
So to your knowledge, had she ever just not shown up to work?
Amber never do that. If she wasn't going, she'd call.
Prior, I know you said you just got that feeling and wanted to get in the car immediately. Did you try to call Amber?
We did. We tried to call both their phones. I had my wife, I think maybe my wife and my daughter calling them as we were driving, or as I was driving.
And were you ever able to get any response from them?
No response on either phone. And that just intensified the whole unction. Something's not right.
Did you try texting as well?
Maybe. I don't remember for sure, but probably.
When you say that you all jumped in the car, so who was driving?
I was driving the van, and
Who was in the front with you?
my wife would have been in the front seat and my daughter in the back.
And who's your daughter?
Ashley Hicks.
And so Ashley and Justin are brother and sister.
They are.
Who's older?
Justin will be older. And then I have a son, Michael. He would be next, and then Ashley's the baby.
So you mentioned that you have prior law enforcement experience. Where was that?
Cherokee County.
How many years?
Just right about 15 years.
And so when you originally arrived there, where did you park your vehicle or the van?
When I first pulled in, I pulled straight in the driveway beside Justin's truck.
So your car was basically right next to him at the parking spot.
Right next to the truck in the driveway. The truck would have been to my left as I pulled in.
And when you said that you went to the front door and you were kind of pounding on the door, were your wife and Ashley next to you, or did they stay in the van?
They got out. They wasn't quite up to the door yet. They never really moved too much out of the driveway until I got to the back. And then Charlene just kind of peeked around the corner. And that's when I told her, I said, get back, move the van up to the street. And actually, you call 911. And then both of you get on the opposite side of the van and stay down, hunker down and stay there.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves to tender states exhibits 4, 5, and 6. States exhibit 4 is the business record certificate from Cobb County 911 Communications. States exhibit 5 is the 911 audio recording of Ashley Hicks, and states exhibit 6 is the CAD report. Both the audio and CAD report are covered by the business record certificate in states 4.
Any objection to 4, 5, and 6? States 4, 5, and 6 are admitted.
And Your Honor, can we go ahead and publish states exhibit 5?
Yes.
Now, what's the location of your emergency?
Hi, I'm here to report a break-in.
What's the address?
That is the address. 1 second, ma'am. What's the address? $50.59 Verbena.
359 Verbena.
5059 Verbena.
And what is your name?
We need someone here immediately.
What is your name?
Ashley Hicks.
Your
My
telephone
brother
number?
and his wife and 2-year-old son are missing.
What's your telephone number?
678
Uh-huh.
523
Uh-huh.
7974.
Right, and tell me exactly what's going on.
What, ma'am?
Tell me exactly what has happened.
So, my sister-in-law's work called saying that she hasn't called in today and it's out of character for her. So we stopped by their house in a the area trying to see if they made something. And one of the windows in the back is broken.
There's a window in the back that's broken.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you guys gone inside the house?
No.
Okay.
My father's a retired cop, and he does have a gun with him for
But
defense.
you guys are waiting outside for the officers, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, we are standing,
Okay.
at the edges of the street.
All right, give me just
By
one
the
second,
driveway.
give me just 1 second to type in what you said, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You feel the back glass of the door or just the window?
The window, ma'am. We don't know if anyone's still in the house. The fathers kept us all outside and away from the house.
Right now, I've got it in for dispatch. So you guys have not went inside the residence. And where did you say you were standing?
We're standing by the driveway,
Are there,
kind of on the road. I am wearing a purple hoodie, and my dad is wearing a gray sweatshirt, and my mother is wearing a black hoodie. Again, we are unsure if there's anybody still in the house. We currently haven't heard anything, but we haven't checked, so we're unsure.
okay. Now, as far as the family, are their cars gone or Like normally, would you see a car in a driveway and it's not there, or it is there?
There are typically 2 cars. My brother, his wife, and their son went to drop off his wife's car. So far, only the truck is here. And no one has heard from them so far in about 11 to 12 hours.
What's your brother's name?
Justin Hicks, Timothy Justin Hicks.
What's his wife's name?
Amber Hicks,
And how many children do they have?
just one. He is a 2-year-old named Jacob Raymond Hicks.
Okay. Now, as far as anything else with you guys looking at the house, I'm not asking you to go back down there. Do you see anything else that looks like it's been disturbed or that it doesn't look right?
Not that I could see. I went around the house with my father, and all we noticed was a broken window.
And that you know of, that window was not broken before?
No, ma'am. My father said for the police to get here now, or he's gonna go in.
They're on the way. I would suggest that you stay there and wait for them.
He said EMT needs to get here too.
The what?
EMT needs to get here too.
Who's injured?
In case. He said just in case. We don't know if anyone's still inside or not. We're now across the other side of the street. It's a neighbor's driveway. We're trying to stay away from the house.
And you guys have tried calling them on their phones and they're not answering? Is that correct? Ashley?
We'll now publish part 2 of that same call.
Hello?
Hey, we got disconnected.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just want to confirm that you guys have called them on their phones and they didn't answer.
We've tried calling multiple times now. My brother's phone rings a few times if we're going to voicemail. My sister-in-law's phone immediately goes to voicemail. As according to my mother, they have been off social media for about 12 hours now.
Okay.
Do you know how long police will get here?
They're responding emergency. You guys just stay where you are.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, she said they're responding emergency.
I've got 4 officers that are on the way. So you guys just wait there and let them check that home, okay?
Yes, ma'am. She said 4 officers are on the way.
I'm gonna stay on the phone with you until they get there, that way you can let me know if you see anything or if anything changes, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Yes.
They're coming emergency, they're running lights and sirens, and the sergeant is also en route. You guys just stay where you are, okay? I'll let you know when I show their close.
Yes, ma'am. She says they're responding emergency. The sheriff is also inbound.
No, the sergeant.
He has what's the ETA?
They're responding lights and sirens, just hold on.
She said they're responding lights and sirens. He's asking if you could radio them what their ETA is. He's a retired cop from Cherokee.
One second, I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am. Nothing yet. Ma'am, are you still there?
I'm still here.
One just pulled up. Cobb County Police.
All right, then you can let me go, they're there.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Tim, was anyone found alive inside that residence?
Jacob was eventually.
What about any pets?
They had a dog named Bruno and a cat named, Cat? Yeah, cat's name was Cat. Bruno, the officers eventually brought, Bruno and Jacob out of the house. I'd like, if you don't mind, I want to say that during that 911 call, I haven't told my wife or daughter anything about what I saw. I left it alone, and I guess my wife was kind of having unctions as well, and that's what you hear in the background, is her screaming out.
Is that why you went ahead and asked for EMT?
Yeah.
Okay, when your daughter said just in case.
When I saw them inside the house, based on my experience, I knew that they were gone and there was no bringing them back from what I saw. But yeah, I asked anyway.
And at that point, had you laid eyes on Jacob? Did you know whether he was
I did
alive
not
or-
see Jacob at all. I was very concerned about it. Honestly, my first thought was that he had also been killed.
When you finally laid eyes on Jacob, was he crying?
He was not saying anything or crying. The officer that brought him out was a black officer, and I think his name was Winston. I think. And he brought him out, and Jacob was basically catatonic. He had a blank stare on his face. He wasn't crying. He wasn't saying a word. They just hung in Officer Winston's arm like a sack of potatoes. And Officer Winston brought him over to my wife and I at the van. And normally when Jacob would see Nana, he'd just bubble up. he did nothing. He didn't acknowledge anything.
Have you ever seen him like this before?
Never have.
What was he wearing?
He was wearing pajamas, a long sleeve shirt and pajama pants bottom, and his pajamas had been covered in blood, and it was dried.
The blood was dry.
It was dried on his clothes, and it bled through to his skin.
Do you remember whether his pajamas were otherwise dry or wet?
He had on a diaper. I don't know how many times he'd gone in it, but it was heavy. I mean, he was wet for sure. I don't remember if he had number 2 or not, but he was wet more than once.
A heavy diaper is the way you
A
describe
heavy
it.
diaper.
Did he have anything in his hands?
Yeah. He was clutching Justin's glasses. And he wouldn't let go of them. He pried them from his hand. And I believe, I don't remember for sure if it was me or who, but we ended up giving them to the detectives, the glasses.
Are those glasses that Jacob or that Justin would use to watch TV?
Yeah.
Now, developmentally, was Jacob a fairly normal 2-year-old?
Absolutely.
Was he attached to his parents?
Yes.
Did he often try to get their attention?
Yeah. Yeah, if he wanted something, he didn't have a problem trying to get somebody's attention to get it or whatever. Still don't.
If his parents were on a call or busy or preoccupied, would he get frustrated if he couldn't get their attention?
Yeah, he would keep pursuing.
Kind of like any 2-year-old.
Like any 2-year-old.
Do you know what time he woke up back around that time? Typically, I mean.
Typically, he would wake up probably between 6 and 6:30 in the morning. The habit, I mean, he woke up pretty, he kept steady with the pattern even when Justin was off and kept him. But the pattern is when Charlene and I would watch him, he would get up about 6:30, and Justin and Amber would get ready for work, and Amber would drop him off at our house to babysit for the day. And he was up by then, stayed up, usually.
And so typically when he woke up between 6 and 6:30 in the morning, we'll give a diaper change.
Oh, yeah. He would have his diaper changed.
Was he potty trained at all?
Not then, no.
Now, was he able to change himself or put on his own clothes or anything?
Not then.
And so Justin and Amber would wake him up, change diaper, put clothes on.
Right.
What about feeding himself? Who typically prepared his breakfast?
Amber and Justin would occasionally, if Justin was off from work, and then usually he had breakfast when he got to our house.
Is that still pretty early?
Excuse me?
Is that still pretty early in the morning?
Yeah, by then there'd be 8 o'clock maybe.
Now, was he able to get anything out of the refrigerator or go in the pantry himself and make his own breakfast back when he was 2?
No, not then.
Able to get himself any water or anything?
No.
Now, by 10 o'clock in the morning, had he typically eaten by then?
Yeah, usually by 10 he'd had his food and probably a couple of cups of juice or something from a sippy cup.
Snacks?
Probably snacks, yeah.
Now, on that day, do you remember once he came out of the home, did he eat at all?
The best I know that he had not eaten since dinner time the night before.
Did you have him checked out by EMS?
The EMS was on the scene, and I remember it was a female EMT or paramedic. I'm not sure what her title was, but she was a medic. I knew that. And she stayed kind of close to us. And at one point, Jacob still hadn't come around. It took a few hours for him to even realize he was still in the world. And when he
So guys, we got through almost all of Dad's testimony. They are back in court. This judge really is on time with all her stuff, right? We like judges that's on time, and she's definitely on time. So I am going to take us live back in the courtroom. Yeah, that was very hard testimony to get through. I did clip it, so if anybody didn't get to hear the whole thing, you're more than welcome to, of course, check it out on the channel, right? And I try to clip up some of the important stuff. Or Monday, I did do as a no fluff day, so it shouldn't have any commercials or, me talking. I guess I consider myself a commercial nowadays. Yeah, so let me get us back live in the courtroom. I can't imagine. I don't even know who else they could be calling, but they got somebody else on the stand, so we'll just see. There our judge, looking just as pretty as she want to be. Let me get her up here so y'all can see her. She look like she can cook some greens, beans, potatoes, tomatoes, hog, mog. That's you name it. You name it, Auntie Judge. She doing the greens, beans, tomatoes. I know that song, hog, mog. She doing it all. You name it. I know that's what y'all out here trying to do. Y'all trying to do it. Ain't she, Lynn? She doing it, right? That auntie, like, she gonna get it. You come on, you name it. She got it this Thanksgiving, y'all. I'm telling you. The collard greens, all of it, baby. Deep down in the South. I ain't mad at her. I ain't mad, baby. Ooh, wee. We're gonna have some good eating going on in these houses. I know. I want to send me a special Play-Doh delivery. Everybody deliver. Ooh, I'm telling you, I'm gonna be so rolled over next week. It's gonna be daggone ridiculous. I'm like, I need to go. How do you diet a week before? I need to lose 10 pounds in order to get into Thanksgiving dinner. Like, I can't even go in Thanksgiving dinner talk about I'm gonna lose weight. I'm going on the diet after Thanksgiving. I need to go in on a diet. Oh boy, I'm probably gonna fast next week. I need to fast for like 3 days before we go into this meal, because I'm probably and Thanksgiving meal food, just on the side note, it is so damn heavy. Like, it's so heavy. Like, all I can do is eat and sleep. You say I plan on not losing weight. Pretty, I don't even get dressed, okay? I cook so much, like I'm a last minute shopper, a last minute cooker. So I'll be up all Thanksgiving night, all the next morning, like in between sleeping, and I'm just gonna throw we eating here right here at the house, just us, and because I don't have no family down here in Arizona, so it'll just be us, and we'll get it together. Except for my brother-in-law. No, they down here, but I don't think they really do Thanksgiving. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And that'll be it. And I'm just gonna eat, roll over, eat again, roll over, eat again, roll. Yeah, that's my plan. So I gotta lose weight before I go in. All right, guys. Let me go ahead and put us in back to the courtroom.
All right, we are back on the record for the state of Georgia versus Matthew Scott Lanz, 22-900-952. We are present here in the open courtroom, present to the court, the clerk, the court reporter. Mr. Lanz is represented by Attorney Jenny Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Hurwitz. Good afternoon, everyone. Is there anything that we need to put on the record, any concerns, any procedural issues? Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state, we have your next witness.
State calls Detective Zachary Stanner.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, and once seated, if you please say and spell your true and correct legal name for record.
My name is Detective Zachary Stanner. First name is Zachary. Last name Stannard.
Right, we proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, how are you employed?
Currently employed with the Cobb County Police Department.
And what is your current role with Cobb County Police?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Cobb County Police Homeland Security Unit, where I was then assigned as the task force officer to the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
How long have you been in that position with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
I was assigned to the Homeland Security Unit about a year ago.
And you're still attached with CCPD?
That is correct.
Prior to this new assignment, how were you employed?
I was first employed as a uniform patrol officer in Precinct 3. That's where I began my career. From there, I was assigned as a detective to our criminal investigations unit at Precinct 3, which is responsible for property crime related investigations, so burglaries, stolen cars, thefts, things of that nature. From there, I transferred to the crimes against persons unit, which is essentially our robbery homicide unit. Spent about just shy of 6 years there, and then I went to the Homeland Security unit. Actually, I then went to the organized crime investigations unit, where I was there momentarily until I was transferred to the Homeland Security unit.
How many years specifically were you a detective with crimes against persons?
Oh, 5.5 years.
And what were your responsibilities as a detective with crimes against persons?
In the crimes against persons unit, we primarily focus on armed robberies and homicide investigations. However, we also do investigate other violent crimes like aggravated assaults, aggravated batteries. We also did adult sex crimes. We would also investigate other deaths, natural deaths, suicides, or any accidental deaths that may have occurred in the county.
Very good. Are you post certified?
I am.
And then how many years total have you worked in law enforcement?
12 and a half now.
I want to direct your attention to November 18th of 2021. Were you a detective with crimes against persons at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what hours did you typically work back then?
That time I was on day shift. I believe the hours were from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Tell the court about your notification of this particular case.
So I was working my normal day shift. The call came into a supervisory detective, typically a sergeant, who will field calls from the patrol division. From there, my supervisor informed me that there was a homicide in our precinct 1 area in Acworth. He then assigned me as the lead detective.
Was that at 5059 Ravenna Drive?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that here at Cobb County?
It is.
Did you respond to the scene?
I did.
What were your observations of the scene?
So when I first got to the scene, there was already a large amount of patrol officers there who had already responded and cleared the home. So my first thing that I did when I arrived was speak to the officers, kind of get an idea of what they saw, what they heard, what they may have encountered upon their arrival. At that time, the child, Jacob Hicks, was already reunited with some of the family members. There had already been multiple family members on scene and had stayed on scene. The first thing I did was do a perimeter walk around the house as I'm speaking with patrol officers, and they're relaying information to me. So I was initially directed to the rear of the home, where I was informed that they discovered some forced entry. The first thing I saw and examined was a broken window on the first floor of the home near the back patio area.
And typically, when you see signs of forced entry, where does your mind start going?
That crime has likely occurred.
Do you typically start then looking for evidence of things being rummaged through or theft or something along those lines?
That would be one of the things we would look at. And going back to my property detective days, I did work a lot of burglaries, and that was a common theme you see in burglary investigations.
Did you see any evidence of that sort of burglary, of going through drawers, rummaging through property, taking any valuables?
No, once I entered the home, there was kind of a bit of a chaotic scene in the living room and sunroom area. However, outside the initial scene, inside the home, there were valuables, purses, computers, cell phones, weapons, mouse. Nothing else really seemed disturbed or appeared as things that had been removed from the home as far as valuable items.
Did it appear that anything really at all had been touched in the upstairs area?
No, it did not look disturbed upstairs.
What were your observations of Amber and Justin Hicks?
My observations, I found Amber Hicks on the couch. If you were facing the couch, she would have been on the far left, so closest to where the window had been damaged. She was laying down on the couch with her feet propped up. She had her shoulder blades kind of resting on the back cushion of the couch, and her head slumped down. I could immediately tell just by some of the blood patterns that I noticed on her clothes that she had been likely shot multiple times. I then saw that Justin Hicks, he was on the far right side of the couch, you're facing the couch, on the floor with his back shoulders leaned up against the sofa. He appeared to have, just from examining that part of the scene, I suspected that he had stood up momentarily before being struck. As well with Justin, I saw multiple spots blood spots on his clothing that indicated to me that he was also likely shot multiple times.
Was it completely obvious where these gunshots were prior to medical examiner or investigators arriving on scene?
I could see that Justin had some blood on his shirt on one of his arms. I also saw that Amber had a shirt kind of pulling near the center of her clothing, but I can't tell where all the shots were on the body.
So at that time, when you first arrived on scene, could you really determine exactly how many shots there were for each Amber and Justin?
Not until the medical examiner's office arrived.
What sort of physical evidence were you all able to discover on scene?
So initially, obviously, once we determined that it was likely they were suffered from gunshot wounds, we were looking for shell casings.
Were you all able to find any?
Yes, 3 shell casings were recovered from the first floor of the home.
Okay, do you remember where those shell casings were located?
Yes, 1 shell casing was located in the kitchen area near the stove. 1 shell casing was located underneath a little kid's trampoline that was in this sunroom that had been converted into like a play area for the young child. And then 1 shell casing was, sorry, I have to think about that. The 3rd shell casing, I have to check that.
That's okay, we'll circle back to that. Typically, when a gun is fired, how are casings ejected from a gun?
To the rear to the right.
Now, do you ever expect that wherever a shell casing first lands, it's going to stay in that exact position?
Typically not. It also depends on the scene. As from my recollection at hardwood, so shell casings can roll on a hard surface if it's something like grass or has some foliage, just shrubbery or something that could get lands and stay right where it is. But yeah, something like a hardwood floor, things could roll or shift.
When you all are looking at location of casings, are you really just looking at that general area as opposed to precise locations?
Yes, and in terms of the house, we're looking primarily on that first floor in that area.
Of the casings that you all were able to recover, first of all, what size casings were these?
This is a 9mm.
Do you recall the head stamp on these?
SIG.
The SIG?
Correct.
Of the casings that were located there, did any of them seem in an unnatural position?
In an unnatural position, they were spread out pretty far within the residence.
With respect to your observations on scene, did you ever make a determination or have an opinion as to where the shooter was likely standing in terms of behind the couch versus in front of the couch?
Based on where the shot placements were on the body, to the right of the victims, in between the couch and the broken window.
Was there any indication based on the shots of these victims that the shooter would have been firing from behind the couch?
No.
Were there any casings located in the kitchen?
There were.
And did it seem that casing could have landed there based on where you believe the shooter was standing?
I don't believe so.
Now, with respect to the casing that was located kind of behind the dog bed, could that have been kind of where the casing originally landed?
I don't believe so. Could it maybe that they were so spread out that it didn't really make sense for a person to be standing in that position?
Because of that, what type of efforts did you all have to find the casings in this case?
So while we were doing our evaluation of the Amber and Justin Hicks, we determined that they suffered from multiple gunshot wounds, likely within 5 or 6 gunshot wounds divided between the two of them. We only located 3 shell casings initially. They were a bit difficult to find. So standing in the living room area of the residence, just looking around, you expect to kind of see a shell casing. They were a little difficult to find, so you had to look under things, like behind a dog bed, look all the way in the kitchen, look under a trampoline. Kind of took a minute to find these. We only recovered 3. We knew we at least had possibly at least 2 more. We removed the cushions from the couch after the medical examiner's office had removed the bodies. We took out the carpet, they had like a rug underneath the couch, we removed that. And we were looking behind picture frames, moving toys and toy chests throughout the house looking for these shell casings. We couldn't find the additional shell casings.
So it sounds like y'all looked in the playroom as well, near the Christmas tree and so forth.
The whole first floor of the house, we looked behind every different cranny that we could.
What about projectiles?
Yes, we did recover projectiles on scene.
How many projectiles?
2 on scene.
Okay. Were those consistent with the 9mm?
In my opinion, yes.
Now, within the home, we've seen some of this, but were there various devices capable of recording and storing video evidence?
There were.
Okay. Did that include the front door?
Yes.
Did that include the side door?
Yes, there was a camera there.
Okay. Was there also some sort of like doggy camera?
Yes, I can recall the actual official name of that camera system. There was some kind of camera for your pet cam you would set up when you go away so you can watch your dog. Unfortunately, that was unplugged and powered off. It was sitting on a shelf elevator.
And what about the cameras, one at the side door and one at the front door? What about the camera at the side door and the front door? What efforts did you make to determine whether there was stored footage?
So that was both of those cameras were through the Nest camera system, which is owned by Google. So later on in the investigation, after I got back to the office, the first thing I did was send what we call preservation requests to Google and Nest saying, hey, if there are any data, please save it and preserve it before it can be deleted. From there, I then sent legal process to Google, who again, like I said, owns Nest. When I received a response back from Google, I discovered that the way their account was set up, they had like a free trial run And back in 2021, if you had the free trial run, it would do motion activated images. So it would take an image if there was some motion detected. And if you had the free storage at the time, it would only stay for 3 hours. So any footage that happened during this time frame of this crime was deleted and rewritten and overwritten. So by the time we got the 911 call, any storage that may have existed at that time, those images would be gone.
So based on the scene itself, talking only about the Hickses residence, were you able to collect any evidence other than the 3 casings and the 2 projectiles?
We recovered some mobile devices that belonged to the victims, as well as we took their some Apple Watch devices that were charging in the upstairs master bedroom.
We're gonna look at those items in just a moment. Were you able to develop any leads from your investigation of just the scene?
No, we were not.
Did you rule out the possibility of like a burglary or theft or anything along those lines?
At that particular time, we had no idea we couldn't. The scene wasn't consistent with a burglary. Like I said, there weren't anything rummaged through or things taken, but at that point in the investigation, we really had no suspects or motive.
And obviously, when we're talking burglary, I'm talking specifically as it relates to entering for the purpose of theft.
Right.
Okay. Now, because you had no leads from the scene itself, what efforts did you make with respect to Justin and Amber's cell phones?
Well, I personally went through those cell phones manually back at the crime scene person's office.
Was that prior to the full extraction?
It was.
Okay. What was the purpose of going through them manually before even attempting the extraction?
So luckily, during our search of the home, there was an office area with a desk and filing cabinets. Luckily, Justin was a good note taker and kept just about every piece of paper he ever had, I think. And he actually wrote down the passcodes to his phone and Amber's phone. So we had found that in the house, which can accelerate us getting in the phones. The mobile device is locked. It can be difficult if we don't have the passcode to get in that phone and extract that data. Because we had no leads at that time, I thought it'd be more efficient to manually go through the phone if I had the passcodes, instead of waiting for however long it may take technology-based time to actually do that extraction.
Now, because you went through them manually, did you make any efforts to make sure that you didn't change any of the contents of that device?
Yeah, correct.
What efforts were this?
We would just hold up the phone, everybody would detect it with me, we would just scroll through the text and read them.
I guess did you put it in airplane then?
Oh, yes, that's something we do as soon as we take a device. Yeah, as soon as we take a device, we put it in airplane mode so it cannot connect to like Bluetooth or anything, and there's so much to like remotely wipe it.
All right, now going through those 2 devices, were you able to identify any possible enemies or love triangle or conflict or beef or anything along those lines?
None whatsoever.
Did you also speak to family members to see if they could point you in any specific direction?
We did. We spoke to several family members who were already on scene by the time we got there. We could think of anybody who may want to hurt them or have any reason why someone would want to hurt them.
Now, with a case like this, when you have no leads whatsoever while on scene, how important is it to expedite things like DNA?
Very important.
Did you all take those steps?
Yes, we did. We partnered with.
So I'm hearing that we have some audio issues. Let me move then. If we got another one that sound better, I want to be in the one that sound great to everybody. We typically do law and crime. I think the reason why I moved over here is because I almost want to say law and crime did not have a feed earlier or in one of our testimonies yesterday, like they hadn't started. And we couldn't hear anything, but let me get over there. Okay.
16 a.m. and 59 person's unit. Probably near the center of her clothing, but I cannot tell where all the shots were on her body.
So at that time, when you first arrived on scene, could you really determine exactly how many shots there were for each Amber and Justin?
Not until the medical examiner's office arrived.
What sort of physical evidence were you all able to discover on scene?
So initially, obviously, once we determined that it was likely they were suffered from gunshot wounds, we were looking for shell casings.
Were you all able to find any?
Yes, 3 shell casings were recovered from the first floor of the home.
Okay, do you remember where those shell casings were located?
Yes, 1 shell casing was located in the kitchen area near the stove. 1 shell casing was located underneath like a little kid's trampoline that was in this sunroom that had been converted into like a play area for the young child. And then 1 shell casing was sorry, I have to think about that. The 3rd shell casing, I may have to check my notes.
That's right. We'll circle back to that. Typically, when a gun is fired, how are casings ejected from a gun?
To the rear and to the right.
Now, do you ever expect that wherever a shell casing first lands, it's going to stay in that exact position?
Typically not. It also depends on the scene. This has, from my recollection, had hardwood. So shell casings can roll on a hard surface. If it's something like grass or has some foliage, some shrubbery or something that could get lands and stay right where it is. But yeah, something like a hardwood floor, things could roll or shift.
When you all are looking at location of casings, are you really just looking at that general area as opposed to precise locations?
Yes, and in terms of the house, we were looking primarily on that first floor in that area.
Of the casings that you all were able to recover, first of all, what size casings were these?
This is a 9mm.
Do you recall the head stamp on these?
SIG.
That SIG?
Correct.
Of the casings that were located there, did any of them seem in an unnatural position?
In an unnatural position, they were spread out pretty far within the residence.
With respect to your observations on scene, did you ever make a determination or have an opinion as to where the shooter was likely standing in terms of behind the couch versus in front of the couch?
Based on where the shot placements were on the body, and to the right of the victims, in between the couch and the broken window.
Was there any indication based on the shots of these victims that the shooter would have been firing from behind the couch?
No.
Were there any casings located in the kitchen?
There were.
And did it seem that casing could have landed there based on where you believe the shooter was standing?
I don't believe so.
Now, with respect to the casing that was located kind of behind the dog bed, could that have been kind of where the casing originally landed?
I don't believe so. Could it maybe that they were so spread out that it didn't really make sense for a person to be standing in that position?
Because of that, what type of efforts did you all have to find the casings in this case?
So while we were doing our evaluation of the Amber and Justin Hicks, we determined that they suffered from multiple gunshot wounds, likely within 5 or 6 gunshot wounds divided between the 2 of them. We only located 3 shell casings initially. They were a bit difficult to find. So when I was standing in the living room area of the residence, just looking around, you would expect to kind of see a shell casing. They were a little difficult to find, so we had to look under things, look behind a dog bed, look all the way in the kitchen, look under a trampoline. Kind of took a minute to find these. We only recovered 3. We knew we at least had possibly at least 2 more. We removed the cushions from the couch after the medical examiner's office had removed the bodies. We took up the carpet. They had like a rug underneath the couch. We removed that. And we were looking behind picture frames, moving toys and toy chests throughout the house looking for these show casings. We couldn't find the additional show casings.
So it sounds like y'all look in the playroom as well, near the Christmas tree and so forth.
The whole first floor of the house, we looking behind every nook and cranny that we could.
What about projectiles?
Yes, we did recover projectiles on scene.
How many projectiles?
2 on scene.
Okay. Were those consistent with the 9mm?
In my opinion, yes.
Now, within the home, we've seen some of this, but were there various devices capable of recording and storing video evidence?
There were.
Okay. Did that include the front door?
Yes.
Did that include the side door?
Yes, there was a camera there.
Okay. Was there also some sort of like doggy camera?
Yes, I can't recall the actual official name of that camera system. There was some kind of camera for your pet cam you would set up when you go away so you can watch your dog. Unfortunately, that was unplugged and powered off, and it was sitting on a shelf in the living room.
And what about the cameras, one at the side door and one at the front door?
Can you say that again?
What about the camera at the side door and the front door? What efforts did you make to determine whether there was stored footage?
So that was both of those cameras were through the Nest camera system, which is owned by Google. So later on in the investigation, after I got back to the office, but the first thing I did was send what we call preservation requests to Google and Nest saying, hey, if there are any data, please save it and preserve it before it can be deleted. From there, I then sent legal process to Google, who again, like I said, owns Nest. When I received a response back from Google, I discovered that the way their account was set up, they had like a free trial run. And back in 2021, if you had the free trial run, it would do motion activated images. So it would take an image if there was some motion detected. And if you had the free storage at the time, it would only save for 3 hours. So any footage that happened during this time frame of this crime was deleted and rewritten and overwritten. So by the time we even got the 911 call, any storage that may have existed at that time, all those images would have been gone.
So based on the scene itself, talking only about the Hickses residence, were you able to collect any evidence other than the 3 casings and the 2 projectiles?
We recovered some mobile devices that belonged to the victims, as well as we took their some Apple Watch devices that were charging in the upstairs master bedroom.
We're going to look at those items in just a moment. Were you able to develop any leads from your investigation of just the scene?
No, we were not.
Did you rule out the possibility of like a burglary or theft or anything along those lines?
At that particular time, we had no idea we couldn't. The scene wasn't consistent with a burglary. Like I said, there weren't anything rummaged through or things taken, but at that point in the investigation, we really had no suspects or motive.
And obviously, when we're talking burglary, I'm talking specifically as it relates to entering for the purpose of theft.
Right.
Okay. Now, because you had no leads from the scene itself, what efforts did you make with respect to Justin and Amber's cell phones?
Well, I personally went through those cell phones manually back at the Crimes Against Persons office.
Was that prior to the full extraction?
It was.
Okay. What was the purpose of going through them manually before even attempting the extraction?
So luckily, during our search of the home, there was an office area with a desk and filing cabinets. Luckily, Justin was a good note taker and kept just about every piece of paper he ever had, I think. And he actually wrote down the passcodes to his phone and Amber's phone. So we had found that in the house, which can accelerate us getting in the phones. If the mobile device is locked, it can be difficult if we don't know the passcode to get in that phone and extract that data. Because we had no leads at that time, I thought it'd be more efficient to manually go through the phone if I had the passcodes, instead of waiting for however long it may take a technology-based crime unit to actually do that extraction.
Now, because you went through them manually, did you make any efforts to make sure that you didn't change any of the contents of that device?
Yeah, correct.
What efforts were this?
We would just hold up the phone. There'd be another detective with me. We would just scroll through the text and read them.
I guess, did you put it in airplane then?
Oh, yes, that's something we do as soon as we take a device. Yeah, as soon as we take a device, we put it in airplane mode so it cannot connect to like Bluetooth or anything, or someone could like remotely wipe it.
All right, now going through those two devices, were you able to identify any possible enemies or love triangle or conflict or beef or anything along those lines?
None whatsoever.
Did you also speak to family members to see if they could point you in any specific direction?
We did. We spoke to several family members who were already on scene by the time I got there. No one could think of anybody who may want to hurt them or have any reason why someone would want to hurt them.
Now, with a case like this, when you have no leads whatsoever while on scene, how important is it to expedite things like DNA?
Very important.
Did you all take those tests?
Yes, we did. We partnered with our ATF partners to get some DNA processed.
And obviously that takes at least some time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the meantime, did you start looking further into both Justin and Amber and trying to develop a timeline?
Yeah, so another thing we'll do with victims, especially if we have no clear motive at this time or any clear suspects, we do essentially victimology, and we try to establish what their history looks like, what their day-to-day looks like, who they interact with on a regular basis, things like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 660. Do you recognize State 660?
I do.
All right, and how is it that you recognize State 660?
I took that photograph myself.
And was this taken while still on scene?
It was taken in the master bedroom.
Is this a fair and accurate photograph? Well, first of all, whose watch is depicted in State 660?
This is Justin Hicks' watch, Apple Watch.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the notifications that were on his Apple Watch back on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender State 660 in evidence.
Any objection to State 660? It's admitted.
It's may publish.
Yes.
All right, so what was significant and what is it that you were documenting in State 660 here?
So like I said, we were still on scene at the time, and I was looking, just tapped the Apple Watch and saw this notification that there had been a motion sensor activation at one of their security cameras at 10:17 p.m.
And did you find any items by that side door when you all arrived on scene on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, there was a side door if you were facing the garage, just to the right of the garage, and there was a door that led into the interior, near like the washroom and an interior hallway that went into the kitchen. There was a brown package that appeared to have been delivered.
Later on during our investigation, were you able to determine that this notification was associated with that package?
Yes, once we gathered some video surveillance footage from the area, particularly a camera from across the street, I believe it's 5050 Verbena, we watched a delivery driver deliver a package at that exact time.
And just to be clear, where it says attachment one image, were you able to get that image by clicking on the notification or anything like that?
No, the Apple Watch would not show me the image, and then we sent that legal process, like I said, to Nest. That data had been overwritten.
You mentioned the surveillance video that was eventually obtained. I know we went through it in detail, but I do want to just kind of talk about a couple of the time frames there. When was it that you had evidence that Amber and Justin were still alive?
From video footage, we saw them arrive around 7:07 p.m.
And then do you recall when it was the first time that the back floodlights were illuminated based on the sensor?
Approximately 9:31 p.m.
And then what were the other two times that the back floodlight sensors were illuminated?
Activated again at 9:55 p.m. and then again at approximately 10:10 p.m.
And that 10:10 PM, was that the last time those lights were triggered?
It was.
So 10:10 PM, last time being, that those rear lights were triggered, how many minutes after that did Justin get the notification about the package delivery?
It was about 7 minutes, and that was also confirmed through the video camera from across the street.
Okay, and so was that also the timestamp of the camera from across the street of 10:17 PM?
Yes, the camera time when we saw the package delivery matched exactly to the notification on the Apple Watch.
So initially, kind of based on that surveillance footage, what time frame were you really looking at?
From that point, about 9:55 p.m. to about 10:10 p.m.
Now, later, did you obtain full extractions from Detective Mason?
I did.
And that's specifically for Amber and Justin's phones.
Correct.
Were you able to find additional items that helped establish that timeline?
Yes, I did.
First, I want to show you state 661 here. Do you recognize state 661?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize 661?
This is a text group chat that was extracted from Amber Hicks' phone. 2 other individuals in this group chat with her.
Is that a fair and accurate cell byte reader report with this text thread between Amber and her friends?
It is.
State those contender state 661 in evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State 661 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at the top here, does it tell you who was involved in this text conversation?
It does. It will list out the everyone involved in this group chat, and it will also identify who the owner of the mobile device is. So in this case, Amber Hicks.
And as we zoom out, when we see blue text messages, is that from the owner or the other parties?
The other parties.
And then the green messages, who would that be from?
That would be from Amber.
I'm going to start on page 3 here. First, I'm gonna have you read kind of each of these line by line, but what is the nature of this conversation?
Appeared they were setting up maybe a get together where they would go out to eat, hang out.
And does it have the timestamps associated with when these messages were sent?
It definitely be in the bottom right-hand corner of each text message.
So on page 3 here on 11/17/21 at 6:51 p.m., what message does Amber send to her friends?
She sends, "That sounds great, actually. I love Olive Garden and have not had it in forever, although I am up for whatever."
All right, and then looking further into the conversation here, what time was it that one of her girlfriends responded?
Then November 17th of 2021 at 9:56 with 54 seconds p.m.
Okay, and then with respect to Amber, what does she do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 37 seconds?
She loved a text message that was sent by one of the other participants.
And then what does Amber Hicks do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 40 seconds?
She then loved another separate text message from that was sent by another friend.
Now, thereafter, was there any further conversation from Amber Hicks?
No, there was no other. So just to kind of explain, when you love or like a text message, you have to actually put your finger on the text message, hold the text message down, the little indicator pops up, and then you hit the heart. So that shows proof of life. There can be other data on the phone, emails coming in, things like that may register on your phone, but it's not actual like physical action that you did on the device. So that was the last one, physical actions on the device that I could determine was made by the owner, Amber.
And so were there other messages and calls and so forth found in Amber Hicks' phone?
Yes.
Okay, but were the messages that we saw on, or the reactions to messages that we saw on state 661, page 4, were those the last activities that Amber herself would have done on her phone?
Yes.
So what does that tell you of kind of further evidence as it relates to the timeline?
That would have been the last known moment of life that we could establish.
At 9:59 p.m., how did that align with the 9:55 to 10:10 p.m. window that you had previously established?
Shortened it for about 4 minutes or so.
Now, did you also look for similar items of evidence within Justin's phone?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 662. Do you recognize State 662?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, and how is it that you recognize 662?
So this is physical activity, heart rate monitor sensors that were recorded from the device Justin Hicks' phone.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of one of the reader reports that was produced from Justin Hicks' phone extraction that was previously admitted in this case?
Yes.
State News to Tender State 662 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 662 is admitted.
Now, if we look at kind of earlier in the day, on November 17th of 2021, was there a significant amount of activity logged on Justin's phone?
Yes, there was some.
So I'm going to go back to page 8 of State 662. Are these some of those readings?
Yes, there are. Different categories of different readings that were recorded to the device.
Did the phone itself appear to stay active for the better part of November 17th of 2021?
Yes.
I now want to look at page 2 of State's 662 here. Did you still see activity on the device? Sorry. In the 8 o'clock hour?
Yes, up to 8:47 p.m. and 4 seconds.
And so what does that tell you, at least with regard to whether Justin's phone was moving in some capacity at 8:47:04 p.m.?
Yes, this would indicate that the phone was being moved.
Now, did you care so much about the accuracy of the number of steps or anything like that?
No, the distance and stuff were not as interesting to me. It was more of the establishing timeline of showing some type of life.
Now, after that 8:47 and 4 seconds, when is the next time that you saw the device itself log movement?
It would have been at 6:16 a.m. and 59 seconds.
And will you go ahead and read off the various timestamps for logged movement?
Yeah, so you had the one at 6:16 a.m. and 59 seconds. The next one would have been 6:27 a.m. and 49 seconds. And the last one was 6:43 a.m. and 43 seconds.
And then going up a little bit further, did you see additional movement later on?
Yes, this is at 8:53 a.m. and 10 seconds, and then 8:53 a.m. and 10 seconds as well as how the distance traveled.
And these 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Movements that were logged, is that November 18th of 2021?
Yes, correct, sir.
Okay. And at that point in time, had police arrived on scene yet?
No, they had not.
Where was Justin Hicks' device found within the home?
Justin Hicks' device was found resting on top of a baby gate that was between the sunroom where the child's toys were, Jacob's toys were, and the living room.
Did it appear that it had been there when Justin and Amber were alive and well?
It wouldn't make much sense that it would be there.
Were there any other items around that area indicative of child play?
Yes, there was toys scattered, things removed from shelves, and kind of a scattered, chaotic scene that you would see in a child's playroom.
Was there other toys actually on the gate where Justin Hicks's phone was found?
Yes.
Do you remember any of those items?
Don't recall the specific toy that were on the gates. I do remember the phone being on the gate though.
Right now, were you able to determine whether these timestamps associated with movement of the device was relatively accurate?
The movement of the device was relatively, yes.
Okay. Looking down at the bottom of page 2, were you able to see whether there was any movement at 7:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And how does that align with the video surveillance that was recovered from 5050 Verbena at 7:07 p.m.?
The November 17th at 7:07 p.m. was consistent with the time frame that we had from video across the street of the Hicks arriving home.
So with respect to the movement that we then see on November 18th of 2021, what conclusions did you make about that morning movement?
Based on where the phone was located and the fact that Jacob was found inside the house downstairs, and that it looked like it was clear that Jacob had gone downstairs and played with toys, we believe that that is the first indication of Jacob at least coming downstairs and taking his father's mobile device.
Of course, is there any way to know what time Jacob actually got downstairs for the first time?
No.
So this is simply once he decided to play with his dad's phone.
Correct.
Looking next at state 663 here, do you recognize state 663?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a text message that was sent to Amber Hicks' mobile device.
And what day was that?
That was November 18th of 2021 at 8:07 a.m.
Is that a fair and accurate screenshot of that text that came through on Amber's device on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
Did that come directly off the phone extraction that's been previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
State moves to tender state 663 into evidence.
State 663 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. So looking at this message here, were you able to tell whether anyone read the message that came in at 8:07:34 seconds?
Yes, the status of the text message indicated unread.
And with respect to this particular message, what did that have to do with?
The box that had been delivered at 10:17 p.m. Next to their side door.
That where it says your Carter's order?
Correct, it was a Carter's box of his child's clothing.
Right, next, looking at state 664 here. Do you recognize state 664?
I do.
How do you recognize state 664?
This was a photograph on Amber's iPhone of herself, her son Jacob, and her husband Justin in front of the residence at 5059 Verbena.
Is that also a fair and accurate depiction of some of the metadata found within her device?
It is.
State moves to tender states exhibit 664 into evidence.
State 664 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. Now, has the court seen this photo itself previously?
Yes.
Okay. But what is captured here that was significant just in terms of understanding the bigger picture of the timeline here?
The home was purchased by the Hicks on August 31st of that year, 2021. This was the kind of the first picture that they had taken as a family at the house.
Okay, what was the date of that?
It was September 5th, 2021 at 5:50 p.m.
What was the first kind of major break in your investigation?
It's a notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department.
When did you receive notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department?
It's early, I think it was around, by that time, like 9:30, 10 a.m. on the.
What day, sorry?
Oh, sorry, November 19th,
Okay, 2020.
2021, correct.
And why is it that you were receiving notification from Sandy Springs?
So I had just came back from processing the scene. We had no leads at the time. Essentially went home, took a very quick nap, went back into work. As soon as I walked into the office, I was notified by a supervisor that Sandy Springs ambulance had contacted the office to let us know that they had just placed an individual in custody for entering 2 homes and stabbing a police officer. The reason why we were notified is because that individual, who was later identified as Matthew Scott Lanz, lived near the Hicks. It was actually the house right behind the Hicks. So they felt like they wanted to pass that information along to us.
At that point, had the media kind of reported on the fact that there was a murder investigation from 50/50 Verbena?
Yes, and the analysts had seen some things on the news and wanted to relay that to us.
Now, was there any vehicles associated with Mr. Lanz that allowed Sandy Springs to kind of connect the dots for you all?
Yes, it was notified that they had recovered a black 2008 Lexus GS 350, and that vehicle they determined it was registered to Matthew's parents, Teresa and Scott Lanz.
So what did you do upon receiving this notification?
I responded to Sandy Springs. I originally responded to the incident where the officer-involved shooting occurred.
Was that on Cameron Glen?
Correct.
Right now, the point in time that you arrived at Cameron Glen, was Matthew Lanz there?
No, he was not. He had already been transported to a hospital to receive medical treatment.
Now, what about the 2008 Lexus GS 350?
I believe that was, don't recall if it was still where it was recovered or if they had already transported it, but I know it was transported to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Did you end up going to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters?
I did after I left the scene off camera.
And while you were there, did you have the opportunity to personally observe the 2008 black Lexus GS 350?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you. What's marked as 687 through 707, if you'll flip through those. And did you have an opportunity to go through all of these items before you testified as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you recognize state 687 through 707?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize those images?
This is Matthew Lanz's vehicle at the Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Now, those fair and accurate photographs of his car at Sandy Springs during their search warrant execution.
Yes, it is.
And did you have the opportunity to personally observe while it was there, the contents of the vehicle while it was still in Sandy Springs?
Yes, I did.
State Police Defender State 687 through 707.
State 687 through 707 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with state 687 here, what are we looking at?
It's the front of the vehicle.
Were photographs taken along all sides of the vehicle as well?
Yes, that's pretty standard.
State 692 here, what do we have on state 692?
We're taking a photo to document the license plate that's affixed to the rear. This particular one was a Georgia Tech CGI 9767.
And just while we're on the topic, so I don't lose my train of thought, when you have a known license number or license plate, are you able to run that through any license plate reader systems?
Yes.
And did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to obtain any relevant images of this license plate from, let's say, 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 until 1 a.m. on 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 through 1 a.m. on November 18th of 2021?
No.
State 697 here, what are we looking at?
It's a photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle.
State 698.
It's So there's the back seat of the vehicle. There's a green backpack observed on the back seat.
State 699, is it that same backpack?
Yeah, it's a picture of the same backpack, but from the passenger side of the vehicle.
State 700, what is it that was being depicted in State 700?
So that was a metal flashlight that we had found in the glove box.
Was this of interest to you?
It was, yes.
Why is that?
So as we were examining the flashlight, noticed at the end cap, it was pointed at the end, and I found this
I'm sorry, the cap is full.
pointed at the end. There were some scrape marks on the end cap. That point was kind of consistent to items I had carried even back on patrol to break windows. Usually have carried a window punch or something. If there's a vehicle accident and someone's trapped, it would have like a pointed end on it so you could break a window. So when I saw that, I thought that was interesting since we had a broken window in our scene.
Is that what we're looking at in State 702?
Yes.
State 703, is that the same flashlight?
Yes, and in this picture you can kind of see towards the end cap how it protrudes out into a point. There were some scuff marks around the edges.
And State 704.
I was documenting the other end of the flashlight.
What was being documented in State 705 here?
This would be the center console where we located an Apple mobile device.
State 706, was that device then removed from the center console for better documentation?
It was.
Is that what we see in State 706?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what are we looking at in State 707?
Depicting the backside of the phone.
Ultimately, was the search warrant obtained to retrieve that phone and bring it to Cobb County?
Yes, it was first seized by the Sandy Springs Police Department, and then at a later date got a separate search warrant to take it from their property and take it back to Cobb County.
And did you collect that item of evidence?
I did, yes.
Is that in looking at State 665, which was already admitted? Is State 665 the cell phone that was found in Matthew Lanz's center console that we just looked at in photographs 705 through 707?
Yes, this is the mobile device.
Now, while Mr. Lanz, did Mr. Lanz get transported to Sandy Springs headquarters while you were still there?
Yes, he was.
Did you have an opportunity to enter?
I did.
So was this still on November 19th of 2021?
It was, yes.
Do you recall what time it was when you conducted your interview?
Approximately 7:15 p.m.
At that point,
I'm sorry, are you admitting 665?
it has already been admitted, so I would just start going back.
To there, okay.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. You said 7:15 p.m.?
Yes.
At that point in time, had the Sandy Springs detectives, Detective Needham and Detective Johnson, had they already interviewed Mr. Lanz?
Yes.
Is that the footage that we watched earlier today?
Yes, it is.
When you conducted your portion of the interview, do you recall how much time had passed between when Detective Needham and Detective Johnson ended their interview to when you and Detective Jackson began y'all's interview?
Approximately 45 minutes.
Was it in the same room that was seen in the previous footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a video and audio recorded room?
It was.
And who was there other than yourself?
Detective Ben Jackson. Ben Jackson.
At the point in time that you all arrived, had Mr. Lanz already been read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
And had he agreed to speak to Sandy Springs officers without counsel?
Yes.
Had they started initiating any conversation with him regarding your investigation of Amber and Justin's murders?
No.
Did they talk to him at all about that?
About the Cobb incident?
Yes.
Yes.
And was there indication before you even walked in the room as to whether Mr. Lanz was willing to speak to you all?
Yes.
Once you all got in the room, did you re-Mirandize him?
We did not read Miranda's in that.
Did you talk to him at all about his rights or ask him about whether he was read his rights?
Yes, Detective Jackson confirmed with Matthew that he had been read his rights, and he replied yes. Then he asked him, "Did you understand that?"
And was based on his response to, "Did you understand your rights?" Was he asked whether he was willing to speak to you all?
Yes, he made a comment about how he was planning on speaking with his attorney to reach out to us to set up a witness interview.
So did he phrase it as though he was a possible witness to y'all's homicide investigation?
Correct.
Did he proceed to then have a conversation with you all?
Yes.
Did he at all appear to be under the influence, meaning drunk or high or slurred speech or anything along those lines?
No.
Did he have difficulty staying awake?
No.
Did he have difficulty making and maintaining eye contact?
No.
Was there any indication that you observed that made you feel that he had too many drugs in his system from his gunshot wounds to know what was going on or what the nature of y'all's conversation was?
No, he was speaking clearly to us. We could understand what he was saying, and he seemed to be aware of where he was and why he was there.
Was there any hope of benefit offered throughout you all's conversation?
No.
Was there any fear of injury?
No.
Did you all threaten him in any manner?
No.
Did you use any weapons to obtain a statement from him?
No.
Did you use any coercive police tactics at all?
No, ma'am.
What was the tone of y'all's interview with him?
Conversational. Towards the end, I got a little more accusatory towards him, but yeah, 99% was conversational.
Prior to taking the stand, did you have the opportunity to review your portion of the defendant's interview?
Yes.
Is that what's contained in State's Exhibit 474?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, similar to the Sandy Springs investigation, is their recording system kind of broken down into chunks?
Yes, it was.
And is that just how you get a copy of it?
And that's how their system works, I guess.
Despite being broken up into segments, is that the entirety of y'all's conversation and interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, even though there was chunks of clips, it was a continuance, so there was no portions missing throughout the interview.
This time, statement to Senator State's Exhibit 474 into evidence.
Judge will object to that under the same grounds that we objected prior. It was 45 minutes from the time that they stopped to the second part of that interview. The officers were there for a different purpose than what was associated with the first group of officers, which was a home invasion there in Sandy Springs. So this was totally different. They came to talk with him about another crime that happened in Cherokee County. So consequently, Judge, the fact that they did not read him Miranda, they did not have him sign a Miranda waiver, and the fact that he made a comment about wanting to get with his lawyer about setting up something to talk to him about. For all those reasons, Judge, we would object to this interview going back.
Say your response.
Your Honor, you heard the first portion of this interview that was conducted by Sandy Springs officers, and in that conversation or in that beginning portion of the interview, he specifically asked if he would be willing to talk to Cobb County officers, in which he indicates that he would. They had already kind of begun the conversation and actually started to interview him on this topic, so Mr. Lanz knew very well exactly what Cobb County officers were there to do in terms of the interview. At the start of that interview, as indicated by Detective Stannard, they did ask him whether he had been read his Miranda rights by Sandy Springs officers. He indicated he had. They then asked whether he understood his rights and would be willing to speak to them. And he replied that he was actually going to reach out to his attorney to be able to set up a meeting with Cobb County officers in order to discuss his witness testimony, essentially making it sound as though he was a witness or potential witness to this homicide investigation. Thereafter, as indicated by the detective, they began their conversation. So at no point in time Did he invoke his rights? And clearly he understood the nature of that conversation. Additionally, I would point your honor to Quintana versus the state, which is 322 Georgia 61. That's from June 24th of 2025. And in that case, your honor, the Supreme Court of Georgia held that coercive police tactics are a necessity in order to find that a interview was not voluntarily given. In this case, I don't think there's any way to make that sort of finding. You've seen the beginning portion of this interview, which continues on in that very nature, so I don't think that's an issue at all. 45 minutes isn't long enough to make this unduly lengthy of an interrogation. That's very normal to take breaks during interrogations. You've heard testimony that he was lucid, that he was willing to speak to officers, that you saw previously his relaxed body language and so forth. And so I don't think there are any grounds to find that this is an involuntary statement that shouldn't be admitted.
You all approach one more for me.
So I guess they are approaching, guys. Y'all know we got our TiVo time, right? Yeah, okay. We gonna see this video. Oh gosh. We are gonna watch the video. I haven't seen the video. Oh, it sounds horrific. It sounds like, just on another, I know this don't have nothing to do with what we currently watching. But it sounds like a mom that was protecting like her son that was being bullied. Oh my gosh. And they didn't like the bully, then bullied the mom. Oh my goodness. Okay. We gonna watch. I mean, even if y'all watch it, I won't watch it. I'm gonna wait to watch it with y'all. Oh goodness. Like I can't breathe. Like the nerve of them little motherfuckers. Yeah, I said it. Oh my goodness. Like this is crazy. I don't know why there was a sidebar. And pregnant. Yeah, oh my goodness. You here for the drama, drunkie? Oh my goodness. I don't know if I could take it. Y'all, it's so crazy because I got plenty of stories that I could say about this. It's just so crazy how things have really changed. I mean, because I'm pretty sure we all a little bit older, right? Things have changed out here.
Right, the court is going to admit the video over objection. In the admittance of the video, if during the course of viewing the video, the court makes a determination based on the totality of the circumstances that a Miranda warning should have been reread, the court will then make a decision on whether or not it can consider that portion of the interview in evidence. So you may play, publish the video.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is labeled as Disc 2, Video 2, and it will begin with a timestamp of 19, 15, and 25 seconds. All right, Your Honor, sorry, we missed our spot, so it will be 19, 15, and 12 seconds.
Okay, that's me pausing it. Oh my gosh, they about to put us in another little yeah, I'm gonna show the video. I'm getting it together. You say I don't know what this video they arguing about right now, but they about to show this video, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be some old bad quality, right? So you say you ready for the other video? I'm working on it. I'm getting it together for you, SD baby. I am too, and I'm trying my best not to watch it without you. I wouldn't do that. Y'all know I wait to watch everything with y'all. I be missing out on all the shit, Nick. I be, you know, like I'm done with him. He guilty. Look, he guilty. We on day 3. Guilty. We done figured out he guilty. I know. Yes, he guilty. We on to new pastors. You say it's a live stream to that also, SweetP. A live stream. What do you mean? Somebody live streaming it now? Or you talk about somebody was recording it while they were doing it? I'm trying to get all the information. Y'all know when y'all be telling me this stuff, I'm just in the background. That's why I'm so nosy. Lord, I'm telling you, my nose get me in all types of, I can't stay focused. I'll be losing focus. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just gonna find all the information so we can watch it together and have a reaction together. I'm working on it. I'll breaking news. I'm gonna break into this trial. Break into this trial that they ain't talking about nothing, showing us all this bad video. All right, I'm gonna play this. Like I said in the background, I am working to get the information so we can look at it. Then that way we can review it together. Oh boy. Let's see here. It might need to be Rachel. I'm just going to try to have us together afterwards so we can really review it. I know, right. I might be hot on that one. I might need to do a little cussing and fussing. Y'all know how I can get. The fuck? I'll be doing that all day. The fuck? Okay. Let me put us back into this.
Thank you.
Yes, are anything else you guys, directors? Anything dehydrated today? Sorry, you need anything else? I need some else, direct. I'm Jason Jackson, hair. Yeah, really appreciate talking to this. I mean, you might see something here at the house last night. We're working on it, everybody. We're working on a murder that happened in Acworth. I came over there last time, you might see something. Yeah, we also do this in the answer prayers. We've been trying to wrap our brains trying to figure out what happened. Before I left this morning, I visual prayed, being like, oh, yeah, we get some mistakes. Yeah, you really too. Man, like I said, I just need to make some information up.
All right, and that's the end of that portion of disc 2, video 2. So it will now resume with disc 2, video 3.
This is very beginning of the same springs out, that's why you're right to see. Yes, you understand all that?
I'm just waiting for our friend to be able to be sooner they'll call it what they're talking about, they just said have the witness testimony or whatever.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, I was just saying, I gave my side of the stories of,
Okay. Like I said, we're here to talk about having Acworth. You want to talk to us about that now?
I'll just say, I mean, all I saw was their life on, and those were the lights that were always on. I think our road was being harassed by the neighbors. Yeah, this one's something I really want to go into because it caused a lot of issues.
Okay, we don't have to talk about, I don't know, not something like that. Part of what we're trying to figure out is narrowing down the timeframe. We know it happened sometime between, the night before and that morning when they were found, we got this really huge window. So, do you remember about what time you saw the lights on?
So it would have been, I left Athens at around
9 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got home probably at 10:30-ish, around there. And then I slept in the car about 15 minutes. And I went back to the cigarette. Saw the light on.
Okay.
Trying to go back to work at home because I couldn't sleep at home. And it was locked somewhere on front. I just didn't do it. And then I just left because I was so really tired.
Okay. So you think that's
So
10,
9 to about 11:30. Oh God.
Okay, so do you think it was on
maybe
9 to 12 was your shirt from Athens, home?
my shirt from Athens,
Okay. So you saw the light on, you said hour and a half, so 10:45-ish?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any kind of movement in the house?
And I mean, I would say maybe the lights would have been freaking out kind of bad.
Okay. What do you mean, like, you saw somebody walk by the light, or like?
I mean, maybe just flicker a little bit, and I just said I looked more on my eye, because I'm not like to leave somewhere else, family reasons.
For family reasons?
Yeah, they cause a lot of issues, and just not something I thought has involved.
I'm sorry. Did you hear anything while you were out there?
That's the weirdest part. I was talking to one of my moms and she interviewed me a bit. I didn't hear anything wrong there. There's no rational thing.
What's your mom's name? Yeah, we're just gonna talk to everybody, it's just recent. We're gonna try to talk to everybody in the neighborhood, like I said, I mean, it's a pretty sad case, I mean, I understand the same screens got sent to your religious account.
Well, I mean, I don't like to think of religion as like my main focus, I like to use it as like empowers.
Okay.
And spiritual.
Okay.
Be able to apologize to my personality flaws and nothing to do with good.
We've all got those. Yeah, I mean, for us, this is not, most of the cases we work is a drug deal on bad or some kind of gay or something like that. And this, I mean, it's just a young couple. I mean, they got baptized recently. They found out recently she's pregnant. They haven't even told their family yet that they're expecting. They were planning a reveal party in a couple weeks. They just called pictures and sent out the reveal party and said everybody she's pregnant. The 2-year-old son was found in his dad's lap covered in blood. Like he had put toys on his parents.
The son
And the son woke up, came downstairs, and was laying in his dad's lap covered in his dad's blood and put toys.
That's shocking.
It's pretty messed up situation.
That's horrible. Like I said, besides like the lighting, flickering and like maybe they're moving in between the slats of the windows, there's just sort of lights on. That's really all that I saw.
I think that was about 10:45. What time did you leave to Athens?
It would have been probably 11:15 maybe.
Okay. Did you see suspicious cars? You had neighbors in the home?
No, it was pretty bad. I was sorry about that bad or anything behind me out there, and you know, driveway.
Is that it seems really quiet here.
Yeah, it's probably the last place I ever historically there's been like car bombings, stuff, but like not even anything that would be sort of like that, you know.
Just like how you were into night.
Yeah, it's like nighttime stuff. I mean, there's been casing of houses in the neighborhood before, but.
Or anything violent, or just like.
No, I wouldn't say violent. I would just say, you know, historically there's been, you know, maybe some soliciting or, you know, regular mischief type scene or problem. It's really.
So the process, we're just trying to figure out, is that efficient after? And I was an issue before, she was in this job too. And a lot of times, like, things you don't think that matter, or small details you don't think matter, you should make a big deal to us. No, but just say there's anything you can think of, you think like, hey, this is figured out, a big deal. It might be a big deal to us. Sometimes you might say a little something that matters to us, and somebody else says something else, and you put that together. So if there's anything you can remember, even if it's insignificant, it would be helpful.
I don't know, I suppose that energy just might have fallen off and just made me want to go home. I don't know, it's so weird. It's a weird coincidence too. Just like, you know, that was the one person who's getting tired for no reason other than I just drive back to Athens.
That's a long drive.
I know, but I did it anyway. It's I was just gonna say we get there.
What made you decide to go home?
I just wanted to go shopping with him.
Did you know your time?
I called it that. I was all that. But I didn't know.
You had to leave, you said you had to go home, it was locked?
Yeah.
In the door open for you, or did you keep it?
No, the door. I had a key, but I just didn't use it on the front door. But it's literally all that I can go with. That sounded just how that.
You said, you use the back room?
I found out on the back door. I think he was.
Did you do anything else out in the back before you went into that house?
No, I just wanted to see around and just kind of getting around and saw that my son.
Did you smoke that cigarette like as soon as you got back to the house?
No, it's like, I feel like it's different. Wasn't my heart, I didn't really that.
How long do you think you're out back or something cigarette?
I don't know, it should have been 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes is a lot.
You ever got inside your house? You ever went inside the house? You have any further conversation with your mom or your dad?
Yeah, you talked. I wanted to know that I didn't do anything, I didn't work anybody.
I don't know if you asked the house, you don't know I am in the house.
No, not with the lady. She probably works for that.
So you show up, sit in your house, sit in the bar for like 15 minutes, go to bed, smoke a cigarette, and then drive over there to that. And why did your mom ask you that about what happened in the past minute?
I don't know. She kind of just showed up like that. that might farm, and I was like, why something that you need to so like and then I had this and there's I had a whole sense of how to burn
She would freak out by now.
they're not the biggest stuff. Like, I didn't know what it was you know, she was like that, and they keep them instead of restaurants.
Did you have animals you didn't have or something?
No, I had to take a gun with me. It remained in my room in my apartment.
In your apartment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know you pull out your gun with your mouth back to the side and you're talking about something.
Yeah, no, it was just
oh, okay. Is it happens now?
no, it's with my parents actually.
Oh, so you had to bring it back?
No, they took it. And then
Your mom took it?
yeah.
From the United States?
Did you say you're the magazines are in my drawer, she has them.
Did she take it from you?
It was actually my dad's suggestion.
Did it was your dad or your mom?
Yeah, I forgot.
So they both shot.
This, they shot away later.
And then they snatched your gun up?
Yes, but I said they would get that Thursday.
Why they snatched your gun? There's not a kid, but you guns were.
Yeah, something like that. So I just said 21.
Did you grow up?
Yeah, that's what I told them. So I just, let me do the response to him.
That is so.
He said it's a weird thing within like culturally, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, they have been sworn to be gun fans.
No.
But, I mean, my brother and his brothers.
And we're all processing on here, like,
Exactly. I say it's
yeah. You ever do like, do you like, I'll take a target shooting, or do you like?
yeah, I'm ski shooting, I think I'm some type of shooting.
So how much are just like trees?
Like go around here and ski shooting, what is it where it goes down to track shooting?
Yeah, trees. Good enough.
Good, enjoying training with missiles.
And of course, you know, when we look at videos of this kind of thing, just try to kind of take it to survive and figure out as much as we can.
I'm not saying their relationship with the last but I don't know. I just don't presume on anything. I mean,
you know,
they were very immediately related or very together or something. I'm not sure.
Now, I know you said that house might be lit. You know, you don't want to get into it if you brought it in that, okay? If you think the people that live there for something could happen to somebody else outside your brother, they might harass someone else other than your brother?
And they shoot with someone else to the people?
No.
Oh, the whole people? I mean, who knows? I don't know. I've maybe. I have seen the people that live there before me and what was outside of the lines for no reason. So,
Have you set food to the line?
yeah, I don't know. There's like foot water and like shine lights and window and shit. It's so weird.
The people who live there for
So,
you know, some shady stuff.
it must, I don't know, so like off-putting.
You think they did like criminal stuff too?
I don't know. That's something.
I know that stuff was with your brother, we don't have to, that's what you want to talk about, I'm just trying to get an idea of those people that used to live there, what kind, because who knows, maybe somebody went to that house and they still live there, maybe they made someone else.
Yeah, I don't know. People also do that pretty fast.
You know, all people with that? Yeah.
This is how it was good.
You're pretty early to that.
And I was trying to think about it because it was so weird.
Do you think that, you know, they would have
No, things like that. I think there's some weird session like that.
Session, right? So, thank you. They've been having their
Reason.
yeah,
I don't remember. We never really talked to them. They were kind of quiet.
Tell me about you said it was for your license session. What was that? What was that all about?
Like if we were in the backyard and like just sitting there, like they were conscious of like getting our attention. And so they just turn on for a reason. You know, leave the light on, go for whatever. Stuff like that.
Was that light was shining through your house?
No, but it's just you can see it from our backyard.
Yeah. Can you see it from your inside your house or something?
Yeah, you can see it from the living room.
Do the new people do that house stuff too?
No, I haven't seen anything like that, but it happens. It was cool.
I just recall you saying that you caught something out of the corner of your eye when you got there smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, it might have just flickered, like, maybe moving my periphery or.
And you don't think they were kind of like, that's the show here?
Even though they are also often, that's not anyway, that causes issues.
Do your mom ever had issues with flickering lights?
No, she didn't seem to believe it, but.
Didn't seem to believe what? About the lights?
Well, interesting. She was just like, I don't get it.
Wow. Now, what do you about stuff like that?
Well, I told her that he was probably right about the harassing him. Because I see the embarrassing situations.
I mean, how do you believe it? You believe they were harassing them, right?
Yeah, he told me that. He was like, you know, that's all we're doing.
Wow, you know, so mom didn't do it. And these people weren't harassing you, they were harassing your mom.
No, I don't believe so. They seem to have been very engaged and quiet.
So there's all that yeah, do you know what happened to them?
They must have just moved somewhere else.
You don't know where. But they didn't like.
My goodness.
Yeah, well, that's not like satanic.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Yeah. I really had like suspicion or something like that.
I just, you know, we just seem odd.
All of that. I know you're telling them perhaps getting out of business. Man, do they have like all people around your house and stuff?
I don't know.
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So you don't think anybody like
George's like considered pretty safe too, but.
Do you think that old residents could have harassed somebody to the point where someone would come over there and kill those people? Thinking that they got wrong, didn't know how to do that?
I don't know. I don't want to seem like that. I never saw it like, trying to harass people.
Well, the thing is, you grow up in that neighborhood?
Yeah, my whole life.
Yes, you know that.
Exactly.
You know
I know it's off.
Yeah, you know something's not right.
But I don't claim it's a 6 cents that thing, because that's a little out there, anyway.
So, knowing the neighborhood and the kind of people who live in and around that neighborhood, what do you think happened? What do you think happened to that?
I told them the other officer, I was like, it probably just got attempted robbery, I don't know. And then maybe they got scared going in, like, and seeing the people, I don't know. And then they just.
These people have like fancy stuff you think like.
I don't know. I've never really seen the interior.
Yeah,
Both sides.
I mean, here like there's like fancy stuff in the house, like fancy cars or something like that. Something like that,
Okay, but that's a good place to rob. You know, it's like, buy that house. You gotta buy that house and all that.
I don't know, our house is on the corner, so it's kind of like not like able to be robbed easily, I suppose. And that's just like behind ours, so it's more hidden.
So we're trying to figure it out because we can't really see anything like this in the house, so it's a weird thing. It's gonna trip us up.
So I can watch.
It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's, I mean, usually they come for a reason or stuff, but I don't know. Unless it's just an
irrational murder? What would be like that?
I don't even know, it's just like someone like.
Yeah, what if it is the
Some whack ass shit they wanted to break somebody's house. I mean, I've seen solicitors and all of like boxes solicitors with how personal way, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, solicitors are everyone.
I mean, not in a bad way, but yeah, get out of the way, this usually works.
Somebody's listening to the middle of the night.
That's I don't know, probably not.
You ever had solicitors over your house? Okay.
Where do you park? You over there? And, do you see a car front on the street or anything?
I don't know, I think the neighbors were across the road. The neighbor across the road were probably parked in their property.
You're smoking cigarettes, where's your you're smoking cigarettes?
Just went back there, the camera. Like that's our house. And the fence to the other house is here, house over here. Looking at the house.
Did you see things that are house from that?
You can't really see the house, you just see the windows lit up.
Do you know which window that is? Do you have to describe it?
It's just above the window.
Is it like everything high up?
It's just a side sort of window.
So you can't see like, I don't know, or the first floor or anything like that.
I mean, you might go see some like showers of light through the cracks in this and stuff.
Did you hear about it before your mom came to your place?
Yeah, that's the thing. She completely surprised me with it. I was like,
what have you heard since then?
nothing.
Have you seen anything of the news, word of mouth, or
Something to shop at in Acworth. You know, it's close, it's literally.
yeah.
So, you just happen to drive by that night, but there's no one who's looking out or something, said, hey, go that night, or?
No, I was going home to see my family because I hadn't felt like I had any connection with them. So I was gonna say, but I couldn't say Thursday, Friday. And then I got there. So, with the background, just put the vibe, like, that's not what we got at.
This is crazy. It seems like when I got home, he's on the family over there.
I was telling my mom, I let that down on my way, like, I should walk you soon.
Did you text him or call him?
Yeah, I called him. I didn't ask him. I was putting gas on her.
Did you ever go into the neighbor's yard at all?
No, it's like a big fence, keep jumping over. You want to cross.
Lying across the head on the street or sidewalk or.
cul-de-sacs, anything, like sometimes I walk through and notice tonight, it's water where it's water on that night. I don't know, it's just that. You see what it's ahead of them? No, it's very quiet. That's the weirdest part, it's very quiet. Yeah, so any cameras that comes up, no. Any cameras that have footage or anything? So that video, I'm gonna have you guys scatter across the whole neighborhood, phone, bring the doorbell camera in this thing. We're gonna have hours and hours of footage to watch, so I'm just wondering if you know, like, and you should really check out this camera, this is probably help you see everything. I don't know, there's a few, but not too many. I mean, you can get the heck out of right into the house. Like when I drive home, I can't drive up past more than 5 or 6 or 7, 8. Something like that. Any like in particular near your house or like where does have that for you? Keep following you.
Here, yeah, let me see if we can go through this. Yes. I get it. I don't understand why we gotta listen to this multiple times. Let's see what okay, it looks like the detective gonna go back to talking. Let's see.
Ultimately, did this defendant confess to these killings?
No, he did not.
Where did he put himself on the evening of November 17th of 2021?
In the backyard of his home at 600 Delphinium Boulevard.
Which is how close to 50-50 Verbena Drive?
They back up to each other.
Now, with respect to the timeline he provided, how did the arrival that he said was at 10:30 p.m. align to the video surveillance evidence?
About 19 minutes difference from when we observed his Lexus leaving the area.
Well, in terms of arrival, how did his stated time of arrival of 10:30 p.m. compared to the arrival as shown on surveillance video?
That would have been close to an hour. I think it would have been about a 50-minute difference.
And then how did his departure time that he says was 11:15 p.m. compare to the departure time as seen on the surveillance video?
It would have been about an hour and 4 minutes difference.
Now, what did you make of the statement that he was really tired, so he drove back to Athens?
Didn't make much sense to me.
Did you at some point go to Athens?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 821 here. Do you recognize State's 821?
Yes, this is a Google map showing a route from 600 Delphinium Boulevard, which is his family residence here in Cobb County, to Athens, Georgia, at his apartment.
And is there that a fair and accurate map showing the different roadways and such between those two addresses?
Correct.
In that particular exhibit, State's 891, does that show 2 possible routes to get from point A to point B?
Yes, it does.
This time State moves to tender State's 821 into evidence.
No objection.
State's 821 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at State's 821 here. And I'm going to zoom in but roughly, and obviously it varies on the route taken, but roughly how far is it from 600 Delphinium to 435 North Church Street in Athens?
Just shy of about 86 miles.
Did it make sense to you that if someone was super tired, they would drive almost 2 hours?
No, and he was at his parents' house where he could have slept there, so I don't know why he'd drive all the way back.
Now, kind of towards the beginning of that interview, there was a statement about believing Amber to be pregnant. Was that the case at that point in time in y'all's investigation?
Correct. There was some speculation swirling around at that time. We had also found some photographs of the family, the Hicks family. It was like some fall family photographs. And Amber was holding a very small pumpkin near her stomach. So we thought that may have been possible.
And so was that at the time that he made that statement to Mr. Lanz a true statement?
Yes, that was our belief at the time.
Was it later determined that she was not pregnant at the time?
That's correct.
Now, what else kind of stood out to you or caught your attention about this interview?
Well, first that he put himself in the area, not just in the area, but in his backyard where that backed up to the Lanz or to the Hicks property. The statement itself was hard to follow. He claimed he drove all the way from Athens to come visit his parents, smoked a cigarette in the backyard, and then took a nap in his car for 10 to 15 minutes, got a bad feeling, and then drove all the way home. I just thought that was an unusual thing to do as far as that statement goes. So yeah, I didn't quite believe that to be genuine.
What about the statements regarding a North Face jacket?
So at the time, we had reviewed a lot of video surveillance. Granted, the surveillance was difficult to see. When I reviewed it on my computer, kind of frame by frame, a particular moment when we see an individual walking from the backyard area of the Hickses residence up the street towards Delphinium Boulevard. It was of my opinion that the subject seen in that video, their top clothing was a lighter color than their bottom clothing. And I just, at that time, suspected it may have been a lighter color or a gray. So that was when we confronted him about a gray hoodie, because during the Sandy Springs incident, when he was shot, the paramedics or responding officers had actually cut off a gray jacket, zip-up jacket off his person.
But what was it, I guess, about his response that was noteworthy?
So when we confronted him with that belief that, hey, you were wearing a gray hoodie today, and we believe you were wearing a gray hoodie on that video camera, he made a response and said, no, that was my North Face hoodie.
What about the number of times that lights were mentioned?
The number of times?
And I'm not asking you to testify to how many times, but what about the volume of time?
He mentioned seeing a flickering light while he was in the backyard smoking a cigarette several times. I believe at one time described him as possibly demonic. I think maybe the word he used.
I'm sorry.
I think he described him as demonic at one point.
Was it clear based on the interview whether these demonic lights is what led him to have this bad feeling and drive almost 2 hours back to Athens?
Specifically lights, I just recall him saying he had a bad eerie feeling, took a nap, and then drove home.
I'm going to show you it from mark to 666 here. Do you, recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I did.
All right, and how is it that you recognize that exhibit?
This is a booking photo of Matthew Lanz taken at the Cobb County Adult Detention Center.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of how he looked back in 2021?
It is.
State News Tender states 666 inhabitants.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 666 is admitted.
Now, in terms of the clothing that you referenced as having seen on the Sandy Springs body camera footage, were you able to recover that clothing?
Yes, it was.
And where did you go to recover this clothing?
I went to the GBI headquarters to retrieve that.
After retrieving the clothing, what was done with it?
That was photographed and processed by our own crime scene technicians.
And before photographing it, did it remain in the packaging from Fulton County?
Yes, it was in its original packaging that the crime scene original person who collected the items had sealed it in a bag.
I'm going to show you states 708 through 766. If you'll take a moment to flip through those.
Sorry, there's just a lot of them. Yes, I recognize these.
Okay, are those fair and accurate photographs taken in Cobb County of the clothing you retrieved from GBI from Sandy Springs?
That's correct.
State News to Tender states exhibit 708 through 766.
Any objection?
No objection, yes.
State 708 to 766 are admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
Looking at state 710, just by way of example, were the items you received in bags,
Yes, sir.
and were they sealed?
Yes, sealed and signed.
Looking at state 711 here, what are we looking at?
I believe that's a pair of pants.
And now, what was the state of a lot of these clothing items based on the Sandy Springs case?
They were cut off of them, so they're pretty torn up.
State 713,
It's also a pair of like sweatpants.
and I don't mean an exact number, but how many like articles of clothing were there?
Several tops and bottoms.
State 716 here,
A pair of black gloves.
state 721,
It's a gray North Face fitted jacket.
and once again, looking at 723 by way of example, did this jacket also have to be cut off of him?
That is correct.
State 728,
Some camouflage pants.
state 733,
It's the another glove to the other right hand.
what's state 737?
It's like a camo veil, or some people like a ghillie. It's just like a net that you would put over your like a poncho, but it's camouflage.
State 743,
It's a camouflage mask.
State 748.
It's a green, it's called like a boonie hat. Boonie hat.
State 755.
Pair of sneakers.
How were the sneakers wrapped?
They were in a brown sealed bag.
Was there anything of evidentiary value found near the sneakers in the brown evidence bag?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a small piece of glass.
Looking at states 556 here, do you begin to see that small shard of glass?
Yes.
State 757, a little bit better image of that shard of glass.
Yes.
And then state 758, can it be seen here as well?
Yes, this is.
Was that shard of glass collected?
It was.
I'm going to show you states 767 here. Do you recognize 767?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize 767?
It is the small piece of glass that is in that photo.
State the tender states 767 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. State 767 is admitted.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you review footage from Sandy Springs?
Yes, I did.
To your knowledge, was there any broken glass involved in that case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then looking at state 759 here, is there any additional kind of small piece of glass in this area?
Correct. It was just to document the sole of the shoe and showing where the glass is.
State 761, is that a close up there?
Yes.
State 764, what are we looking at?
The same shoes, just from a different angle.
No, there are a few more angles to show all the different sides.
That's correct.
It's a good time for us to take a break.
We'll go for about 2 hours, give everybody a stretch, get some water and use, get a comfort break at this time. So I'm going to come back at about 3:10.
Right.
So they going on break. I guess y'all can listen to me. Oh gosh. So I'm assuming they found a lot of his stuff, neck and chest is what they said. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming they'll probably show us some photos of it. Yeah, I think that he had missed the whole thing of what this was all about. You know, with him going around here unaliving people. And then remember when they shot him, when he got shot, it was because he was stabbing an officer. Like, what the heck? He was literally stabbing somebody when this happened. I really think that he was planning on dying by cop suicide. That's what I think. I don't think that he ever expected to get caught. I still haven't heard back in regards to our jail calls, but hopefully they'll get that together for me soon. It don't sound like they really like bagged up or anything over there. So a pretty simple process. So hopefully we'll get our little jail calls in. Yeah, not at all. Just terrible. My guy was terrible out here in these streets. I don't know. I'm assuming this is the lead detective on the case, and after him, like I don't know who else it has that they could have. Like I don't know who else. I don't know who else they can call. And let me see what the survey say. Okay, so 71% of y'all say the defense will present a case. I think that the only person they're gonna probably present is somebody that is that could be medical. The ME has already testified. The ME testified on day one, if I'm not sure. Yeah, the ME she testified on Monday. She looked very irritated with everything that was going on. Yeah. I think I'm almost sure it was Monday because I don't think it was yesterday. It wasn't yesterday, right, guys? The ME testified on Monday. Remember Baca? She was just like so irritated, like she didn't want to be there, rolling her eyes. I don't know if she's rolling her eyes or if she got the longest blink in the world, but she looked like she was very uninterested in what they wanted to talk about at all. Yeah, so she came and testified to it was 5 shots. And yeah, that's where we got the one where the one was in the side of the temple. Yeah, day one. Like she was the last witness on day one, actually. Okay, well, I'll put us back in court only because we do have a little bit of TiVo time. That's probably their last break for the evening, I would think. Yeah, I'm assuming that's probably gonna be their last break. I just hope that after this, I hope that the judge makes her ruling. I'm telling y'all, the last one that I seen like this, which was a bench trial, the lady, she was not unalived, but he attempted to rob her and unalive her. And what I do not want to see is that the judge be like, okay, y'all can come back and give y'all closing arguments, or y'all can write y'all closing arguments and then I'll make a decision. That's what happened with my last bench trial. And I really, really, really don't want that to happen. But we'll see what happens here. I just hope that's not the case.
We are back on the record for State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott, Lanz 22900922. All parties are present. Just want to make a quick announcement again to everyone that is on Zoom. Zoom is a courtesy, and all devices must be muted. We've had a couple of instances where we've had feeds or conversations that are coming into the courtroom. If the courtroom continues to be interrupted, then we will have to make a decision on whether or not we will continue with Zoom or remove those who continue to violate the court's orders. It is if you are still in court, court rules still apply. So again, do ask that everybody give the consideration to everybody that is in court so that we can be heard without any interruptions. Again, if there are interruptions, we'll have to make a decision on whether or not the court will allow the courtesy of the Zoom. You may proceed, Lady Agree.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, circling back for just 1 minute here, looking at states 759. When you responded to 50/50 Verbena, what type of shoes were you wearing?
Wearing cowboy boots.
All right. Did you end up with any glass in your shoes?
Yes, I had some Tyvek, the little booty covers that we wear for crime scenes at the time. And when I was walking around the crime scene after I was finished with the crime scene, I noticed that I had lots of tiny shards of glass embedded in my boot that I actually had to kind of scrape away and remove. So when these items were collected, I requested that they be processed, and I asked if there had been any noticeable glass in the packages.
And is that how you came to find and collect the small shard of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I want to move on now. I believe earlier this week there was some mention of GSR or gunshot residue. What is that?
So gunshot residue, it's caused from a weapon being fired. So the powder in a cartridge, when the firing pin hits the cartridge and the powder inside ignites, it causes a miniature explosion, which then causes the bullet to go down the barrel of the pistol or rifle. And then that gas and powder is ejected also out the barrel and the ejection port of the weapon. So when a gun is fired, that gun residue powder that is ejected from the firearm is not necessarily concentrated. It actually comes out in a plume in the air.
And is that tiny particles that can't necessarily be seen?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there such thing as a GSR or gunshot residue test?
There are.
What is the purpose of a GSR test?
You do a GSR test to see if there's any gunshot residue on someone's person or clothing.
Is it used super frequently, at least in Cobb County?
Not in Cobb, no.
And why not?
So there's a couple of things in dealing with GSR testing as well, specifically to this case.
So I just want to talk about regular GSR testing first.
Well, GSR, as I kind of described, it can be emitted into the air after a gun is fired, and it is not an absolute. It's an investigative lead, the testing that I mean. So what we have to look at if we do a GSR test is how that gunshot residue may have gotten on that person. There's many ways that can happen.
Well, before we get there, let me ask you this. If someone has gunshot residue on their person, does that mean that they held and they fired a weapon?
Not necessarily, no.
Additionally, now could it indicate that they were in the presence of a gun being fired?
Absolutely, especially if it was in an enclosed space.
Now, in terms of how long it stays on clothing or body parts, can that vary?
It can.
And can that make it difficult to conduct delayed GSR testing?
Yes, there's many factors that can go into that.
What are some ways that GSR, if it were present on someone's hands or body, some ways that you may not detect it?
Simply washing your clothes, washing your hands, taking a shower can remove GSR from your person.
Given some of these limitations, did you swab Lanz's hands for GSR during his interview?
No.
Right. Did you swab any of his clothing?
No.
Right. And why is it that you, or not swab, but rather did you have his clothing tested for GSR?
So kind of as I said, GSR testing is an investigative lead, is not an absolute, okay? GSR testing does not indicate a timestamp, meaning it doesn't tell you when that GSR was on a person or on a piece of clothing, and it doesn't tell you how. So had a GSR test been done and resulted in a positive result, well, by the time I came in contact with the defendant, he was just shot not once, but twice in an enclosed space. So that powder, that GSR, would have been emitted in the air inside a room. So there is a very strong likelihood that GSR would have been present on his person. Also, the officers who fired their weapons then got into a physical altercation with the defendant, had to drag him out of the house, and then assisted in handcuffing him. So they're touching his wrists and hands during that time. Now, on the other side of that, if the test had become negative or had a negative result, by the time I was face to face with the defendant, we were just shy of 48 hours. I think we're around 40 hours since the crime had occurred. Well, there's plenty of time in 40 hours to take a shower and wash your hands. So if there had been a negative result, I can't conclude that he didn't fire a weapon because there had been enough time to get rid of that GSR. So either way, if it was positive or negative, I would not be able to conclude if that GSR came from the homicide itself. And I can't conclude if it was negative, that means he didn't fire a weapon.
Effectively, it would have gotten you nowhere.
Exactly.
I'm going to show you states 768 through 820. Do you recognize these images?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize 768 to 820?
These are crime scene photos that we're taking at our crime scene vehicle processing shed at the time. And these photos are of the 2008 Lexus belonging to Mr. Lanz.
This is the same Lexus 2008 GS 350 that we saw from Sandy Springs.
That's correct.
All right, did you all conduct your own search of this vehicle once in Cobb County?
Yes, I obtained a Cobb County search warrant for that vehicle.
And are all of these photos fair and accurate photos of that search warrant execution here in Cobb County?
Yes.
Statement to tender states 768 through 820.
No objection.
States 768 through 820 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
We'll just go through a few of these, but 768, what's being documented here?
The vehicle tag.
Did the exterior of this vehicle appear to be in the exact same condition as when you saw it in Sandy Springs?
Yes.
State 783 here was the green backpack that we observed from the Sandy Springs photos still transported with this vehicle when it was brought to Cobb.
Yes, it was.
Was it moved slightly from within the vehicle?
Yes, the bag was searched under a Sandy Springs search warrant and then ultimately left in the car.
And in these photos, do y'all unpack that bag and go through the back?
Yes, we did.
States 801, what's being documented here?
That is the insurance card for that vehicle.
Does it have the name and the address listed on there?
Yes, it does. Scott and Teresa Lanz, the address of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Acworth. Then it has the year 2008 Lexus GS 350. And then it also has the vehicle ID number.
Now, for purposes of this search warrant, did y'all also turn the car on?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what we see in states 812?
That's correct.
What is being documented in states 814?
Showing that the vehicle was very, very low on gas.
Now, do you?
Very low on gas.
Now, was it able to be completely turned on, or is this just turning on the electricity? Do you recall?
I think this would have been just turning over the car to show the lights, so just the electricity.
So do you know whether this car was capable of being turned on given the lack of gas in the tank?
I don't recall if we were able to fully get it on or not.
I want to go back to State's Exhibit 821, which was tendered before the break. Zoom in here. Can you see the new north side exit off of 285 on here?
I can.
If someone were driving from Athens to the Acworth area, specifically 600 Delphinium, would you more than likely use 285 to get on to 75?
Typically you would, yes. That'd be the more direct route.
Can you, of course, go 85 all the way until the switch and then take 75 and go that way as well?
Yes.
Okay. With this particular route, would you have passed the exit upon which this vehicle was located by Sandy Springs?
You would have, yes.
Is there any way for us to know whether that vehicle had run out of gas or not?
I know it was abandoned, and when we found out the gas light was on, and I know we had trouble trying to crank it.
All right, looking at States 815 here, what is being documented in States 815?
These were items found throughout that green tactical backpack.
And what are some of those items?
So we got a med kit. We found, there was that med kit and a smaller first aid kit. We had some leather gloves, some earplugs, see some spare underwear and socks. And then at the top, rain poncho. That's the bottom half of the poncho. You'll see some binoculars here.
I'm going to show you States 816. Is that a continuation?
Correct. You'll see a handheld kind of radio, and it was in like a camo bag. There were some snacks, food, some drinks that we found, and then those 2 orange containers at the top are half-pound containers of tannerite. So that was a pound of tannerite total.
Were all those items contained in States 820 here?
That's correct.
Now, after doing the search warrant of this vehicle and meeting with the defendant in this case, did you go to his Athens apartment?
Yes, we did. That was on the 19th.
If you recall, we previously saw the interview with Scott and Teresa Lanz. Do you recall whether the interview with the parents was before or after the Athens search warrant?
The interview with the parents was before the Athens search warrant.
And I think obviously the court saw that previously, so were you in there with Mr. and Mrs. Lanz?
Yes, it was.
Was there anything that particularly stuck out to you during that interview?
Yes, so one of the first things that stuck out with me is that after finding out that there had been a murder, Teresa felt it necessary to go to Athens and locate her son. And then upon arriving to the apartment in Athens, finding him asleep in the middle of the day, when Sheila supposedly was supposed to be in class, finding a weapon in his possession, not wanting to relinquish that weapon, and then point blank asking him if he had anything to do with the murders, which I just thought was a very strange chain of events afterwards.
Do you recall what time it was when Mrs. Lanz arrived in Athens?
I believe around between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon.
And do you recall what time it was roughly when officers first arrived on scene?
That would have
Having
been
discovered the murder, sorry.
around 9:45 in the morning, somewhere in there.
Right, so thereafter, did you go to Athens?
Yes, after that interview.
I'm going to show you states 8:22 through 9:02.
Yes, I recognize these.
And how is it that you recognize states 8:22 through 9:02?
These are photos conducted during the search warrant at Matthew Lanz's Athens apartment.
Are those fair and accurate photographs taken during the search warrant execution?
They are.
And do you remember the address in Athens?
It's 435 North Church Street. It was apartment 4, and it was in Athens, Georgia.
This time statement tender states 8:22 to 9:02 in evidence.
Any objection? States 8:22 to 9:02 is admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
State 8:22 here, what are we documenting?
Just the exterior of the apartment building.
Okay, what's the name of that building?
Hillsborough Apartments.
States 8:23.
It's documenting just the front and where the defendant's apartment was.
States 8:26.
It's the front door of the apartment, documenting the number of Hicks to the door.
How would you describe this apartment looking at states 8:27?
Incredibly neat and clean.
What area of the home is this?
Be the living room area.
States 8:28.
Another angle from the living room area, looking back into a office and his bedroom.
States 8:29.
It's the kitchen.
States 8:30.
More of the kitchen.
He's got slightly out of order here. Now, did you find any documentation from his residence with his name on it?
Yes, there was multiple different things that had his name on it.
By way of example, looking at states 8:51, what are we looking at here?
University of Georgia student ID of some type.
States 860 here. Where are we now within the apartment?
It would be in his bedroom.
States 866.
At the bedroom closet.
States 867.
And just another angle in the same position. The bedroom closet and bed.
Was his bed made?
Not at that time. It was a little disheveled.
What about the sheets?
They were kind of balled up a little bit, but I mean, the sheets were pulled pulled out. But it's kind of in between. It looked like somebody just slept in it not long ago.
States 872.
It's a driver's license.
Sorry, trying to keep these in order. What is it that you found in states 873?
So that was actually found in a washing machine. That was a North Face zip-up jacket.
States 875, what is being documented there?
Zooming in on the label.
States 877.
It was another bedroom that had been converted into like a computer room.
And were there any items of interest within this room?
Yes, we found 2 pistol magazines in that desk drawer.
So we will skip ahead for just a moment. States 895. Is that the desk drawer you just referenced?
That is correct, yes.
States 890. Seven. Are those the magazines you referenced?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 673 here. Do you recognize State 673?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State 673?
These are the 2 pistol mags as well as the ammunition contained within the pistol mags that we found in the desk drawer.
And the photograph we were just looking at?
That is correct.
State moves to tender State 673 into evidence.
No objection. State 673 is admitted.
Now, were the head stamps of the ammunition found within these magazines documented?
Yes, they
Okay,
were.
and what type of head stamps did all 29 bullets contain?
Sig Luger 9mm.
Now, did you all, without opening these in their entire, well, let me do this. Let me go ahead and show you states 903 through 913. Do you recognize states 903 through 913?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 903 to 913?
These are photographs taken at our headquarters in our crime scene processing lab of the ammunition once they were removed from the magazines. So we get an accurate count, show the head stamp as well as the type of projectile it is. This also contains photographs of the gun box and a box of ammunition as well.
Was all that found in the defendant's residence at 435 North Church Street in Athens?
It was.
State moves to tender states 903 through 913 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. States 903 to 913 are admitted.
Okay, so we'll circle back to that in a moment, but looking at states 882 here, did you all go into this black box?
Yes.
States 884, what type of item was inside this storage bin?
We found one of those drawstring bags.
States 885, did you all take that out of the storage bin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, states 886, what are the items that we see next to the drawstring bag?
So we found a little tackle box type container, as well as a gun box belonging to a ZevTech OZ9.
Looking at states 887 here, is that zoomed in on the ZevTech box?
Yes.
And states 888, what have you now done with the ZevTech box?
So here we've opened up the box, and inside we saw a box of SIG hollow point ammunition.
States 889, is that what's being documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
States 890.
It's a closer view, yes.
And did you find any other magazines or ammunition? Looking at states 900.
So that was the magazines when you were counting the ammunition in them. We put them in the cups so we wouldn't lose any.
Is that documented in the photos that follow, such as 901 and 902?
Yes.
Now moving on to states 903. Is that one of the magazines recovered from the drawer?
Yes, it is.
And what type of magazine is that?
It's a magazine for a Glock style pistol. It's a 9mm magazine.
How many rounds does this sort of magazine hold?
This one held 17 rounds.
And looking at well, let me ask you this. All the bullets that are next to this magazine in states 903, where did those come from?
Came from that magazine.
And states 904, is this just another angle of the same?
Yeah, it's showing different angles of the projectiles.
And does it also document, maybe not perfectly, but
Yeah, it's blurry in there, but they were 9mm Lugers.
So how many projectiles or bullets were there in the first magazine?
It was 17, so it was at it was a full capacity.
Now this type of magazine, you said it was a Glock magazine that held 17 bullets, which was full with SIG 9mm ammunition. Could this magazine fit into the ZevTech OZ9?
Yes, I think that particular magazine is ZevTech's magazine, but ZevTech is based off of Glock pistols, so their size and shape are interchangeable, the same.
States 905 and states 906. Which magazine is this?
I've been the second magazine that we found in the location.
And so for states 905 and 906, is that just a different angle but the same magazine as well as bullets?
Correct, it's showing different angles of the ammunition.
And how many bullets were located in this magazine?
12.
Is this the same exact magazine as we saw from the first one?
It's the same type of magazine, yes.
In other words, does it hold the same number of rounds?
Correct, yes. That one also holds 17 9mm rounds. We found only 12 in that particular magazine.
So how many more rounds for this one to be at max capacity?
So it was missing 5 rounds from being at max capacity, which was consistent with the number of projectiles we had recovered in this case.
And just for a reminder, how many projectiles were recovered on scene?
2 on scene.
Okay. And how many projectiles were recovered from the medical examiner's office?
There have been 3. There's 2 from Justin Hicks, 1 from Amber Hicks.
And after you all worked to kind of make sense of the scene and determine potentially how many gunshot wounds total were suffered, what conclusion did you all reach?
Minimum of 5 shots.
Looking now at 907 here, what are we looking at in 907?
That's documenting the ZevTech pistol box.
It states 908, is this the same box?
It is. This is documenting the make and model of the firearm, the brand, as well as the serial number.
Now, at this point in time, when you all took this ZevTech box from Athens had you all already gone to the Lanz's residence at 600 Delphinium?
Yes, that ZTech that was located at 600 Delphinium had already been recovered by this time.
So was this box consistent with the make and model of the firearm you had recovered from the defendant's parents?
Yes, as well as the serial number.
States 909, is that the same box of ammunition we previously looked at?
That's correct.
States 911 here, was this box of ammunition full?
This box was, yes.
And was this the same type of ammunition that was in the two separate magazines?
Yes.
Now from here, did you obtain purchase records of the ZTech OZ9 that was recovered from the defendant's parents' house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you get those documents from?
The Athens Gun Club, I believe it was the name. Athens Gun Club, I believe it was.
At this time, state moves to tender state 667 into evidence, which is the business record certificate from the Athens Gun Club, along with state 668, which is the 4473 firearm transaction record, as well as state 669, which is the invoice from the purchase of the ZTech OZ9, serial number ZA04909, all of which is covered by the business record certification.
Defense.
No, good.
States Exhibit 667, 668, and 669 are all admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking first here at state 668, the 4473, what type of information is included on a 4473?
So it'll be the purchaser's information, the date of the purchase, as well as the weapon that is being purchased.
And here specifically, what type of weapon was being purchased?
It says ZEV OZ9, and then it has the serial number, which is ZA04909. And then it documents that it is a pistol and it is a 9mm.
And who is listed as the purchaser of this weapon?
Matthew Scott Lanz.
What is the address that was listed?
Used 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Acworth, Georgia, which was his parents' home and home he grew up in.
What is the date of this purchase?
So it was actually purchased on the October 13th. The paperwork was filled out, I believe, during October 6th. But according to the purchase receipts and the actual transfer date, it was 10/13 of 2021.
Was there a signature produced on the 4473 on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, it was.
And whose signature, what name appears there?
That's consistent with Matthew Lanz.
Whose driver's license was copied during the purchase of this OZ9?
Georgia driver's license belonging to Matthew Scott Lanz.
And then looking at state 669 here, what are we looking at?
So this is their actual purchase receipt of their invoice from this purchase. It says it was completed on October 13th of 2021 at 10:32 a.m. And these items were sold to Matthew Scott Lanz of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Acworth. And the purchased items were one ZEV OZ 9mm. That would be the pistol. Then there was actually 3 boxes of SIG 147 grain 9mm hollow points. And then there was 1 box of Stand 1 Armory 9mm. Not sure if that was a hollow point or not, though. And that the payment was made in cash.
And that was on the same date as the 4473?
The 4473, according to the dates, appeared that it was filled out on October 6th, but the weapon was actually transferred and in his possession on October 13th.
And is this firearm that we've just reviewed in 667, 668, and 669 the same firearm that was sent to the ATF forensic lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
All right, now moving on to let's see, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 914 and 915. Did you go through the foam extraction of the defendant's device as performed by Sergeant Harder?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull some items of interest off of that device?
I did.
Looking at states 914 and 915, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are extraction reports from Celebrite from the defendant's phone, one being a list of device events from the phone, and one being call logs from the phone.
And are both of those true and accurate reports coming off of Celebrite, reflecting the exact data that's contained within the defendant's device at the time that it was collected on November 19th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender states 914 and 915 into evidence.
Any objection? States 914 and 915 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
With respect to here we go. Looking at page 6 of states 914 here, and I want to focus on device event 48. Do you see that device event?
I do.
Okay. What is it that took place on the defendant's device on November 17th, 2021 at 10:16 p.m.?
The device was placed in airplane mode.
And moving down to item 52, or line item 52, what happened to the defendant's device on November 18th of 2021 at 12:43 a.m.?
The phone is taken out of airplane mode.
How, first of all, going back to 10:16 here at the top, how many minutes after seeing the defendant's vehicle on the surveillance video was the phone placed in airplane mode?
Approximately 5 minutes.
And how long did it remain in airplane mode?
2 hours. A little more than 2 hours.
And approximately how long does it take to drive from the Atlanta area to Athens?
Approximately, I'd say on average about an hour and 45.
Now, while we're on the topic of device events, do device events allow you to see when a phone is like unlocked or locked?
Depends on a lot, but some devices do, yes.
Sure. Well, looking at this exhibit, for example, for Matthew Lanz's device, were you able to see when it was unlocked or locked?
Yes.
Were you able to see when the display lighting came on or off?
Yes, there were records of that.
Okay. Were you able to see airplane mode and so forth?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did you look for this sort of information in Justin or Amber's phone to see if that would help with any form of timeline?
I did, but there was no device events in their phone that was extracted.
Okay. And is that just some of the discrepancies sometimes you see among phones?
Yeah, it can depend on a certain model of the phone or what operating system has been currently downloaded on the phone and how that interacts with Cellbrite.
Now I want to look at States Exhibit 915 here. What do we see on States Exhibit 915? What type of report is this?
These are call logs, so calls incoming and outgoing from the device.
Now, how many total, looking at States 915, how many total call logs were included on this report?
27.
Now, did you see any, let me see this, let me go first to looking at line items, let's see, 13 and 14, do you see those two? Oops.
I do.
Okay, so on November 17th of 2021, do we see any contact between the defendant and his father or dad?
Yes, we do.
How many calls are there that we're looking at?
There are 2 calls.
Were any of them connected?
Yes, one was.
Okay. And what time was that call?
That was on 11/17/2021 at 7:57 p.m. and 32 seconds.
And how long was that call connected?
At a minute 58 seconds.
Now, during the interview that you had with Mr. Lanz, did he ever reference having a phone call with his father?
Did he reference talking to his father about coming home to the house at some point? I don't specifically recall.
Now, thereafter, what was the date of the next, any sort of phone incoming or outgoing call?
It would have been on, the next call that came to his phone was not answered. However, that was on November 18th, 2021 at 11:24 a.m. and 2 seconds.
So at this point in time, when his dad called him, I think you already mentioned, was it answered?
It was not.
Okay. And at 11:24 and 2 seconds, had even an hour and a half or 2 hours passed since the murders were discovered?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How long had passed since the murders were discovered by law enforcement?
Yeah, roughly 2 hours or so.
Thereafter, do you see another phone call?
Yes.
Okay, incoming or outgoing?
That was incoming
From who?
from his mother.
Was it connected?
It was a missed call.
The next call?
Is incoming from his father at 11:47 a.m. and 43 seconds. That was also a missed call.
Down at the bottom here.
It's a call from Alex Lanz. I believe that's his sister, and that is a missed call. That was November 18th of 2021 at 11:51:31.
Next one.
Another call from Alex Lanz, same date. That was 11:52 a.m. and 6 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Additional call from Alex Lanz on November 18th, 2021. It was at 11:54 a.m. and 16 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Incoming call from mom, so November 18th, 2021. It's 11:58 a.m. and 15 seconds, and that was a missed call.
Next one.
This is another missed call at 11:08 November 18th, 2021 at 12:05 p.m. and 47 seconds. That was an incoming call from his mother.
Missed.
Yes, that was missed.
The next call.
This is another missed call on November 18th, 2021 at 12:23 p.m. and 35 seconds. And that was an incoming call from his mom.
Missed.
Yes, missed.
Next.
So incoming call from his dad at November 18th, 2021 at 1:38 p.m. and 41 seconds. And that was also a missed call.
Right, and then finally.
And then there's an incoming call from his mother on November 18th, 2021 at 2:14 p.m. and 42 seconds. That's also a missed call.
Do you recall during Scott and Teresa Lanz's interviews whether Teresa Lanz said that she attempted to call her son once she arrived in Athens?
Yes, she did.
And is this time stamp consistent with the general time frame she gave you as to when she arrived in Athens?
Close to it, maybe about 15 minutes or so, yeah.
Now this last call that we have here, is that any form of family member?
No, it was not.
Is that someone you actually spoke to?
Yes, I believe he was a classmate that attended UGA. I just don't recall which class it was from.
So looking from line item 2 through line item 12, how many phone calls were made from Lanz's family members to him on November 18th of 2021?
It was 10. 10 or 11. 11, I believe.
Now, did you look in Lanz's device to see if he had any sort of GPS or location data that was logged?
I did.
And were you able to find any relevant location data between 7:07 p.m. when we know that the Hicks were alive through 9:45 a.m. on November 18th of 2021 when law enforcement was responding to the homicides?
This mobile device did not record any location data after 11:17, a little bit after noon, from my recollection.
On what day?
November 17th, 2021.
Nothing after November 17th, 2021?
Around, I think it was, I don't recall, but it was in the 12 o'clock hour. After that point, there was no location data ever recorded on the device.
Now, did you also obtain his AT&T records?
I did.
Okay, and what was the primary purpose at that point in time in obtaining AT&T records?
Tower location data.
Were you able to determine whether there was any cell tower data originating from phone calls during the relevant time period?
He had no incoming or outgoing phone calls or text messages that recorded tower locations during that time.
And so because there's a lack of phone calls, did that result in a lack of towers generated from phone calls?
Correct. You would need to either receive an incoming call or place an outgoing call. Same thing with text messages in order to record a tower location record. And in this case, there were none during that time.
Next, Your Honor, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 916 into evidence, which is a business record certificate from Google for the Google records concerning Matthew Lanz 13 at gmail.com, as well as State's 917, which is an activity search history report contained and covered by the Google business record certificate.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we talked about that particular exhibit. I think the state has kicked out maybe 8 or 9 of those. We need in the court. The remainder of those can be put into the record, but not go there.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so states 916 and 917 are admitted with the limited limitations on the emails that will be presented to the court.
Search. But yes, search.
Search, sorry.
That's okay. All right. So, may I publish the ones we've discussed? Okay, very good. State's Exhibit 917 here. Let's see, what sort of Google search did you see on November 16th of 2021?
Searching facts about blood. It was a Johns Hopkins website.
And what other search was looked at on November 16th of 2021?
Catholicism and the 10 Commandments for Dummies.
Was there a reference to the 10 Commandments during your interview with Mr. Lanz?
Yes, that was a reference made by Detective Jackson during the interview.
Looking at October 9th here, what sort of searches were seen on October 9th?
That's the 29th, I think, really.
I'm sorry, 29th.
Ballistic calculators for long range shooting.
Looking next at, or I guess earlier in the day or evening or early morning hours of October 29th of 2021, what other search do you see?
What would getting shot by 308 be like?
And
Do heads really explode as portrayed in Pulp Fiction?
looking at October 20th of 2021, what sort of Google search do you see?
OZ9 combat pistol, black slide and barrel with Trijicon RMO6 optic.
And how long after the purchase of his Zev Echo 9 OZ9 was this search made?
Not even 2 weeks.
And what else do you see on, well, October 17th of 2021?
That is his 22 mag velocity. And then it continues on. There's another search for Zev OZ9 pistol.
Then also on October 15th of 2021, what do we see here?
Another search for Zev OZ9. This is for reference of barrel length in inches.
And below that?
Search for Glock 19 barrel length inches.
And then on October 15th?
Zev pistols, a couple of different models there. I think that's like the main website.
Do you see another search for Zev 09?
Yes.
OZ9?
Yes, actually visited the website.
And this was how many days after the official purchase where he then possessed the Zev OZ9?
2 days.
Then looking at October 12th of 2021, what sort of searches were done on October 12th of 2021?
Total number of fatalities in the United States 2018.
And also?
Mortality in the United States 2019.
And?
CDC. This is a visited website, Fast Stats. It's death and mortality.
And when was this in relation to the purchase of the Zev OZ9?
The day before.
Very briefly, did you obtain other records through the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Did that include things like Instagram records?
Yes, it did.
UGA records?
Yes, student records.
Did you speak to some classmates?
Yes.
Did you obtain some block images as we discussed previously?
Yes, it did.
Did you also extract some computer or hardware devices from the defendant?
I did.
Did you speak to neighbors in the surrounding area?
Yes, we did.
With regard to any of that material, were you able to glean at anything that was relevant to this double homicide?
No.
Did you ever find a link between Amber and or Justin Hicks and the defendant Matthew Lanz?
Not personally, only to the residents.
And when you say the link to the residence, would that relate with Matthew Lanz or his brother?
His brother.
And I know we've talked a lot about Matthew Lanz. Is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the court?
Yes, he's the gentleman sitting at the defense table wearing a green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that he has identified the defendant in this case. Nonetheless,
Just the record will so reflect.
thank you. Despite not having a specific connection between this defendant and Amber and or Justin Hicks, what evidence linked Matthew Lanz to these homicides?
Well, we know from video evidence and his own statements that he was in the area during the time frame these crimes occurred. Not just in the area, but within a very, very, very close proximity by his own admission. We also know that his vehicle had left the neighborhood approximately 1 minute after the last known rear porch light had gone off, and we see movement running from the backyard. So the car was seen leaving within the right time frame of when we have identified that the crime occurred. The defendant then puts his phone in airplane mode and goes back to Athens, at which point his parents recover a pistol from his person the next day, less than 24 hours after the crime occurred. The weapon was in his possession. He was reluctant on giving the weapon to his mother and subsequently gave it to his father, at which point it was collected, brought back to his parents' house. That weapon and ultimately ballistically matched shell casings that we had recovered from the crime scene. That ammunition contained from that pistol, as far as the pistol magazines belonging to that gun, did match the same type of ammunition that was recovered from the crime scene. Not only was the weapon ballistically matched to the shell casings, but the defendant's DNA was recovered from the pistol grip of that weapon, which he then had purchased in Athens a little over a month before this murder happened.
Given the very narrow time frame you were able to establish as to when these murders occurred, what was that small window again?
It was 9:59 p.m. and 40 seconds to approximately 10:10 p.m.
And when was it that Jacob Hicks actually left that home? Or was taken out of the home?
It's around 9:45, 9:50. I don't recall the exact time he exited the house.
Which is roughly how long the 2-year-old Jacob was inside the home with his dead parents?
Just shy of 12 hours.
Did you lay eyes on Jacob that day?
I did see him when I first arrived.
What did his PJs look like?
They were covered in blood.
Great. Attorney Barry, you may proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the residence when you first arrived. You basically went around the scene and looked at what you thought may have happened. You saw glass that was broken to the interior of the home, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Like somebody knocked the glass out from outside in.
Correct.
Okay. But there was glass on the exterior of the home as well.
There was, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you came in, there was a white gate that had been pushed forward rather than backward. Pushed away from the living room. instead of
Correct.
Into the living room.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you found out that there was a dog that was barking a lot when the officers first arrived. Did you have any tickets to see that dog?
I think they corralled the dog. I think it might have been in a car by the time I arrived, but I have seen that dog on the body cam.
Okay. Now, after observing these things, did you want to find out what lights may have been on the interior of the home or the exterior of the home around 10 o'clock?
From the interior of the home, I know what light was on or off when we arrived to the home.
Right, that's what I.
Yeah.
Was the light on in the playroom where the Christmas tree was?
When we arrived, I don't recall that being on. I know the living room light was off at the time.
Christmas tree lights were lit.
Correct. They were.
Were there any lights on in the living room area other than TV?
Not when I arrived there, no.
Do you know whether anyone had turned any of the lights on or off before you got there?
No, I do not. Well, I watched the body cam of the first responding officer, and they were still off. From my recollection, when I was there, they were still off.
And you observed that there were a number of motion sensor lights that were placed around the home.
On the exterior, yes, sir.
On the exterior of the home.
Yes, sir.
Were there motion sensor lights close to where the delivery box was found on the side of the home?
Just off the corner, so you would actually have to kind of round and go past that front door, and then there was one right on the edge of the home on the corner.
And was there a group of sensor lights past that, close to where the window had been broken in?
Yes, there was an additional set closer to the window near that patio area.
Okay. Would the sensor lights close to the delivery box, would they come on at the same time that the other satellites close to the little patio where the broken glass were, or would they be independent?
I do not know that question. I'm not sure if they're independent or if they would trigger on in unison.
Okay. When these lights would be triggered on, do you know what length of time they would stay on before they went off?
Don't recall the length of time.
Okay. And if you, say for instance, if someone came up on the porch and the lights came on, and they're motion sensor lights, right?
Are you talking about the front porch now?
On the back porch there where the glass is broken.
Yes.
Okay. If you entered that area, there are motion sensor lights, so they would naturally come on. Right?
If you were captured by the motion sensor, yes. I would assume that the lights would come on.
Okay. And you saw those?
I did see them.
Okay. And they are motion sensor lights?
Yes.
And that's what y'all looked at with Detective Smith. He showed you where the motion sensor lights had come on in the back during certain time periods, which you testified to a few minutes ago, at 9:31, 9:55, and 10:05.
Yes, I've watched that video.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the motion sensor lights, then, if you came within the range, they're going to come on.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what range that would be? 10 feet, 12 feet?
I do not know. I did not test them when I was there on the initial scene.
Okay, so nobody tested those to find out?
No, not any information was relayed back to me if there was. So I don't have any knowledge.
So if I'm on that patio and I break that window out, that motion sensor light would come on because I'm having activity on that porch.
Either that or from when you approach the patio.
Okay. So once you approach the patio, if I then break the window and go inside and they go off, they would have to come back on when I exited through that window, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or I'd have to exit some other place.
Yes, or you'd have to exit some other
Okay.
place.
So The motion sensor lights did not come on again after 10:10:08, correct?
That's correct.
And the motion sensor light came on at 9:55, correct? According to your testimony.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so they're on, but the time that they're on, Ms. Hicks is on, apparently on her telephone with a group text, and text at 9:59. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The sensor lights did not come on between 9:59 and 10:10. Right?
I don't recall any other lights being activated in the rear at that point.
We're talking about searching the vehicle. You went to Sandy Springs to look at the vehicle. Did you ultimately bring it back to Cobb?
So it went, once Sandy Springs was finished with their search warrant, it went to ATO Towing, which is, I guess, their company they contract with.
Mm-hmm.
I then got a search warrant, retrieved it from ATO Towing, and then it was transported back to Cobb.
Now, in the vehicle, did you actually search it yourself or someone else?
I was there.
Okay. Did you find any glass shards in the floorboard of that vehicle?
I did not.
Were there any clothing items other than the backpack in the car?
Clothing items other than the backpack. There was some underwear and socks. And if you consider a poncho maybe a clothing item, but I remember, I think there's some shoes in the trunk. Golf shoes.
And I think you indicated that there was a flashlight in the glove box.
Correct. That was located during the Sandy Springs search.
Okay. Do you know how old that flashlight was?
I do not know how old that flashlight is.
Don't know how many times the flashlight had been used or for what purpose.
No, sir.
And then you have a speculation, but you don't know for sure that the flashlight was ever used to knock any windows out.
No, I cannot confirm if it was used to knock any windows out. I just saw that it had the ability to.
This has scratches.
On that end cap that I described, that was pointed, yes, sir.
Did you find in the car Mr. Lanz's wallet?
No, we found. Don't recall if we found his wallet in there.
Okay. Do you know whether he had a wallet at the time he was arrested?
If there was, it was not given to me at any point that I recall.
So you don't know what may have happened to his wallet?
I don't recall what happened to his wallet.
Was there a wallet found in Athens when you did the search there?
We found his driver's license in Athens. I just don't recall a wallet.
So were there a number of service stations between Athens and where the car was ultimately found?
Yeah, I would imagine so, yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't know whether he had a wallet with him or any money because none was ever given to you?
I don't recall any wallet. I definitely don't recall any currency. If Sandy Springs or the GBI collected a wallet with currency, it was never provided to me.
Yeah. You told us that on the video interview that you took with him, you mentioned a number of times seeing lights, demonic lights, at that home. Did you ask him whether it could have been Christmas tree lights?
So there were kind of several conversations about lights and who it was pertaining to and how they were described. So if there's a specific moment, it might be easier for me to answer that for you, because lights were mentioned in several different conversations about different people.
You I assume that you knew that his brother had been killed in Washington by an agent?
I did learn that, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions about that?
He was a little sensitive about talking about that particular. We did talk some about his brother, but not so much about how he passed.
Okay. Talking about the clothing that you received from Sandy Springs, you mentioned the North Face, the gray North Face. I think you see that in one of the photographs. Did you ask him if that was the one that he was wearing the night before?
So when I asked him in the interview, I made a statement that you were wearing the same hoodie as you're wearing today as you wore during the time frame of the murder. His response was, no, that's my North Face one. So when we recovered the North Face one later on in his apartment, we took photos of both of them. From the one collected from the Sandy Springs incident and the one found in his apartment.
The one in Sandy Springs, the gray hoodie, is it a North Face?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Yeah. The one you found in Athens was not a hoodie.
It's a zip-up jacket.
Zip-up jacket, but not a hoodie, right? And when he entered the home there in Sandy Springs, he had on another piece of clothing over that hoodie.
He did some kind of camouflage jacket sometime.
Okay. So the gray hoodie would have been under another piece of clothing.
It was. I didn't know about the gray hoodie being worn at that time until they cut it off of him and told me that they recovered it.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the doing the GSR test, sometimes we don't do it on clothing because it gets washed or can be rubbed off. And in this particular situation, if one of the officers came in contact with him, but that was a secondary piece of clothing, not the outer piece of clothing, correct?
And they cut a lot of clothes off of him and handcuffed him. So, there'd be transference easily all over his body.
Yeah, but not if he had a shirt over that North Face. If they were touching him all over, they would have been touching the outer clothing, not the inner clothing.
Well, the covering was like a mesh camouflaged poncho looking thing that he was wearing. I don't think that would completely block any GSR from getting anywhere else on his clothing.
Okay. Now, you told us you don't use the GSR that much, but it's a tool that police officers use. A tool just like DNA or any other tool that you use in investigation, correct?
It can provide investigative lead, yes, sir.
Sure. It's kind of like playing the lottery. If you don't do it, you're not going to get a result, right?
Well, in this case, I wouldn't have been able to tell you if the GSR recovered from his incident in Sandy Springs came from Sandy Springs or it came from this homicide. No, I would not be able to tell you one way or another.
But if you did it and you got a positive result, that would just be another piece of evidence that you might use.
At that point, I couldn't validate that piece of evidence because it's now been tainted because he'd been shot twice.
Bottom line is you didn't do it.
No, we did not do that.
You didn't find any spent cartridges in Athens, did you?
No, sir.
Let's talk about the shoes that you collected. Did you collect any shoes from Athens?
We didn't collect any. Looked at them, but didn't end up collecting any.
Did you ask him if these tennis shoes, we saw pictures of that with a shard of glass on them, did you ask him if those were the shoes that he wore the night before?
Did not see those shoes until after I interviewed him, so no, I did not mention it in my interview with him.
Okay. You don't know whether those are the shoes that you wear.
I cannot confirm that, no.
Now, where he left the vehicle was a good, what, mile and a half or 2 miles to where he was ultimately arrested.
And approximate, depending on the route you would take to get to that area.
And do you know whether he walked up the road or walked through the woods, or how he was able to get to from his car to the residence that he ultimately went into?
To my understanding, I was the investigator on that particular case. My understanding, he cut through some woods at some point to get to the neighborhood. The exact route, I couldn't tell you. I was not the lead investigator in that.
Okay. Around streets and sometimes in the woods, you find people that have broken glass and thrown glass out in those areas. That'd be fair to say?
It's a pretty nice area over there, but it's possible.
Okay. The SIG 9mm ammunition, is that pretty common ammunition used in 9mm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you there when the gun was collected from Mr. Lanz's home?
No, I was not. I was in Sandy Springs with him in his vehicle.
All right. Do you know whether the officers found a clip there at the home?
Yes, there was that. You talking about with the weapon or just in the home in general?
Either with the weapon in the same coat. Do you know if there was one found and what was found?
Yes, there was a .40 caliber magazine in the same coat pocket that the weapon was located. And then they also looked into a safe that was in the residence that contained firearms and other magazines.
How many bullets were in the magazine that was found in the same coat pocket as the gun?
So the weapon was empty at that point. The magazine that was recovered with it was, I don't believe that had any ammunition, and it was for a .40 caliber pistol.
Yeah. Show you State's Exhibit 442. 442. 445. Right here. Worked just fine for the state. I don't know why I'm not working.
Green will assist with the.
Oh, that's helpful.
Almost like Cherokee
I appreciate it. Let me show you what's been identified as State's Exhibit 445. Do you know where that particular projectile came from?
So that projectile, the way the picture's taken is they locked the slides from that firearm to the rear and have taken that projectile out of the chamber.
Okay, so it would have been taken out of the chamber of the weapon.
A weapon found at the house, not the one we recovered in the jacket pocket.
Okay,
a different one.
Is this not the same weapon that you recovered?
I can't tell from that what picture is kind of zoomed in. There was lots of firearms taken from that house.
Two firearms that were just alike. Correct?
This picture is of a standard Glock with a laser. I see the Glock emblem on it. It is not a ZevTech Technologies pistol. So this, I believe, is a different pistol taken from the safe.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the officers about when you were getting the information, what gun that was?
I know they collected.
That bullet came out of that gun.
Well, that firearm was not of interest to me. It was in a lock safe belonging to his parents. We were particularly looking for that ZevTech.
You indicated to us that, Mr. Lanz's phone went on airplane mode about 10:15.
It was 10:16, yes.
And what would be the purpose of putting a phone on airplane mode?
One typically in criminal cases that I deal with when people do it to avoid any recording any locations from their device.
Well, if you had something in mind, would you put it on airplane mode on the way there rather than on the way back?
Could, yeah.
You just covered three things. You don't have any information that Mr. Lanz had ever met the Hicks, do you?
No, I have. I don't think there was any witness statements or evidence in phones or anything indicating they've ever met in person or spoke to each other.
You don't have any information about anything that was taken from the residence.
Which residence?
The Hicks residence.
Do I have information about what was taken from the Hicks?
You don't have any information of anything that was taken from the Hicks residence.
You mean as like an theft?
Yes.
No, I can say the crime scene was not consistent with the theft, but I did not itemize every object in their house.
Okay. But there did not appear, nobody said, oh, this gun was missing or this watch was missing or anything like that.
No, sir, there's never been a report of a missing item that I'm aware of.
And you have not been able to determine any motive for this shooting.
The only connection I have is from the house and the defendant's brother.
So the motive that you think is because of Mr. Lanz's brother.
I didn't say that. I just said that was the only connection to the Hicks was that house and Lanz.
All right, thank you. That's really good.
Great, thank you, Attorney Berry. AD Green, are there any additional questions or redirect for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense? Just excusing the witness.
No, good.
Okay, executive session.
Thanks.
Thank you. Can I approach?
Tell him I gotta lift his head up. He just keeps his head down the entire time. Let's see what they're gonna do. Are they ending court today?
That was exhibit number 474, based on what the court viewed in the interview, particularly as it relates to Cobb County Police detectives interviewing Mr. Lanz. I think it also was like a 45-minute break. It was a continuation. I find that was a continuation. There was not a significant lapse of time, and also it was a initiation of the discussion that Mr. Lanz gave. So I'm going to admit, not it was admitted or objection, but take that into consideration as evidence that the court will consider in its deliberations.
Very good. So with that, Your Honor, we will rest.
Okay. And so, Attorney Berry, you will follow procedures tomorrow, and if there, for what case, if you so choose to present any evidence to the court, we can discuss that in the morning. What your decision will be. Yes, what your decision will be moving forward. All right, so we'll stand in recess. We'll get started tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. All right. Everyone be safe. We'll see y'all tomorrow at 9:30. We'll open the courtroom at about 9. We'll open the courtroom for around 9. All right, everyone have a great evening. Stay safe.
Oh my goodness, they didn't rest this case. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, they did rest? Oh, good. Okay, good. I must have missed it. I was so busy trying to see what the judge was gonna do. You say they look like they hang out. Yeah, she gonna have the greens, beans, potatoes, tomatoes, hog, mog, you name it. You can go to Auntie house, Auntie Judge house. She gonna have the food, baby. Next week, Thanksgiving gonna go down over there. You say, thank gosh, Leah. I know. You name it. It's gonna be at her house next week, baby. She already picking them greens. I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know what y'all talking about. Say, I don't know what y'all talking about. Yeah, hog maws, yes. Yes, she gonna have it all, baby. Don't you forget it. It's going down. And she in the country. y'all know it's going down. I mean, because I still think Georgia is like country. You know, country to me. So, guys, I know we had talked about the little Chicago thing for the video. Yeah, you name it. She got it. Oh, wee. You say field peas, red dirt, they got it all. I am going to send out an alert for the Chicago thing. So I'm gonna send out an alert. So y'all get the alert. I'm gonna set up a different stream for that. So we can go over some stuff real quick in that. And I'll probably just title it what the fuck is happening in Chicago. So y'all just look for it. It should come out like maybe within the next, I would say maybe the next 20-25 minutes. I'm gonna take my baby. She got a game tonight. So I need to take her back up to the school. So that's the reason why I'm gonna end it. And I'll come back and do our what the fuck is happening in Chicago. So give me about maybe 20-25 minutes, and then I'll go live and we'll do the what the fuck in Chicago. Okay? Yeah, I'm just taking her and dropping her off. She gotta be there early before the game start. So I'm gonna drop her off, do my mommy duty, right? Drop her off, come back and do the video, and then I'm gonna go back up there and watch the basketball game a little later. But we'll get our what the fuck is happening in Chicago popping off in about, give me about a half an hour, because her school about 10 minutes away. All right. And at that time, I think we'll go ahead and do our Meg Thee Stallion update too. So we'll do both of them at the same time. Do it at the same damn time. I'm gonna get them done at the same damn time. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all in a minute. Peace.